Anyone who plays Minecraft knows that if you have enough patience, building an entire universe is just a matter of time. And this young man here is no different. Others entering a fantasy world usually get a wooden sword to hunt monsters and level up new skills. But when he entered, he only received a strange shovel. What's worse, it can't be leveled up, it deals no damage, and he can't even switch to another weapon. But in exchange, he can use it to build anything, just like in a real game of Minecraft. But the trade-off is that his aggro rate for monster attacks increases by 50 million%. At the beginning of the story, the narrator tells us about Chozono, a hyper-realistic virtual reality game. The hottest global topic, another world has opened. Players are summoned to a different realm. When first connecting to this world, what awaits you are 100 million other people, new teammates, and a warm welcome to this new reality. Players will team up to fight monsters, conquer bosses, and clear dungeons. A new adventure awaits you once you've created your character. A mechanical voice echoes as the scenery gradually takes shape. Rolling hills and grasslands appear. A hand brandishes a shovel, and a young man stands in the middle of the prairie. It turns out this guy is Jing Chi-Zhu, a level 1 newbie. He looks at the vast meadows and rolling mountains, thinking, so this is the new continent. He's excited about this other world. His face is serious, as if he's about to do something grand. He stares straight ahead, the wind blowing through his hair. But within 3 seconds, Jay's face stiffens, and his lips pout. He looks sulky and confused, fading in color. Why isn't there anyone else here? Just then, Jing Chi-Zhu notices the shovel he's been holding the whole time. And what is this? A shovel. He thinks to himself, are you telling me to go dig dirt? Jay stabs the shovel into the ground. When making a new character, you should at least give me a real weapon. Suddenly, the spot where he dug glows, forming a square block. Jing Chi-Zhu opens his eyes wide in shock. A square block of dirt pops out and floats upward, leaving him stunned. He gasps in total disbelief. The dirt block falls, and while Jing Chi-Zhu is still dazed, he looks down at it, falling into a state of deep existential despair. What the hell? Did I enter the wrong game? He timidly pokes the block with the shovel. The block explodes into a puff of white smoke, and Jing Chi-Zhu gasps. The mechanical voice rings out again. Obtain dirt material X1. He can't believe his ears. A menu pops up. It shows Jing Chi-Zhu's character profile, with his inventory below containing the block he just picked up. It went into my inventory, he muses, rubbing his chin as he stares at the screen. Jay trots over to a nearby tree with his shovel. He runs and says, no way, this probably doesn't work on other things, right? He jumps up, swings the shovel at the tree trunk, creating a square hole. The voice echoes again, obtained wood material X1. Jing Chi-Zhu stands in the smoke, his face showing pure disbelief. The voice continues. New item can be crafted. Jay's eyes light up. A crafting menu appears, offering a wooden chair. The menu displays combine wood X1. Do you want to craft? With 2 options, yes or no. Looking at the screen, he reads the crafting prompt suspiciously. He mutters, I can make a chair just by pressing a button. No way. Saying that, he taps yes. As soon as he presses it, the menu disappears. In its place, a large green light appears. Countless small squares fly in, assembling into a chair. A red notification pops up. Wooden chair, crafting complete. A finished wooden chair appears. Jing Chi-Zhu shouts with excitement. It's actually a wooden chair. He quickly jumps onto the chair, laughing excitedly. This is awesome. He puts the shovel on his lap, still smiling, but his excitement seems to fade. Then, Jing Chi-Zhu goes completely silent. The atmosphere falls into silence, and Jing Chi-Zhu sits on the chair, his face clearly showing boredom. So lonely. Jing Chi-Zhu leans back, looking out at the vast grassland. What is this? I don't know. Is this really Chozono? He says, bored. Isn't this game an RPG where I have to kill monsters to level up? A red panel appears, crafting skill leveled up. Now you can craft more items. Jing Chi-Zhu taps the screen and asks, what else? The screen shows a list under crafting. Wooden chair wood X1, wooden stick wood X1, wooden sword wood X1. At the bottom, there's a see more option. Jay seems to regain some spirit. He shouts, so making that chair was a crafting skill. He rubs his chin with one hand and points at the menu with the other. Let's see. Wooden stick, wooden sword. Jay looks at the list. Stone masonry machine, wood X10, stone X10. Jay mutters, a stone masonry machine? I can even make this? Then, as if discovering something, Jing Chi-Zhu's eyes widen in amazement. He exclaims, this is. After a while, he places the final wooden block. Jing Chi-Zhu wipes his forehead and sighs, all right. He stands on the roof, raises his shovel high, and shouts, my house is finished. A list pops up. Wooden house, wood X50, stone X10, dirt X30. At this moment, his face becomes handsome and radiant, his cheeks blushing with excitement as he looks ahead. The camera zooms in on his profile, a sight hard to resist, with beads of sweat on his face. So happy. Jay stands in the house, drops the shovel to the floor, and looks around the room, which contains only a bed and a chair. A bit light on the furniture, but not bad for a first attempt. He jumps onto the bed to try it out. Wooden bed, wood X10. Jay lies on the bed, one hand behind his head, and lets out a satisfied sigh. So sleepy. He turns his head to look at the sunlight streaming through the window. Isn't this more comfortable than my real house? He stares into the void, thinking it's only natural. Jay seems to recall his old, dilapidated apartment. The fast food containers by the dusty fridge, the nights spent staying up late to finish assignments. Jing Chi-Zhu sits in that tiny, cramped room, the only light coming from his desk lamp. Returning to reality, he lies on the bed in his New World house. Jay glances at the shovel in his hand. He begins to imagine a house with luxurious furniture, a 100-ping estate, a 2-story house with a garden. The shovel in his hand glows. I can build it myself. Jay props his head with his hand, closing his eyes, imagining his bright future. This is wonderful, this other world. Not long after, a roar from a giant creature echoes outside, startling Jing Chi-Zhu. A bear lion with sharp claws slams against the door. A red warning banner appears. Bear lion is extremely aggressive. Danger level, high. Jing Chi-Zhu jumps off the bed, clutching his shovel, staring at the bear lion approaching. What kind of monster is this? The bear lion opens its bloody maw and roars. It lunges to attack him. Jing Chi-Zhu panics and dodges, so only the bed got completely wrecked by the bear. Jing Chi-Zhu hurriedly dodged and fell. He stared in panic at the lion bear that had appeared from the smoky haze inside his home. The bear's paw crushed the remains of the bed. Seeing that, Jing Chi-Zhu screamed in heartbreak. My bed. He grabbed his shovel in a fit of rage. You bitch. He swung the shovel in a rapid series of strikes. Jing Chi-Zhu, absolutely furious, held the handle in one hand and the shaft in the other, pointing it straight at the lion bear. He shouted, You're dead meat. Then he yelled, How dare you break it? Jing Chi-Zhu stood there with his shovel, staring up at the massive lion bear. That belonged to someone else. You know, Jing Chi-Zhu bellowed, I'm going to kill you. His eyes widened, and he broke into a sinister grin. Right as the bastard bear finished its roar, a fist came crashing down, its claws grazing Jing Chi-Zhu's cheek and knocking out a couple of his teeth. Jing Chi-Zhu was sent flying out of the house, leaving a hole in the roof, and landed face down, his nose bleeding. Jing Chi-Zhu's screen went black and a red notification appeared. Character deceased. Another popped up. You have lost some experience points and will respawn in the safe zone. Jing Chi-Zhu respawned on the grassland once again. He looked grim, gripping his shovel, his emotions too tangled to put into words. Damn it, I'm just too weak. Jing Chi-Zhu looked around. Wait, where's my house? Where did it go? He stared at the pile of debris in front of him, lost for words. What kind of ruin is this? Seeing his bed and chair completely destroyed, Jing Chi-Zhu let out a desperate cry. No. Jing Chi-Zhu sat heartbroken in the middle of the house, clutching a piece of the chair and weeping pitifully. You damn bear. Killing me wasn't enough? Why did you have to destroy the house I worked so hard to build? Memories flooded back the time he spent cleaning, the pride he felt, the hours he put in just to have a place of his own. Heartbroken, he shoved his fist into his mouth to stifle his sobbing. Poor house. He pulled himself together, gripping his shovel, wondering if the beast would return. Jing Chi-Zhu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. You better come back, you mongrel bear, he muttered. I swear, I'll take my revenge. By evening, the wild lion bear wandered through the grass and spotted smoke rising from the house. It let out a wicked grin and charged forward on all fours. It smashed through the wall with a roar, only to freeze when it saw Jing Chi-Zhu. You're finally here, huh? Jing Chi-Zhu was sitting on a cannon cart, flanked by hundreds of wooden spikes. He smiled at the lion bear. Welcome to my home. The lion bear was stunned. Jing Chi-Zhu's expression darkened, and he cursed. Die, you dog. He slammed his hand onto the lever. Countless spikes launched, piercing the lion bear and making it shriek in agony. The beast gritted its teeth in pain, sweat pouring down its fur as it roared, charging toward him despite being covered in spikes. Jing Chi-Zhu, as if applauding, laughed. So persistent, aren't you? He continued. So what now? The stone and wood-enhanced launcher fired 5 times the stones. The catapult launched, firing stones straight at it. The lion bear was caught off guard as a glowing light struck it squarely. It hit the beast in the face, knocking out several of its teeth. It was thrown back, sliding a long distance. Jing Chi-Zhu stood there with his shovel, watching. Is it done? Jing Chi-Zhu approached cautiously, shovel in hand. It won't get back up, will it? The moment the shovel poked the lion bear, the body dissolved. Several notifications popped up. Obtained bear meat X1. Obtained lion bear hide X2. Obtained lion bear bone X5. Jing Qi's Yu watched as the remains vanished. Crafting menu. New items available for crafting. Lion bear helmet requires lion bear bone X1, lion bear hide X1. Lion bear armor requires lion bear bone X1, lion bear hide X1. He gasped in surprise. I got materials from this bear. He happily pointed at the screen. So, killing monsters gives you materials? All right, I get it now. Jing Qi's Yu continued happily. So I just need to hunt? Little did he know, several monsters were already stalking him. Feeling a shadow cast over his head, Jing Qi's Yu frowned, puzzled. Monsters appeared behind him. Jing Qi's Yu looked back. What is that? He stood there with his shovel, feeling incredibly small in the midst of a horde of giant monsters. Jing Qi's Yu panicked and shouted, Monsters? Since when? They stared at him with hungry eyes. Jing Qi's Yu gripped his shovel tightly, his voice trembling. This is looking real bad. One of the monsters opened its massive maw and snapped Jing Qi's Yu up. He screamed, blood splattered, and he died for the second time. Then, he was caught by a monster for the 4th time, scratched to death for the 12th time, burned alive in his house for the 49th time. By the 108th time, Jing Qi's Yu stood amidst the wreckage. He finally started to understand why they kept trying to kill him. Jing Qi's Yu looked at the pile of debris, but wondered, why do they always destroy the whole house too? Hearing a noise, he turned around. I have to rebuild from scratch every single time. The monsters appeared again. Jing Qi's Yu stood with his shovel, staring them down. Is there some purpose to this? His veins popped as he grew angry. All right, I'm pissed. He gripped his shovel tighter. You think I'll quit this game just because of this crap? Not a chance. He charged forward, straight into the fray. Yeah, that's it. Come on and kill me. His face was twisted with fierce determination. I'll just keep respawning anyway. Respawn number 999. A monster's foot slammed into the ground. The sky was blood red as hundreds of them stood in line, waiting. They stared with glowing red eyes at the fortress ahead, as a voice echoed from the top. You're finally here? A figure sitting on a throne appeared. Wait, is that all of you? It was none other than Jing Qi's Yu. He rested his chin on his hand and declared arrogantly, Call the boss out, and I might spare you lot. A monster flew toward him, attempting a sneak attack. It opened its massive mouth, but before it could do anything, a beam of blue light pierced straight through it, and its eyes glazed over. The cannon cart had split the monster in two. Jing Qi's Yu spoke up. I warned you, didn't I? Are you doing this again? He leaned back in his chair, one hand on the armrest, the other gripping his shovel. Well, why are you just standing there? Why don't you attack? Looking at his fortress, Jing Qi's Yu asked again, Didn't you come here to kill me? He gazed at the monsters, their mouths filled with sharp teeth. Or maybe are you scared? Jing Qi's Yu sat in the backlight, wearing a sinister grin. The monster growled, baring its sharp fangs. Hundreds surged forward, only to be struck by beams of light, their bodies torn to shreds instantly. Endless blue light beams erupted from the fortress. Seeing the monsters bashing their heads against the wall, he laughed. Bashing your heads against the wall now? Seeing them breathe fire to burn the fortress down, Jing Qi's Yu cheered. Nice one. When they couldn't burn it down, he encouraged them. Come on, keep at it. The castle burned, and a pink creature appeared in the middle of the flames. It scurried away in fear, suddenly bumping into something. A colossal monster emerged, its voice sounding like it came straight from hell. You pathetic wretches! Gargantua roared in anger. How dare you turn your backs on the enemy? The world boss Gargantua, a high-level threat. The tiny pink monster stood shivering under Gargantua's feet. Gargantua lifted its leg and crushed it instantly. Jing Qi's Yu said solemnly, So you've arrived, Gargantua. This time, I'm going to stop you. Gargantua sneered upon hearing this. How pathetic, Jing Qi's Yu. Your fortress is nothing to me. The massive shadows stood in the sea of fire, looking toward the fortress. No matter how big or sturdy your castle is, nothing can withstand me. As soon as Gargantua finished speaking, beams of light erupted from its mouth. Blinding golden light erupted from Gargantua's maw. My breath. Gargantua growled, issuing his command. Attack. A pillar of fire shot straight toward the castle of Jing Qi's Yu. Jing Qi's Yu spoke up. Is that so? Gargantua, having just fired, sounded doubtful. He continued, You say that no matter how massive and sturdy it is, Gargantua's eyes flashed. Jing Qi's Yu said, It's all meaningless against you. As he finished, an iron foot rose from the ground. That's on you. Following that, something gargantuan crawled up from beneath the earth. Having never seen anything like it, he continued, A giant iron machine is coming out of the ground, 1,000 times bigger than Gargantua. Jay said powerfully, That was only big before. Gargantua's jaw dropped. Looking at the robot standing before him, Gargantua exclaimed in awe. An iron fist lunged forward, and Gargantua cried out, "That's huge." As he finished, the fist slammed down, crushing Gargantua and creating a butterfly effect that cracked the surrounding earth, shaking the whole world. Dust and debris filled the air. Gargantua lay there with the fist pressed into his stomach. Jay stood atop the robot looking down at Gargantua. He said, "Gargantua." He pointed his shovel at Gargantua. "Finally, I've won." Jay poked Gargantua with the shovel. Gargantua immediately vanished. He said, "Time to become my materials." A series of notifications rang out. Receive Gargantua X10. Receive Gargantua X1. Receive Gargantua Claw X2. Receive Gargantua Scale X3. Receive Gargantua Heart X1. Receive Gargantua Breath Powder. Receive Gargantua Blood X6. Receive title Little Little Little. Your fame has spread across the world. Jing Qizhu wondered to himself if it was finally over. The notification board appeared again. The ruler of the otherworld has changed. Gargantua was shocked, but he said, "No, the otherworld creatures dare not challenge you." Jay held up his shovel. "This is just the beginning for the otherworld. The ruler's rights allow one to control everything in the otherworld." Jing Qizhu spoke as if confirming that from now on, he could do anything. Jing Qizhu held his shovel with the arrogant smile of a victor. Lord Gargantua has been defeated? No way. But the system clearly announced that the master of the otherworld had changed. The elite officer of the Gargantua Legion, commander of the 7th Legion, had just finished his report. Dodo, unable to believe it, spoke up. "No way. Lord Gargantua is invincible." Dodo ordered. "All right. Send an investigation team immediately to verify." The 7th Legion commander stopped him. "That won't be necessary, Commander Dodo. The system is accurate." It roared with deep resentment. "Prepare for war. We will spill blood to avenge Lord Gargantua. Mobilize all forces." "Yes, we must prepare as thoroughly as possible," Dodo said. "Should we leave tomorrow?" The reply came back. "Leave right now, you fool." What was that? The ground trembled. It was the sound of Lord Gargantua's footsteps. Seeing Gargantua, they cheered. "Lord Gargantua, you are safe," Dodo said. "I am the commander of the Dodo Legion. Please lead us to take revenge." "Right now, we were just planning the attack." Jay thought to himself, "You bastards all gathered here, huh?" Dodo was stunned. Jing Qizhu continued. "So it was you guys." Dodo was surprised by the Lord's voice. "Lord Gargantua." He then said, "Always killing, always tormenting." Gargantua whined and begged, "Please, just kill me now." Jay stood inside Gargantua, chiding him. "The things I've built, the things I've created." Gargantua pleaded again, "Forgive me. You destroyed everything, so you should taste some suffering, too, right?" Having said that, a cannon opened up in Gargantua's mouth. Cannons were also lined up along Gargantua's neck. Dodo spoke up, "Wait, we can negotiate." Jay snapped, "Shut up." No sooner had he finished than Jing Qizhu used a finisher on their city. The city was reduced to ruins. Jing Qizhu drove his shovel into the ground. The elite officer of the Gargantua Legion, commander of the loyal 7th Legion, Dodo, had adopted a gentle appearance. Tiny Dodo buttered him up. "Boss, aren't you tired? Let me dig for you." Jay was surprised by the offer, then he refused. "What? Forget it, buddy." Jay wondered, "But how did you survive? And so small, too. As long as one part of my body remains, I can regenerate, though I'll be smaller and weaker." Jay threatened. "So, killing you now would be easy, right?" Dodo begged for his life. Jing Qizhu stood on a diamond block, leaning on his shovel, and said, "As expected, this place has many precious minerals. Let me ask you something." Dodo replied obediently, "Anything you want, please. Just ask." "Why do you guys keep trying to kill me?" Jay asked. Dodo and Gargantua apologized to him in turn. "We are sorry. We are truly sorry." But that wasn't what Jing Qizhu needed. "No, I don't need apologies. I need a reason," Dodo explained. One day, the Creator appeared and gave a divine mandate to Gargantua, the master of the otherworld, to destroy Jing Qizhu. After saying that, they disappeared. Jay was frustrated. "It's me. Why target a mediocre player like me?" Dodo replied, "I don't really know, either." Dodo darkened his expression. "Does a bee in a hive understand the intentions of the beekeeper?" Putting on a serious face, Jay said, "You want to die? Don't." Jay asked further, "Is there any way to meet them? The Creator or whoever it is?" Dodo answered nonchalantly, "Of course, I don't know." He asked again, "You don't know?" Dodo suddenly pleaded, "Master, can I ask you one thing?" Jay asked, "What is it?" Dodo asked curiously, "What exactly have you been doing this whole time?" Jay replied, "I'm building a tower. Dodo was surprised by the answer. Building a tower? He laughed and said, there's one thing I really want to try here. Jing Qizhu pointed to the sky. I want to try going up there. Dodo asked, to where? He answered with a calm face. The moon. Go to the moon? Dodo asked in a panic. Yeah, sounds fun, doesn't it? Upon hearing that, Dodo could only shout, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Given the planet's rotation and the moon's orbit, the necessary thrust, such factors are impossible. Jing Qizhu continued. Buddy, going to the moon isn't about that stuff. Jay threw his shovel over his shoulder with a grand dream. I'm going because the moon is there. That's romance. He continued. This is a game, so there's got to be a way. Dodo was speechless. This human is a total idiot. We're doomed. Someone like this became the master of the other world. There's no way to fake serving him anymore. I'll destroy him when I get the chance. The bright moon shone in the sky. Jay worked diligently on the construction, and Dodo also worked hard to help. The two of them designed the blueprints together, helped each other through hard times, slept in the cold mist, and fought invaders side by side. From day to night, they worked tirelessly without stopping. Someone was always watching them from somewhere else. Want to go to the moon? Isn't he just an idiot? But he's doing something interesting. So, to keep from disappointing him, I'll create a really fun event for him. Speaking of the moon, it has to be that, right? The two of them had set foot on the moon. Taking their first steps, he happily blushed. Finally, Dodo screamed, we made it, we're here. Oh my god. The two exclaimed, wow, it's so beautiful. It really is. Dodo looked up with shimmering eyes. I've never seen a sight like this. It's truly beautiful. Thank you for showing me this. Jay blushed shyly. So embarrassing. Jay jumped up. Enough resting. Let's keep digging. To get the materials to build on the moon. Yeah, Dodo replied. Huh? Both of them suddenly looked ahead. You dare come all the way here to die, you dangerous earthlings. A moon rabbit in the blood moon hazard level. SS. This place will be your grave. No sooner had he finished speaking than the rabbit took a mechanical punch. Jay remained calm. You scared the hell out of me. The rabbit friend could only scream. Jay asked Dodo, what did you just say? Dodo replied, nothing at all. The rabbit lay there, rambling. You cowards. You won't survive to make it back. Dodo wondered, but I'm still alive, aren't I? Jay shouted, you're persistent. The rabbit, face covered in blood, roared at the sky. Jay and Dodo covered their ears, complaining, too noisy. We're in big trouble. Jay felt the ground shaking. Oh no, an earthquake. Dodo replied, no, he must be summoning his cronies. Just as Dodo predicted, in a heartbeat, the rabbit's companions arrived. They swarmed the two, leaving no gaps. Damn it, we're surrounded. There are so many of them, there's no hope. Dodo thought to himself, I didn't prepare for a battle of this scale. Is this the end? But wait, they're only attacking him, not me. Could this be my chance? Dodo took the opportunity. Goodbye. I have to go back to our planet, our home. Dodo gazed at it. It's so beautiful. Thanks for showing me this. Jay stood in the middle of the rabbit horde, staff in hand, shouting, you bastards, bring it on. There really are a ton of you. He clicked his tongue. If only there were an opening to escape. Suddenly, something caught the rabbits off guard. Dodo hadn't left. He had returned. Jay asked, you can still fight? Dodo replied, I've been hiding my strength until now. Jay said, I thought you ran away. Dodo replied, consider this a thank you for showing me such a wonderful sight. Dodo acted like a true gentleman. I will fight and die here with you, master, so you won't be alone. Jay smiled, praising, not bad. The rabbits lunged to kill him, swarming Jay and tearing him apart, leaving nothing behind. Dodo covered his head with both hands, but when nothing happened, he was surprised. Huh? A sound echoed. I like you. How romantic. I accept. It turned out Jay had taken Dodo and flown high into the sky. You received Romance Card X8, Moon Power Equipment, Moon Pig X17, Moon Dust X5, Moon Iron Ore X14. He arrogantly asked the rabbits, why die when you could go back and live? He activated his weaponized wings. You lot, it's time. Jay began his onslaught, become materials. Everything returned to silence. The two raised their glasses together, drinking water while panting heavily. That was death-defyingly good, Jay complained. Dodo replied, it's true, but why on earth did you carve your name on the moon? Fighting rabbits is better than doing that. Jay answered proudly, well, obviously I had to mark my territory, Dodo complained. Good heavens, digging and digging again. What kind of game are you playing? Why? Because it's fun, he said. Things like this are fun. Dodo was dissatisfied. You call this fun? Seriously, I don't understand. Jay spoke again, do it if you like, or don't. Suddenly, An ultraviolet beam emitted from the direction of the other world. Huh? What is that? Both were panicked by this strange phenomenon. Jay reached out to shield his eyes. What is that? The other world, it's invading our planet. Dodo shouted in worry. Jay, put your helmet on, he ordered. You stay here, I'll go check it out. Dodo said urgently. What? Stay here? How am I supposed to get back? Before he could finish, Jay had already zoomed off. Dodo could only stand there and shout in vain. My master is gone. Dodo stayed behind, thinking, what on earth is that? It could tear the planet apart. On the way to the other world, Jay wondered, what kind of monster is that? He shouted, don't you dare touch what I've created. He landed, sparks flying as he skidded across the road. Jay shouted, looking around. Gargantua, where are you? Answer me. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't get a signal. Jay saw Gargantua lying, gasping in the crater. Huh, there he is. Hey, what happened? He called out to Gargantua. Gargantua in the crater was exhausted. Jay turned pale. Gargantua asked him, Boss, is anyone else alive? A shadow approached and spoke. What? Seriously? Jay turned around. The guy pointed at him, looking at his weapon with contempt. Look at that guy's weapon, Jay replied. So what? Jay's eyes stared back. The guy continued to mock. That's hilarious. He's holding a staff? How eccentric. The guy was holding a stick and wearing nothing but briefs. Hey, boss, but you're holding a staff yourself, yet you call others weird. Is that so? He shouted at Jay. Who are you? The guy pointed at himself. These briefs belong to the strongest player, B, wielding a wood stick, enhanced plus 99. Jay asked back with extreme anger. And you, who are you? You look pretty angry, huh? B provoked him. Jay's eyes were just as intense. Both of them had the same thought. Let's fight. B held the wooden stick, mocking. I can't even tell what you are. Brother, you're a real noob, aren't you? Jay shouted angrily. Shut up. Gargantua had collapsed there and asked him, can you win? Jay called out Gargantua's name. Jay remembered the process he had endured to complete this construction. The tower I put so much effort into building to reach the moon, and you just smashed it to pieces like that. Jay roared at the pervert, wearing nothing but briefs. Jay held his staff with the flames of determination burning inside him. Are you ready? The pervert, B, was still thick-skinned. A pervert? Me? He sighed, then just laughed. He reached up and wiped his nose, then smiled. I'm still way behind. If I didn't know, it might be better. But suddenly he lunged, his face looking very twisted, saying, if you climb up, you're gonna get hit. His face was right up against Jay's. Suddenly, Jay flew up. B was surprised. Huh? Jay groaned, his face pale. Suddenly, the system popped up. Left leg module damaged. Acceleration system disabled. B said, pretty fast, aren't you? Jay got angry. You. His weaponized wings appeared, and he shouted at B, take this. In midair, Jay unleashed thousands of attacks downward where B was standing. B stood there confidently. Damn it. He raised his hand, holding a branch, emitting a purple energy. Where are you running? Show me more. B's technique illuminated the entire sky. Jay was surprised. Emergency escape mode. He saw this energy was incredibly blinding and dangerous, forcing him to dodge. Jay shouted, summon, castle. B was startled. What the hell? The castle crashed down. The castle's power was immense. It looked like it was going to tear the sky apart. Dodo, on the other side, looked over. Huh? What is happening? Dodo worried. Is he okay? That human Jay said in a tone of utter surprise, impossible. B used the stick in his hand to block the robot, shocking Jay. He blocked it with that stick. B was confident. My turn then. B charged with the stick. He was on top of the castle. Jay looked up from the castle and cursed. Damn it. B unleashed a critical strike. He watched his own attack. His eyes were filled with glowing square blocks. That guy, Jay used his staff. He began counting. 100,000, 10 million. Summon 1 million blocks. B stood there, surprised by what Jay created. Jay's blocks had now blocked that ferocious attack. He managed to hold his ground. Who the heck is that guy? Jing Qizu thought it was getting more and more interesting. He gave a single, sharp laugh and raised his staff triumphantly. Time to end this game. He lunged straight at Jing Qizu. Jing Qizu screamed, you bastard. They locked eyes, shovel and staff clashing with a massive impact. The collision created a colossal rift in the planet. The world cracked open, meteors flew everywhere, and the planet split into two. A voice called out, Big Brother is Yu. You're calling me brother? So you're here. Ooh, you praise Jing Qizu. The other world, huh? You've gone and wrecked it again. Jing Qizu smirked. Next time, try building it stronger, yeah? Jing Qizu looked down in silence. But why is that guy still alive? Jing Qiyu was still holding his shovel, still wanting to fight. He looked battered, with cream dripping down his face, and shouted, "Come on, you total freak." "He's passed out," Jing Qiyu said. Yu was curious. That shovel looks super suspicious, right? Think about it, who brings that thing as a weapon? Just who is he, anyway? Suddenly, a crack in space appeared, making Jing Qiyu ask, "Who are you?" "The man who has appeared is me, you damn brat." CEO of SA Group. Beside him stood a beautiful girl, her identity unknown. He spoke with a tone of reprimand. "You broke the tower again, didn't you? You jerk." Jing Qiyu still had no idea what was going on. "What the hell? What's an old man like you doing here?" he countered, asking Jing Qiyu, "Well, what are you doing here?" Jing Qiyu stood there, talking to Jing Qiyu. "Dear player," just then, Yuria flew down to where Jing Qiyu was. She called out, "Are you okay?" "Wake up, player." Jing Qiyu whispered to Rekka. "Is she really his granddaughter? She's so beautiful." He was a bit surprised by the question and replied, "What? No, you idiot." Yuria continued to check on Jing Qiyu. "Wake up, Jing Qiyu, you have to be stronger. I've spent so long trying to train you. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked just to make sure I could kill you?" She was the lead developer of the other world, Yuria. Hearing that, Jing Qiyu trembled and asked, "What? What did she just say?" "It hurts. I think I'm dying." Yuria was surprised. "Oh my, he's passed out." Yuria slowly leaned down and kissed Jing Qiyu. They kissed right there in the middle of the spatial rift. After the kiss, she gave a radiant smile and whispered, "Sleep well, player." A voice echoed from the void. Her master, Dodo, appeared in a panic and shouted, "Master." Dodo screamed louder, slapping Joe repeatedly. Wake up, master." He jolted up, screaming in pain. He pushed Dodo away. "That hurts." Jing Qiyu clutched his head. "My head." He suddenly snapped to, his eyes wide with shock. The barren planet had been struck by an immense force. Jing Qiyu couldn't believe his eyes. What? A force that split a massive planet in two? That world? He stared skeptically into the cosmos. How was it still intact? Dodo rushed over and hugged him. "Master, I was so worried." Jing Qiyu was both glad and surprised. "Dodo, are you really worried?" "Thanks." Dodo pouted, acting shy. "Don't misunderstand. I was only worried about myself. I almost drifted out into space." "Are you teasing me?" Jing Qiyu asked suspiciously. "If you're here, Dodo, does that mean I'm back on the moon?" "Yes." The three Dodos gathered around him, worriedly asking, "How does your body feel, my lord? Are you in pain anywhere?" Jing Qiyu replied calmly, "I feel fine." "Why do I feel fine?" Jing Qiyu recalled the moment of the fight, feeling skeptical. "I was hurt pretty badly fighting that freak." Dodo tugged at his face. Jing Qiyu shouted, "Dodo." "Yes?" Dodo climbed onto his shoulder, and they both looked toward Earth. "While I was unconscious, I don't know what happened." Jing Qiyu continued, "What is it? Can you tell me what happened?" Dodo replied, "Yes, of course." And so, the scene shifted to a moment earlier. In a universe surrounded by floating azure light, Dodo screamed in terror. Dodo was panicked and worried. The other world, it's been split in two. A voice filled with power echoed out, "Calm down." A streak of brilliant gold light branded the ground. The golden light flared across the vast cosmos, surrounding the figure of a young woman. "What?" Jing Qiyu emerged from the light, and Dodo sat down in astonishment. "Huh? Master. Despite his efforts, Jing Qiyu lay motionless. "Are you all right? Wake up." Yuria said to Dodo. "Don't worry, he's fine. He's just fainted." "Really?" Dodo asked. Yuria remembered the moment she kissed Jing Qiyu. She said, "Of course. I used the strongest healing spell on him." She felt shy afterward. "What did she do?" Dodo wondered. Dodo asked, "Are you the one who caused this to my master and the other world?" The creator praised Dodo. "Oh my, you recognize me. What a smart little thing." Afterward, she said, "But you're mistaken. I'm not the one who caused this." Dodo couldn't think of who else it could be. "What, then who?" Yuria looked toward the other world. It was the level 99 wooden staff from the main Chosen Eye server, the strongest weapon in that entire world. To protect the players, the other world had system barriers set up to prevent access to the main server, but the level 99 wooden staff broke through them. He has returned to the original world, and peace has temporarily returned. She reached out to touch the other world and continued. "But this planet will be in danger once again. When he wakes up, remember to pass on my message." Jing Qiyu, she called his name. "I have high expectations for you." She clasped her hands together, and the light in her palms glowed, healing him. The light shone brilliantly. The two pieces of the other world were slowly knitting back together. Dodo was stunned. What? Dodo shouted. Because the light was so blinding, smoke rose into the air. Dodo's jaw dropped. The other world had been restored to its original state. Dodo looked and said, the planet, it's put itself back together. The creator, she had disappeared. The creator, and that was how it all happened. Dodo finished the story. Jing Zhu remained silent, lost in thought. He spoke up. I lost. I was too arrogant, thinking that since I'm the master of the other world, I'm invincible. He blamed himself. How pathetic, I failed. Dodo called out, Master. Dodo comforted him. He is the strongest player, after all. The fact that you're still alive shows you fought well. You just blocked it with this shovel. Jing Zhu looked at the shovel. He raised it. How did I block it with this? How could this stop something that destroyed an entire world? I stood up against the strongest weapon. Suddenly, he called out to Dodo. Yes, Dodo replied. Do you know what this shovel is made of? Dodo said, No. I don't know much about minerals, but the experts probably do. Who, for example? Dodo offered an opinion. When it comes to minerals, it's obviously the dwarves. They live in a place called the Hollow Mine. Jing Zhu asked again, Are the dwarves good at crafting too? Of course. Crafting, mining, forging, they can do it all. Jing Zhu stood up. Then we have to go meet them right away. Do you know the location of the Hollow Mine? He asked again. Regarding the location, Dodo replied, To be honest, I'm not really sure. Crafting and creation. Jing Zhu continued, Not knowing is fine. We'll just fly up into the sky and find it. Jing Zhu and Dodo arrived in front of a screen. He pressed something. Dodo was confused. What was that? In front of them, a dazzling blue light appeared. He grabbed Dodo and said, All right, let's go. Do was startled. What? That look in Jing Zhu's eyes, it's filled with pure determination. Jing Zhu gritted his teeth. That damn level 99 staff that destroyed my homeland. And that woman. Just you wait, I will have my revenge. In the other world's Black Highland region, skeletons were rushing forward, attacking Joachim. The battle was becoming fierce. Joachim remarked, There are so many of them. As Joachim, the level 49 hero, prepared for combat, suddenly, a girl attacked with magic. Sai said, It's fine, they're all weaklings. Joachim added, That's probably just because you're too strong. Pixel, the level 42 warrior, joined in. JC panicked, Seriously, I can't even tell who the monsters are anymore. What did you say? She snapped. Foxter, the level 41 rogue, saw them bickering and asked, Are you two arguing again? JC, the level 45 mage, ignored him. GJ muttered, But it's so boring. Joachim replied, Well, this level is meant for beginners. If the monsters were too strong, no beginners would ever join. We're just leveling up faster than the developers expected. Sai commented, The game management is a mess, isn't it? The servers have crashed so many times. Foxter replied, But it's fun, right? He continued, Who knows, maybe we're the strongest group on this server. Joachim smiled brightly. That sounds a bit arrogant, doesn't it? Seeing the silence, he turned and asked, What's wrong? JC looked up at the sky and called out to him. The shadow of the Gargantua loomed in the sky, making her ask, What is that? Joachim said, I can't see it clearly, it's slowly descending. JC whispered, Could it be a monster that's never been discovered before? Joachim said confidently, Are we its first opponents? How unlucky for it. Let's target it. First failed achievement, get ready. As the Gargantua gradually came into full view, Jing Zhu asked, Did you find the dwarves yet? Jing Zhu Dodo pressed his face against the glass of the dodo, saying, Not yet. This is just a skeleton nest. Hearing this, Jay clicked his tongue in annoyance. Dodo continued, I still can't believe we're actually flying in this thing. Seeing Dodo complaining, Jing Zhu replied happily, Don't you get it yet? This is romantic. He stood in front of the glass, one hand on his hip, and said, It's a good thing I managed to retrieve the skull, isn't it? Gargantua. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from outside. Kill me. Just make it quick. Dodo looked toward the sound. Huh? Are those players? Jay was a bit surprised. Dodo explained, It looks like they're in the middle of a fight. Jing Zhu just let out an oh. Suddenly, a blinding purple light erupted from the group below, shooting straight toward Jing Zhu's airship. His voice rang out in panic inside the airship. What was that? The group below, still attacking, shouted. We hit it. Keep firing. Pixel charged forward, screaming. Lightning flashed as she used her power to hurl her shield, slamming it into Jing Zhu's airship. The airship was being pelted from all sides. Inside, Jing Zhu and Dodo just stood there, watching in silence. He pointed down at them with disdain. What the hell? They're so weak. Dodo added, they must be beginners. Seeing this, he compared it to his own glorious past battles. Having fought in massive wars before, the contrast was painfully clear. Dodo asked him, what now? Should we go easy on them? Jay answered decisively, absolutely not. His expression twisted into a sinister grin as he gave the order. Hey, they attacked us first, didn't they? We have to teach them a lesson. He called out to the Gargantua. The Gargantua replied, as you wish, master. The ones below Jay commanded, blow them all to bits. Understood. Joachim sensed something was wrong and jumped back. Huh? The Gargantua's mouth opened wide, and a giant cannon barrel emerged. Below, Joachim could only stare in shock as the Gargantua unleashed a devastating blast. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, engulfing everything in the area. Joachim could only scramble to find a place to hide. The people from before couldn't believe their eyes and screamed in terror as they fled. Joachim looked back, his mouth agape, his face twisted in absolute fear. As the Gargantua's cannon aimed directly at him, Joachim fell to the ground, cursing. Insane. This is insane. What the hell is that? Jing Chi Zhu, on the airship, said the exact same thing, but with a completely different mood. That's insane. What is that? Dodo seemed to regret the cannon's power, as it never missed once it locked on. The Gargantua's mouth gaped open, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. The beams rained down, and Joachim had nowhere left to dodge, getting blown away. His body was left limp in a sea of flames. The destructive power of the cannon was immense, creating a fireball that lit up the entire sky. Smoke billowed from where Joachim had been. Jing Chi, Zhu, and Dodo continued calmly on their way. Whether Joachim had been roasted alive didn't concern them at all. Joachim lay motionless. His sword was shattered beyond repair. As they walked, Dodo asked Jing Chi Zhu, so, do you want to resurrect these skeletons and ask for directions? Jay agreed. That's a great idea. He chirped excitedly. All right, let's give it a try. He placed his shovel on a skull. Become materials. Smoke rose as the system flashed. Materials converted. Creative crafting, ability unlocked. Bone architect. He was surprised. Huh? Activation condition. Avenge the skeletons. Depending on the bone architect's combinations, a powerful skeleton will be created. He was curious about his new ability. What's this? Dodo asked as well. Bone architect. Jay said, materials are scattered everywhere. Let's try making one. Dodo was worried about his decision. I have a bad feeling about this. A voice echoed from the dark night. Done. He clicked the system panel. Species, bone mutt. Danger level, D. Very curious, loves to be hugged. Jay gave a high five to the skeleton he'd just created. He praised it and named it Bone Mutt. How cute. Its name is Bone Mutt. There. He thought everything was just too bizarre. Seeing him acting so silly, Dodo urged him. Stop joking around, take this seriously. He picked up the shovel, feeling annoyed by the complaints. But it's fun. Huh. The system screen flashed again. Special event. Create 100 unique skeletons to ensure the birth of a rare type. He gripped his shovel tightly and smiled happily. Great. I've already calculated it all. Jay chuckled and touched the system screen. A skeleton launched into the sky, surrounded by a mystical purple light. All three were stunned, mouths hanging open. Fireworks exploded in the sky. L-King, it called out to him. Master, this humble body offers its greetings upon birth. Species, L-King. Danger level, SSS. The legendary king of the undead. L-King knelt on one knee in deep reverence. If you permit it, I wish to be granted a name chosen by your own hand. Dodo still hadn't recovered, stammering. L-King. Dodo protested. No, not that name. Dodo explained, L-King is the most cunning and cruel monster in the otherworld. It never listens to anyone. Jing Chi Zhu made his decision. I've decided. Your name is L-King. His face was cheerful. Dodo was furious with his master, saying, Is this really the time to be naming things? L-King repeated Dodo's words. Is this really the time to be naming things? Jay trusted L-King even more now. See, it listens. It'll be fine. Jay asked L-King, Do you know where the wide mine is? Dodo scoffed. How would it know that? L-King replied, I know. Dodo seemed a bit embarrassed and asked again. He really knew. Jay didn't pay attention to Dodo and continued. Then lead the way. L-King obeyed. As you wish, master. L-King picked up his intricately carved, razor-sharp knife. At your command, sir. A moment later, the shovel touched a wooden structure, and a brilliant light erupted, spreading across the entire forest. Waves of explosions echoed, and a purple light tore through the very fabric of the world, restoring everything. Suddenly, a group of people appeared, scattered across the ground. They were users, and high up on the tower, eyes widened as they looked down at those targeting the position of the otherworld master. Even they had to admit, this new master's entrance was truly impressive, and everyone who witnessed the inscriptions on the moon called that day the day King Jing Chi Zhu carried. Clutching Bone Mutt in his arms, he happily led the way. "Let's go. To the mine." Suddenly, he stopped, looking somber. But before that, he had shouted loudly, making L-King jump. With a knife behind his back, he pretended to be calm. "Yes, Jay. Don't think about hiding anything anymore." L-King was startled by those words and asked, "What do you mean? You were planning to leave without saying a word? Not a chance. There's still work to be done at the Oda's Great Plains. Where should we start?" He smiled and pretended to ask, "What are you talking about?" The two locked eyes in a silent standoff. Then Jay spoke up. "The most important thing is a safe place to stay. We will build it together." He said this while tapping the blueprints of the tower. The goal was a fortress-like tower, loaded with weapons so that no one would dare get close. He raised his hand to cheer everyone on. "Protect ourselves by ourselves. Safety is the top priority." Everyone joined in. Top priority. Top priority. Everyone started building on a dark mountain. L-King twirled his intricately designed knife in the air, then swung his hand with great force. The Bung Kon Than was carved out. "Congratulations on completing the Otis Tower. You've all worked hard. Let's do a final safety check." Dodo looked reluctant. Not again. There was no way out. So Dodo had to wear the intruder. Dummy. The tower system rang out. Intruder detected. Attack the tower. It smashed the paper dummy on him, making Dodo cry tears of fear. Jing Chi Zhu happily reported. Done. Passed. Regardless of the fact that Dodo couldn't even stand up, lying charred on the ground. Jay felt somewhat relieved and told the skeleton residents, "Now I can leave with peace of mind." He instructed them, "If an enemy too strong appears, fire the laser signal and run immediately. I will come to save you right away." Jing Chi Zhu patted Bone Mutt's head. "Watch the house carefully." "Okay, Bone Mutt." Finally, he got into the vehicle with Dodo and L-King. "Let's go. I'll be back soon. Nuvun mine." As the vehicle drove off, he kept looking back, waving happily at the residents in the tower. The sunset falling, it was truly wonderful. In the vehicle, Dodo asked him, "You're not taking Gargantua with us?" Jay replied, "He's too slow and annoying." Suddenly, L-King spoke up, "We've been here a bit too long, haven't we?" Jay was surprised by the question and let out a huh. L-King continued, talking about those planes. Dodo complained, "Am I right? That wasn't our destination, was it?" Jay hesitated. Then a brilliant smile broke across his face. "It's fun, right? Isn't that enough? I've made so many friends." L-King seemed to understand. "I see. I hope you enjoy this journey as well. That's how it should be, right?" The three of them traveled until nightfall, set up a tent, and grilled meat. Passing through the lush green plains, they finally reached the mine cave. The cave looked deep, dark as ink inside. "We're here," Jay said. The three of them went inside to explore. Jing Chi Zhu asked curiously, "Where are the dwarves?" L-King revealed something that stunned him. "According to the memories of my past life, news from this mine has been cut off for some time." Jay was surprised. "What? Really?" L-King began the story. One day, the dwarves just stopped coming out of the mine. Among those who entered the mine to investigate, no one returned. Dodo's face twisted as he started to cry. "Why are you only telling us this now?" L-King answered nonchalantly. "No one asked." Dodo panicked at these words and started jumping around. "Master, let's go back. We've come so far." They didn't know someone was targeting them. Arrows from mysterious figures were fired straight toward Jing Chi Zhu's direction. Dodo and L-King quickly rushed in to protect their master. The mysterious figures were surprised that their attack didn't succeed. Jay asked, "What was that?" L-King's eyes gleamed. He was preparing to finish off these mysterious attackers when Jing Chi Zhu yelled, "Don't kill them." L-King didn't stop but slapped each of them, sending them flying. When Jing Chi Zhu saw them clearly, he realized they were dwarves. He asked in surprise, "Are dwarves usually this dangerous?" Dodo replied, "That's really strange." Jing Chi Zhu poked the dwarf. "Old man, wake up. Why did you attack us?" The dwarf woke up and shouted in a panic, "Humans, run away." Jing Chi Zhu asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" The dwarf explained the situation. Currently, all the dwarves in this mine have lost their minds and become extremely aggressive. Anyone who enters the mine will be killed. Jing Chi Zhu asked, "But how did you regain your consciousness?" The dwarf, still lying there, replied, "It seems to be after receiving a strong shock from somewhere." Jay grinned. "Oh my." He grabbed his shovel, taking a combat stance. "There's a simpler way. Physical therapy." The group of dwarves had surrounded him, but Jing Chi Zhu still charged in boldly. "Come on, you grumpy old men." The dwarves, like maddened beasts, rushed at him with bloodshot eyes. They screamed, drool flowing uncontrollably. Jing Qizu's group didn't back down, charging in with high spirits. L-King began to use his abilities. He gathered power and shouted the name of his move, Magic Missile. L-King's technique sent the dwarves flying dozens of meters away. Dodo also utilized his sharp teeth to bite, causing them immense pain. On Jing Qizu's side, he flew back and forth, using robot punches to take them down. The three worked together perfectly. Jing Qizu praised, "That was a fierce attack, huh? Don't let your guard down." Just as he finished speaking, someone prepared to sneak up on him. "How dare you?" He punched the guy, flattening him to the ground. But if Jing Qizu hadn't blocked it, L-King would have been there to protect him. L-King looked at Jing Qizu and grinned, revealing his white teeth. He was bewildered. "Huh. I could have done it myself," he said confidently. L-King replied with full trust, "I believe you can." As they were fighting intensely, the dwarf who had regained consciousness earlier shouted, "Stop. Stop making such a racket." He said in a panic, "They will wake up. That monster." As soon as he finished, a sinister hand appeared, wrapped in a red glow. But one thing was certain. It wasn't human. The monster lunged out with a cracking sound. Jing Qizu panicked and cried out, "What is it this time?" Dodo continued, "What is that?" The monster roared, "Don't you know?" Its ear-splitting roar made everyone feel fear. This was a zombie dragon, resurrected by the curse of an SSS-Rank final boss. A vengeful, stitched-together undead monster turned immortal. It no longer had reason or awareness, only the instinct for vengeance. The zombie dragon launched its first attack. Its strike made Jing Qizu scramble away, screaming in terror. He ran and grumbled, "That bastard, why is it only targeting me?" Even though Dodo cared about his master, he thought, "Well, as long as it doesn't attack me, that's fine." Dodo secretly felt relieved. The bloodshot-eyed monster was picking up speed. Jing Qizu cursed as he ran and began to wield his shovel. Jing Qizu plunged the shovel into the ground and summoned the Gargantua. The arrival of the Gargantua made the zombie dragon pause as if it were truly spooked. The Gargantua's eyes glowed red as he let out a fierce, powerful roar. Just that one roar was enough to make the zombie dragon cower in fear. Dodo stood to the side, cheering enthusiastically. "Yeah, go get it, Gargantua." The Gargantua and the zombie dragon stood face to face. The Gargantua started spinning his propellers to take flight. The zombie dragon swiped at him, snapping the propellers off. Then, it hoisted the Gargantua up, making him scream, "Put me down. I'm getting dizzy." Dodo noticed something strange. He couldn't move. Dodo shouted to Jing Qizu, "Create a body for him." Jing Qizu ran in a panic. "How am I supposed to create something that doesn't exist yet?" Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a second. Beads of sweat trickled down his temple as he focused. "I can do this." As he spoke, an energy sphere manifested, enveloping the Gargantua. The orb flared with a light so bright it seemed to tear the sky apart. The burst of energy shot upward, leaving the zombie dragon gaping in shock. It was a legendary rare skeleton constructor, a god-tier dangerous Gargantua. It was true that Jing Qizu couldn't create a living body for him, but he could forge an incredibly formidable skeleton for him instead. The zombie dragon wasn't about to give up yet. It roared to regain its courage, but its presence was instantly crushed by the Gargantua. The Gargantua delivered a blow to the dragon's head, literally crushing it. The zombie dragon's gray brains splattered everywhere. The Gargantua grabbed the dragon by its tail and sent it flying high into the air. Seeing the Gargantua had the upper hand, Joe commanded, "Gargantua, finish it." A terrifying sphere of energy began to form in the Gargantua's mouth. Gargantua Blast. He unleashed his attack, leaving the zombie dragon with no way to counter. The impact echoed through the sky, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. Dodo and L-King watched the finishing move with joyful smiles. Even the dwarves watching realized this strike would soon free them from the clutches of that damn zombie dragon. Joe watched and smiled too. In the distance, someone else was watching them. The subordinate next to him asked, sounding slightly worried, "It's taken care of." He then asked, "What now, master?" The man listened, remained silent for a moment, and picked up a piece of paper. He crumpled the paper and said calmly, "Yeah, what should we do now?" Heart Heater laughed and threw the paper away, saying, "The contract is void." This subordinate was Assistant Jim, and the man in the suit with one eye was the lone shark, Heart Heater. He smirked. "Call him. That idiot. The mountain peak has been destroyed and is smoking. Light shone into every corner. My God, the zombie dragon's eye is still there." The dwarves standing around it whispered, "Were we really ruled by a thing like that? How humiliating." Joe asked Dodo if he had found anything. Dodo replied helplessly, "Nothing." Dodo felt suspicious. "That's strange. There isn't a monster in this world I don't know about." Yet Dodo continued, This is the first time I've seen one like this. One of the dwarves spoke up. It just suddenly appeared in the mine one day, that monster. The dwarf expressed his gratitude to Jing Chi Shu. I heard you saved us. Thank you so very much. He is the mine manager, Kim, he said. I am mine manager, Kim. I oversee this place. Joe replied. Ah, I'm Joe. He then added, actually, I have something to ask a dwarf. Kim replied freely, ask away. The savior, Jing Chi Shu, reached out with his shovel. Do you know what this metal is made of? Kim took the shovel and observed it for a moment. This material, these curves, Joe listened, feeling anxious. The manager continued, then gave a blunt answer. I have no idea. Kim laughed and said, I never expected to see an ore I hadn't encountered before. How interesting. He kept holding the shovel and said, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Kim walked away, leaving the three of them stunned. Jing Chi Shu sensed something was wrong, ran over, and grabbed Kim by the beard. Give that back, you old miser. Kim teared up and begged for mercy. Calm down, calm down. Joe was busy mining blocks high up. He then held up his shovel for everyone to see. Look here. He had used his shovel to create a water fountain model of the zombie dragon. Jing Chi Shu stood at the top of the waterfall and announced, I can craft things like this, too. Does anyone know what this ore is? The crowd below cheered, that's amazing. Can I have it? Joe heard that and his blood boiled. Does he take me for a fool? Joe sighed. Even the dwarves don't know. L-King asked him, what do you plan to do now? He remembered something and asked L-King, in this other world, where is the best place to find information? L-King asked back, information, he replied, probably the Origin Square, since that's where players start the game. Joe was surprised. Origin Square. He remembered that he hadn't started there. At the Origin Square, Hethia asked Kim, has that idiot arrived yet? Kim stood by and obediently replied, I heard he'll arrive once he finishes all his quests. Hethia continued with a smile. Still likes doing things his own way, huh? While walking, the two encountered a crowd pushing and shoving to see something. A hand held up a piece of paper with a drawing of the Gargantua. Please, take a look at this, Joachim said. This is the shape of that monster. It's incredibly powerful. If we leave it alone, it will destroy the entire other world. Foxter added, let's fight together. The surrounding citizens buzzed with excitement. Joachim's guild is asking for support. Is it really that strong? Regardless of them, Hethia walked past, laughing loudly. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Hethia stopped. He asked Joachim, are you sure? This is interesting. It seemed an army was approaching. They were marching through the streets, making everyone restless. The citizens whispered, what's going on? That symbol on their armor, it's the Royal Gaius Guards. Following that was another group. Isn't that the Holy Guild? Another group arrived. Red cloaks with silver crosses. The strongest group of 10 knights, the Crusade Guild. The next group was dressed like mages. They were the Royal Gaius Mage Legion, the Holy Land Guild, the Thieves Guild, no, the Justice Guild. Everyone stood silent, faces covered. A sexy woman walked out from among the soldiers and the top-tier guilds, the Justice Guild. She said, these 5 guilds have united to form the Global Guild Alliance, Otherworld Branch. I demand your attention as commander. She was the commander of the Otherworld Branch of the World Guild Alliance, Lady Mitch Howe. Where is that monster? Mitch Howe looked toward Joachim's group. Well, she pointed, lead the way. Back at the cave, Dodo asked, going out now? Yeah, he replied. Joe said, I'll rest for a bit, then head back. Once I'm back, I'll set off for the Origin Square. Dodo agreed, sounds good. As they prepared to leave, Joe thought, that old man is leading us. Is it really okay to just leave like this? Kim laughed and said, that monster's the reason we couldn't leave. Now that we're out, how about we grab a drink? You know, show those arrogant snobs what real quality looks like. Jay asked curiously, what do you have in your bag? This. Kim pulled out a glowing blue gemstone. It's a piece of sun ore. I'm planning to sell it at the plaza, he continued. You'll get all the money from this Gaiuso deal. Jay was a bit surprised. Huh, why? Kim high-fived Jing Chi Shu as a thank you for saving them. Old man, I'll gratefully accept, Jay replied. Once the system screen appeared, Jing Chi Shu clicked log out and said his goodbyes. See you later. Light particles surrounded him. Jay waved goodbye to everyone. I'm logging out now. King wished him well, and the others followed suit, bidding him farewell. Leaving already? Ange Hung said goodbye. Yeah, see you. Thanks for saving us. Get back safely. Jay waved one last time. See ya. A message appeared on the screen. You have logged out of the game. Returning to where Jing Chi Shu first lay down. He took off his VR headset and returned to his dingy room. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Looking at the sticky notes on the wall, he thought about how harsh reality felt every time he returned. Jing Chi-Zu's stomach growled. I'm starving. His eyes landed on the cup noodles on the shelf. As he ate, a gaming magazine report played in the background. It highlighted a major shortage of rare materials in the isekai world. He commented while eating. Views are skyrocketing. It's all because of an ore called Jamon Jum. It hasn't appeared on the market for a whole month. The Mi Riot merchants have pushed the price up to 10 times its original value. He was shocked by the news and remembered the Jamon Jum. Isn't that what the old man was going to sell? He sipped his soup. It's that expensive? The phone chimed. Current market price for Jamon Jum is 100 million per kilogram. Hearing this, Jing Chi-Zu spat out his food. He was stunned. What? 100 million won per kilogram? The scene shifted to another location, where Kim's voice rang out, full of anger. Why isn't he here yet? Heart Heater was still calmly drinking tea. He said, calm down, have some tea. But Kim was worried. It's too late already. The others have gathered. What if he doesn't show up? Heart Heater replied confidently. He will. I'm sure of it, he added with a confident smirk. That guy would rather die than admit defeat. He's the biggest idiot in the world. Oh man, he laughed sinisterly. I guess I won't be a gentleman in this life. On the street, a blurry figure slowly began to appear. First one leg, then both the person fully materialized and gave a confident smile. The elite-level warrior has arrived. He declared powerfully, I'm back. At highest place, he squinted and laughed. Long time no see, right? Warrior Hako. Hako asked back, how have you been? Hey, heard you died. The zombie dragon, what a shame. I was planning to take that bastard out myself. This guy is Warrior Hako, a top-tier powerhouse, ranked #1 in the world, Heart Heater announced. He was the very person who had killed him. It seemed he had already taken over the mine. Hako scolded Kim. Is this how you treat a guest? Kim felt wronged. Are you crazy? Can't you see who's here? Nan interjected. Can you just listen to me for a second? Hako bared his teeth in a grin. I'm listening, aren't I? He looked dangerous. Should I take him out? Just as he finished his tea, he fell off his chair, yelling, it's hot. Heart Heater happily tossed a paper to Hako. We have a new request. The paper slapped right onto Ha's face. Heart Heater ordered, the one who occupied the mine and the Black Plateau find him. Ha picked up the paper. It showed a picture of Jing Chi-Zu. Back at the cave, the dwarves were working hard. Dodo was eating bread when It turned out Jay had returned. Du asked, back already? Jay looked serious and firm. Let's head out. He pointed forward and shouted, to the Origin Plaza. Dodo was skeptical. Really? Kim walked out in his stylish pajamas, rubbing his eyes. Why are you back already? I was just about to take a nap. Jay shouted, that's all you have to say. He said urgently, is the energy diamond still okay? Old man Kim slowly opened his bag. Still here. Good. Jay ordered. Everyone, hurry up. I'm leaving whoever's late behind. Kim was still sleepy, so tired. Dodo moved leisurely. What's the rush? Am I really qualified to guard this mine? L-King pointed to himself. Jay replied, yeah, you're the right fit. He spoke slowly to L-King. Since this is important, we need someone smart and strong to guard it. L-King laughed. Ho, I'm flattered. L-King seemed to know the reason, leaning close to Jay's ear. Market prices must be sky high, right? Jay was surprised. Yeah, you knew? L-King explained. Because it's near the Black Plateau. I know those energy diamonds are precious, Jay said. Then you understand I want to transport it safely. Then security needs to be tight, he asked. Is there no better transport? L-King said, transportation, Both looked at Gargantua in silence. Let's go. Gargantua set off. Jay sat inside, happy and thinking, don't worry about nothing. Just detach the head and it'll be fine. Du thought. It can detach? Jay explained. It's fast because it has wheels. Gargantua, you like it too, right? Give me back my body, Gargantua said resentfully. A hand appeared and fired an arrow toward Gargantua. Gargantua was hit, its head nodding forward. What? Jay, inside, was panicked. What was that? Hal laughed loudly. Ho, 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 she shouted from the mountaintop. Gotcha, you're surrounded. Hal held an explosive arrow. Now, attack. The arrow soared into the sky and exploded like fireworks. A man elsewhere looked smug. That's the signal. I've waited so long. He smirked. Our alliance is even stronger than the original. We'll prove it. This was the guild master of the otherworldly Holy Branch. Another person with a scar on their face spoke up. This monster looks hilarious. I'm taking its eyes. She stuck her tongue out. She was the guild master of the Shu Hiang branch. Another army appeared on flying brooms in the sky. You said prepare for enemies in the sky? What a hassle. This was the guild master of the Bobby branch. Another group appeared, the guild master of Branch C. Hal flew up and shouted, "Troops, hold your positions." Ha charged. She was the Otherworld Justice Association guild master of the Mid-House branch. Every guild in the world had gathered here, and her target was Jing Qi's. Jay looked out, his face grim. Who the hell are these guys? Enraged, he ordered, "A sneak attack." Huh? Fire the machine. Gargantua's mouth released a red orb. Hal screamed, "It's coming. Activate Plan A." Gargantua's attack flew toward them. Jay was surprised. They dodged it. The guild master of Shu Hyang ordered, "Don't just stand there, kill him." The guild master of Bobi was calculating. Gaius Lack isn't just about pixels. Before Joachim could finish his sentence, Joachim charged forward, screaming, "You damn monster." The Bobi branch guild leader is calculating. Gaius Lack. Not every piece of information is pixel perfect. Joachim finishes his sentence and charges in, shouting, "You damn monster." He swings his sword down, a strike fueled by pure rage. This guy is a real troublemaker. He confidently slams his blade right into the eye of the Gargantua. No matter how strong you are, you can't block this blow. Suddenly, he sees something. There it is, the reflection of Jing Qi's in the Gargantua's eye. Jay's face presses against the glass, distorting his features. Joachim is stunned. Jing Qi's suddenly opens the hatch where the Gargantua's eye is, shocking everyone present. Everyone there is caught completely off guard. What the hell is that? A player? Jing Qi's is furious, his eyes bloodshot. "You thieving bastards." He kicks out. The Gargantua's leg kicks back, too. He shouts loudly, "Don't you dare touch it." Jay kicks repeatedly, sending the others flying a considerable distance. Everything happens so fast that everyone is bewildered. What is this? Joachim can't understand it. Jay, what are you talking about? The guild leader, Kun, remains indifferent, laughing. So what if it is? Hao is surprised. What? He continues. We've already fought. The reason doesn't even matter anymore. Those guys now look at each other as one. That's right. From now on, they have a common goal. That guy is our enemy now. Jay senses something is wrong, holds his weapon, and takes a defensive stance. The others start to launch a top-tier attack. Get ready. Jay widens his eyes, single sword technique. Suddenly, Ha appears from nowhere, using a series of moonlight slashes. Ha smirks, making Kim, the guild leader, and Jing Qi's all gape at him. Ha rushes over and stands in front of Jing Qi's. He asks, "Hey, you're the one who's free, right? You're the one occupying this mine?" Jay asks, naively. "So what?" Ha says, turning his back on him. Then his spear touches Jing Qi's weapon. "Dear guest, let me escort you." The guild suddenly freeze, looking around frantically in mid-air as Hako soars up, blocking out the sun. He instantly dives down, swinging his sword and taking down over a dozen guild members at once. Moonlight slash. The energy swirls into a vortex, a fierce storm that terrifies everyone. Hako, eager for battle, grins broadly. He glares at them, laughing loudly as they panic. The World Alliance? You should call yourselves the Global Disaster Alliance instead. A small soldier in the Holy League hears him mocking them and frowns. What did you say? Then, soldiers from all four directions desperately charge at Hako. He arrogantly tilts his head to dodge a sword, and the following blades don't even scratch him. It's his turn to flex his body, his aura radiating heat. Hako happily gathers a flaming orb of light. The orb suddenly blasts into a massive stream of fire, burning them all away in an instant. Jing Qi's sits far away, observing with a look of clear astonishment. He's terrifyingly strong. "Old man, you're the one who asked for his help, right?" Mr. Kim simply brushes it off. "Not me." He stares intently at Hako, wiping everyone out, and explains, he is a high-level warrior, Hako. Seeing the pile of enemy bodies, he admires Hako's solo prowess. A thought suddenly flashes through Jing Qi's mind. If he faced that pervert, he imagines a scenario where Ha and Chu face off against each other. Who would win? Such random questions give Jing Qi's a headache. He doesn't notice the guild leaders hiding behind the Gargantua, sweating in panic. Unable to believe that if all the guild masters lost, how could they possibly stand a chance? Pixel immediately reassures them. It's just that red-haired guy. She quickly rallies their spirits. We have to get revenge for last time. Foxter snorts cheekily. I only care about those daimonium. He whispers, count to 3, and then we charge in. Suddenly, Jing Qi's appears out of nowhere behind one of them, and the whole group jumps in fright. He lands gently. You're all going to pay for this. Jing Qi's doesn't hesitate to raise his fist. Let's try it. He unleashes a move that creates a shockwave, blasting the ground far away. Steel punch. Hako turns his head and slings his sword over his shoulder. Not bad, eh? He calls out to his client, Jing Qi's who happily replies, thanks for the help. Hako looks satisfied with the results of his fighting and grins widely. I'm just doing this for the money. Michao smells an opportunity and tries to scramble up. She needs to sneak away right now. The very next second, she suddenly freezes. The smile on Michao's face goes stiff, and she doesn't even dare to change her posture, cold sweat pouring down her face. Michao looks up at the two of them and can only force a weak smile. When they grab her and throw her into the vehicle to leave, she awkwardly shouts, "Wait, you guys wait a second." Michao stammers in justification. "We had no idea there were daimonium here. We only came here to hunt monsters." "Really?" Jing Chi-Zhu glares, his voice stern. "Really?" She is startled and jumps. "That's right." Jing Chi-Zhu recalls the thieves. He thinks back and feels furious about the daimonium. "Don't you dare touch my stuff." Du looks on with a cold expression. "I understand now." Mr. Kim nods and continues. "The news seems to spread pretty fast, doesn't it?" Jing Chi-Zhu yells in embarrassment. "Shut up." Then, he suddenly slams the table. "I have a question." Hako grumpily retorts, "Call me sir." Jing Chi-Zhu ignores the demand and asks directly, "Does your client know I have the diamond?" Hako grins cheekily. He reaches up to pick his nose. "Do you think I save you because you're pretty? I'm not running a charity, kid." Jing Chi-Zhu's face immediately twists. "So you really knew?" Then he can't help but reflect. That's strange. He could have just taken it. Jing Chi-Zhu rests his chin in his hand, looking half suspicious. "You really are a strange person." Michao shifts uncomfortably. "Let me go." He decides to put the trouble aside. "Let's go to the meeting first." The Gargantua rolls toward a majestic, massive city, and Jing Chi-Zhu sets foot on the lush green grass. He seems a bit overwhelmed. The Origin Plaza. Jing Chi-Zhu suddenly goes quiet. The overly enthusiastic welcome catches him off guard. "Quite the reception, isn't it?" A soldier speaks up. "Did you wipe out our entire alliance?" he asks calmly. "So what?" The soldier acts condescending. "I heard you were going to be our teammate, but I won't let that happen." Michao senses the tension and steps in to block them. She introduces Jing Chi-Zhu to everyone. "This is an honored guest of the Alliance. Let's treat each other with respect." But they don't seem convinced. "How can you say that, Commander? I was attacked." Michao explains slowly, "Our side attacked first. It's all a misunderstanding now." She pats Jing Chi-Zhu on the shoulder. "Now, let's go." He excitedly nods his head. "All right." Suddenly, Michao leans in and whispers suspiciously, "You'll keep your word, right?" Jing Chi-Zhu freezes momentarily. "What?" Her shady expression suddenly turns into a threat. "That daimonium. You said you'd split a piece with me if I helped keep things under control." He looks at her reluctantly. "Fine." Jing Chi-Zhu casually reminds everyone, "I just want this trip to go smoothly, so keep your guild members under control." Michao let out a hearty laugh. "Don't worry about it." The busy city streets were filled with a warm, golden-brown hue, and Jing Chi-Zhu looked around, his eyes brimming with excitement at everything he saw. As they passed by the fragrant grilled chicken stalls, he, Hao, and Michao were visibly excited. But when Michao ran off to trade with the Alliance, Jing Chi-Zhu could only stand there, holding his spear and watching. A while later, Michao generously bought a balloon for Dodo and Kim. Taking this opportunity, Hako invited Jing Chi-Zhu to try some grilled Roby meat. She blathered on, "This is my teammate's favorite snack. Give it a try." Jing Chi-Zhu hurriedly took a huge, sauce-covered bite, and after that, he started devouring it like a starving man. Seeing this, Hako turned around, amused. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Jing Chi-Zhu was so happy that tears streamed down his face. "I never knew such a delicacy existed. I feel like I've missed out on half the game already." Hako got goosebumps and shouted, "Gross. Wipe that drool off, old man." Du, however, was more concerned with the main objective. "Is it really okay to waste time like this? Weren't you planning to sell the diamondium?" Jing Chi-Zhu nodded listlessly. "I guess we should go." Du was taken aback by his sudden change of heart. "Why are these humans acting so strangely?" A strange voice echoed in his ear. "Before you leave, you should at least meet the client who hired you to save you." Thinking it was someone from the Netmin group, Jing Chi-Zhu nodded naturally. All right. But then, he suddenly froze, feeling a bit pixelated. Jing Chi-Zhu suddenly shouted, "Wait, who are you?" Heart Heater grinned. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He calmly placed his teacup back on the tray. "I am the one who requested that they bring you here." Heart Heater stepped closer. "I am Heart Heater. I specialize in lending and a few other things." He was stunned stiff. "You're the client?" Heart Heater replied politely. "I heard you had arrived, but since you didn't come to us, I had to find you myself." He turned to look at Hako. "Warrior Hako, shouldn't you complete your mission at the right place and time?" He retorted without any respect. "What's it to you?" I brought him here, didn't I? Heart Heater still wore a gentle smile. Well, I suppose that will do. He continued, the reason I sought you out is Jing Qi Zhu chimed in sharply. Because of that, right? He raised an eyebrow and looked up. You want to buy the dimendium, don't you? Sure, of course you can. Satisfaction immediately showed on his face. You catch on quick. As for my condition, suddenly, a tremor struck. Mitch Hao was utterly confused and opened his mouth. What was that? Jing Qi Zhu glanced left and right. An earthquake. Near Hako and Dodo, it was so intense they were almost swept away. Only Heart Heater displayed an eerily indifferent demeanor. Oh my. He curled his lips slightly. That's exactly why I told you to meet at my place. A golden throne, dripping with luxurious aura, suddenly descended from the sky. The ruler of the great throne, the supreme merchant of Janwalai. That flashy object hovered in midair. Everyone in the city was in an uproar because of its appearance. What is happening? Suddenly, someone recognized it and shouted loudly. That's an NPC from the Jano server. Why is he appearing in this different world? Jing Qi Zhu, on the other hand, silently speculated. Must be a famous character, huh? Suddenly, someone descended from the sky. Meanwhile, Jing Qi Zhu was still lost in thought. With a throne that grand, is he a giant? But the giant, in his mind, was Gaius, who was short. He couldn't help but pull a face when he saw that he was only this tall. Hako and Mitch Hao were also shocked for a moment. Seriously, Dodo frowned, holding onto the balloon strings tight. Such a noble aura. Gaius sighed. I'll make this quick. He reached out his hand and commanded, Human, sell me that item. Heart Heater tapped his chest meaningfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Gaius. I arrived before you. Gaius cut him off coldly. Shut up. His eyes suddenly flared with killing intent. Your Heart Heater, just as cruel as the rumors say. Gaius mocked him without restraint. Did your mediocre master incite you to snatch this from me? Heart Heater swallowed his anger and grinned. Lord Gaius, his eyes flashing with terrifying madness. If you don't want to die, you better not insult my master. Gaius, unfazed, continued. Just as rumored, you are truly rude. Then I will teach you the difference between you and me. Heart Heater and Gaius glared at each other, fuming. Just then, Jing Qi Zhu jumped between them. Hold on, calm down. Both of you just want to buy goods, right? He smiled triumphantly. And I'm just here to sell. Perfect. Competition means the value of the goods will go up. Jing Qi Zhu, taking advantage of Heart Heater's confusion, raised his voice. Before Gaius could understand what Jing Qi Zhu meant, he asked excitedly, How much will you two pay me? Mitch Hao looked at Jing Qi Zhu, slightly flustered. Bargaining with Gaius? He's an angel, you know. He turned his head in surprise. An angel? Mitch Hao whispered nervously. He's famous for punishing those who mess with him. Gaius didn't wait to be asked and spoke up himself. You've misunderstood, he corrected, frowning. Even though I am an angel, I am also a merchant. I never break my honor by attacking a business partner. Saying this, Gaius pointed his finger rudely at Heart Heater. If you don't have the capacity to negotiate, then get out of my way. Heart Heater smiled coldly. There's no need for that. Heart Heater was no longer controlled by his anger. If you've come here in the capacity of a merchant, I have no reason to fight. After speaking, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Then let's find another place to negotiate. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell from the sky onto Jing Qi Zhu. It didn't wait for him to react and opened its mouth to swallow him whole. The people around were terrified, and Dodo screamed in shock. The master has been swallowed. Oh, wait, Jing Qi Zhu hadn't been swallowed by the monster yet. This impressive display made him frown unwillingly. What is that? Jing Qi Zhu turned to look at its razor-sharp teeth and got goosebumps. A dog? Heart Heater squinted happily. No, that's a dragon. Feel free to join. Heart Heater then turned to Gaius and smiled. Lord Gaius, are you coming too? He replied in disbelief. Are you joking? He even turned to the others and asked, the rest of you will likely come along too, right? Mitch Hao jumped up and ran. We're fine. Unexpectedly, the monster jumped forward and snapped them all into its mouth. Heart Heater said nonchalantly, Then, let's head out. Gaius asked him, where to? Heart Heater smiled mysteriously, to my place. Immediately, the monster soared into the sky. Gaius calmly spread his wings and followed. The crowd below looked up, watching them. Bobby finally spoke after a long while. Mitch Hao frowned, worried. What on earth is she doing? As for Jing Qi Zhu and the others, they had arrived at Heart Heater's territory. He looked excited, resting his hands on the table. Then, let the negotiation begin. Heart Heater boasted. Everyone here will be a witness. Let's watch a transparent and fair transaction. Gaius chuckled at that. Using your own acquaintances as witnesses? Unbelievable. You're playing dirty. Seeing that they were about to go at it again, Jing Qi Zhu hurriedly stepped in. Cut it out. Stop throwing your authority around. He was incredibly anxious and repeated his question from before. So, what's your offer? Make it a good one. Don't hold back. Dodo shouted helplessly. Calm down, man. Suddenly, the old friend turned around. Listen, Qin Jingqi Zhu, do you know who made the price of diamondium skyrocket to 100 million? Upon hearing this, Jingqi Zhu froze. He immediately recalled the news he had heard not too long ago. Diamondium has been off the market for an entire month, hasn't it? The great merchant Gaius is the one who drove the price up tenfold. Jingqi Zhu curiously stroked his chin. Oh, so it was you? The next second, his face went stiff. And then what? Heart Heater calmly spoke up to explain. Diamondium can only be mined in the Nen Ven mines. The price increase is simply because the supply from the mine was cut off. Jingqi Zhu slowly nodded. And then? Gaius crossed his arms, looking troubled. I heard that you defeated the undead dragon to reopen the mine, so sooner or later, the price will stabilize. Jingqi Zhu was so shocked he nearly fell over. He darkened his expression and suggested, how about I throw in another monster to make things interesting? That's stupid. Dodo shouted at him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Heart Heater, on the other hand, looked amused and chuckled. What's the point of gambling with business? He calmly reassured him. Don't worry, Jingqi Zhu. I'll buy it at a high price before the bubble bursts. Heart Heater added generously, how about this, 3 million gold per kilo? Gaius immediately curled his lip in a sneer. Are you threatening me? I am making a serious offer. I have the capacity to stabilize the market value. Gaius continued triumphantly. I will buy it at the rate of 100 million gold for the whole year. Jingqi Zhu rubbed his temples, feeling torn. Heart Heater wanted quick profits, while Gaius wanted a long-term business deal. He raised an eyebrow, looking dangerous. And I want to keep profiting long into the future. Du once again felt his skin crawl. Talk less, man. He angrily grabbed Jingqi Zhu's collar. That face isn't a human face, it's a headache. Calm down, master, he stubbornly shouted back. Why are you suddenly getting angry? If we do long-term business, you guys will benefit too, right? Du immediately roared. Stop trying to pull at our heartstrings with someone else's money. Heart Heater looked helplessly at the side. We heard the whole thing, you know, Jim exclaimed with an astonished expression. This is the most ridiculous negotiation I've ever seen. Hako opened his mouth and laughed heartily, clearly amused. He continued, looking entertained, always wanting to earn as much as possible. Kid, you really suit my tastes. Jingqi Zhu asked with a hint of impatience. So, are you buying it or not? Heart Heater squinted and smiled gently. Let us have a quick meeting. Jingqi Zhu felt confused and muttered as he saw them whispering in the corner. You guys are discussing this among yourselves. Not long after, Gaius slammed the table and declared, Fine. Heart Heater chimed in perfectly. We will pool our resources and buy it for 300 million gold consecutively for 1 year. We're also in on this, Gaius. Jingqi Zhu opened his mouth in surprise. For real? He jumped up in joy. I'm rich. Before he could enjoy it for long, Heart Heater interrupted. Wait a second. Let's make a serious deal. We only buy diamondium. Everything else is off the table. Gaius kindly explained, meaning, transportation is your responsibility. Heart Heater softly asked, You guys can handle that much, right? Kim quickly replied, Oh, no problem. Dodo shouted in a panic. Wait. For the nth time, he nagged into his ear. Look, without us, do you think you can get through this place safely? What if someone targets the diamondium shipment and steals it? Gaius saw Mr. Kim hesitating and spoke coldly. No work, no pay. Jingqi Zhu stepped forward to guarantee it. Don't worry, he grabbed a shovel. Assume there is a transportation method that is both fast and safe. Then it's solved, right? Jingqi Zhu had already calculated this. It was a piece of cake. He spoke clearly and with full confidence. Leave the cargo ships and the rail system to me. The scene shifts to a towering mountain range at the Stone Slide mine, where Joachim sat with his knees pulled up, looking bored. He was listless, like a soulless corpse. The girls hiding behind the rock were also very concerned about his state. Pixel turned to them, confused. Did he lose his mind? Foxer narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking he was a boss, but realized he was actually a player. JC added, not too harshly. He thought he was at the top, but it turns out he's still far behind. Foxer spoke very rationally. Losing is normal. No need to be sad. Then JC stepped out to encourage him. Joachim, cheer up. Unexpectedly, he shrunk his shoulders and whimpered as if crying. Suddenly, Joachim did a complete 180 and said excitedly, That power, that charisma, that murderous look, I've finally met him. He jumped up, full of energy. A true opponent in this world, my destined rival. From today on, he is my target. Pixel had no idea what was going on, and JC wasn't any better. He's worthy of Joachim. Joachim turned around. All right, everyone, let's go. He laughed excitedly. We have to find him and have another fight. JC saw this and was incredibly worried. This is bad. Below the mountain cliff had Tu Long arrived. He stomped his feet into the ground to build momentum and launched himself high into the air. He landed heavily, causing the whole area to shake. Tu Long sneered and cast a vile look. He looked up at the sky, pretending to ponder. Now what? Joachim immediately stepped back, vigilant. What? A werewolf? He bared his teeth in a grin. Exactly, a werewolf. Now, you humans. Tu Long narrowed his malicious eyes at them. I'm hunting a very vicious creature, a blue dinosaur with a huge head. He continued slowly. Its name is Gargantua. Has anyone among you seen it? A blue dinosaur? Joachim immediately realized. Wasn't he talking about his opponent's mount? He impulsively drew his sword. A creature like that? Joachim shouted loudly. I've never met it. His words were bold, but his hand couldn't help but tremble. Look for it somewhere else. Joachim gritted his teeth and shooed him away. And get out of here. Tu Long decisively swung his claws down. The two giant claws, stained with blood, didn't retreat immediately. Tu Long smacked his lips in satisfaction. Never met it. Pixel and JC stared, horrified. The terrifying scene made JC struggle to breathe, biting his teeth. They screamed in terror before his claws. Then D, the ruler of all monsters in the other world, Shenzhen Tu. Tu Long playfully twitched his whiskers. A ruler? That's unacceptable. He laughed smugly. Instead of that stupid lizard, this violent little dragon seems much more fit to be the lord of this other world. Tu Long kept mentioning his achievements, so I declared war through his subordinates already. He grinned arrogantly. But I haven't heard a single reply. No, that crowd has been completely silent lately. Tu Long casually grabbed JC by the head and lifted him up high. Are they hiding because they're afraid of me? Or did the whole group die somewhere else? A scenario suddenly crossed his mind, perhaps a place where Tu Long could seize the throne entirely. He narrowed his eyes, brimming with fierce ambition. Gargantua is no longer the ruling monster. Meanwhile, the moon is different from the character Qin in Qin Jing Qizhu's name, which means king. Tu Long arrogantly stepped on the pixels. Forget it, you wouldn't know about these things, would you? He slowly approached where Foxter was cowering. Then, goodbye. The boy turned pale and backed away, begging for mercy. Suddenly, Tu Long perked his ears up as if he had detected something, and a powerful beam of light instantly streaked past his shoulder. Tu Long casually tossed the remains of Sea Wire off the cliff. Who's this? Foxter, with tears in his eyes, rushed forward. Master. Zayra frowned coldly. We arrived right after we were revived. But what's with this wolf? He firmly pointed his spear at him and asked, Are you also a lackey of that blue monster? And where is Hao? Tu Long smacked his lips with amusement. A lackey of the blue monster? Explain that more clearly. Of course, he flexed his claws to intimidate them. A single mouth is enough to spill everything. Kai uncautiously warned, Zayra, that guy is strong. Zayra gritted his teeth. I know. Facing the blazing scarlet fire, his spear did not waver. However, a few drops of sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. He frowned, trying to keep his eyes locked on him. Suddenly, a drop of sweat ran into his eye, forcing Zayra to instinctively blink. Just waiting for that moment, Tu Long seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Pierce him. Kai Un, sensing the opening, rushed in from behind him. Divine Wind Fist. Unfortunately, Tu Long's reaction was too quick. The desperate, all-out effort of the martial artist only served to fuel his savage nature. How interesting. Kai Un shouted, Run. Foxter was momentarily frozen. Yes. He managed to scream at the top of his lungs before Tu Long tore him apart and dashed off. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his lifeless body slumped right in front of Foxter. Tu Long then thundered toward them. Oh my, I killed him by mistake. He continued with a nonchalant expression. But that's fine. Tu Long began to smirk cunningly. Yu shuddered when the monster was mentioned. He recalled Foxter's startled reaction earlier. Tu Long asserted with certainty, not needing to ask. You know something, don't you? He leaned in close to Foxter, who was trembling in terror. What kind of torture should I use to squeeze the information out? Back to the Jing Qizhu group, Jide Burr had brought everyone to the location. It opened its mouth and spat everyone out along with a mess of saliva. Dodo shouted, You threw me. Heart Heater calmly called down. I just brought you to your destination. He pointed ahead. Moni Ven is lying in that direction, and Jing Qizhu looked over. Ah, I see. Heart Heater then added with a hint of concern, a railway? That's great, but this is a massive project. How do you plan to build it? Jing Qizhu, having nothing but determination, replied, Oh, I'll just wing it. He left the remark hanging. Then, good luck. Hako sat on Jidaber's back and called out, "Hey, Zen." He laughed heartily. "See you later, don't quit the game." Jing Qizhu looked up at Hako. "All right, goodbye." He watched her determined eyes with satisfaction. "Let's go." Jidaber spread its wings and soared high into the sky in an instant. Jing Qizhu and the others watched reflexively before he turned to ask Mitch House, "Why haven't you left yet?" She insisted firmly, shouting, "You still haven't given me that thing." "A demonium gem," Miko added with total confidence. "I absolutely will not leave until I receive the cash." Jing Qizhu looked at the other person, helpless. "Who did you leave Gyusa with?" He didn't hesitate and started digging with a shovel. "Forget it. Let's start building the railway." Dodo felt exhausted just thinking about it. Manual labor again? Suddenly, a voice called out, "How?" Bobby looked down from above with surprise. "Oh my, are you guys still together?" Shu Hiang laughed teasingly. "Huh, who are you guys, anyway?" Mitch Hao was extremely surprised down below. "Guild leader." She screamed with all her might, "How did you know I was here?" Bobby answered without missing a beat. "We saw you at the plaza being swallowed by the blue dog before it flew away." He added with a look of skepticism. "That dog kept flying in circles, so we followed it." Zhu Hiang laughed and scratched his cheek. "What a mess." Mitch Hao complained helplessly. "That's not how it happened." Bobby suddenly turned serious. "But wait, this isn't the time for jokes." Jing Qizhu turned around, confused. "Huh?" Bobby sincerely warned, "Be careful." Although he wasn't entirely sure, he still said, "It seems you've become a target." He was actually quite surprised. "What?" 30 minutes ago, inside the Resurrection Temple of the World Guild Alliance, Bobby couldn't help but shout. Hao said, "I'm at the plaza." Shu Hiang added softly, "He's with the guy holding the shovel." Zayrei was too tired to get up. "Damn it, we ended up like this because we tried to save him." Bobby impatiently urged Kai-Un to finish the rest about the wolf. His face turned grim when he remembered the wolf. As soon as it heard the word monster, its expression changed immediately. It was clearly looking for something. Shu Hiang quickly pieced the events together. "Sounds plausible, right? The mechanical dinosaur that the guy with the shovel was riding." He hesitated and lowered his head. "Well," Xayra muttered in frustration, "it's definitely that wolf." His voice lowered. "As long as it hasn't found the monster, it will keep destroying everything." Zayra thought of little Foxter. "It will threaten Joachim's friends to squeeze out any information." Zayra turned around anxiously. "If it rushes straight into the plaza, there will be a massacre." But Gaiuson suddenly became heavy. Kion said in a low voice, "I'm worried about the kids." Bobby said softly, "That's how it is." Dodo asked skeptically, "A wolf? Could it be the berserk too long?" Jing Qizhu immediately turned to him. "You know him?" Dodo revealed cautiously. "He is always aiming for the position of Gargantua's ruling monster. He even officially declared war on our army recently." Jing Qizhu curiously stepped closer. "Compared to Gargantua, who is stronger?" Mitch Hao interrupted loudly. "Gargantua, of course. But that guy is a martial artist, so he practices all day. In short, he's dangerous." She waved her hand aggressively in her capacity as the commander of the World Guild Alliance. "I give the order." Mitch Hao announced loudly. "Gather the entire Alliance force, evacuate the plaza residence." Bobby immediately nodded. "Understood." "Mr. Kim then asked Jing Qizhu, 'Why are you doing this?' Jing Qizhu didn't answer but asked back, "That kid Joe Kim will tell him I'm at the plaza, right?" He answered simply. "Because he's scared." He made a statement that left everyone frozen in place. He doesn't know I'm actually there. Jing Qizhu thought it over. He might guess that I went to sell the amendium, but there are still many questions. Just based on a guess, would he dare to bring the wolf? What if I'm not there? Jing Qizhu tried to piece everything together. Not the plaza, but the kids' plaza. That's where I'm supposed to meet. Right at that moment, a dark light from the clouds suddenly descended behind the mountain. That dark energy almost covered the entire sky. Jing Qizhu widened his eyes in shock. The Dark Highlands. He remembered the promise he had made. "If a powerful enemy appears, fire the laser signal and run. I'll be there to help you immediately." Jing Qizhu's nerves were suddenly on edge. "No," he shouted, filled with urgency. "I have to save them right now." The roof of the building was a lightning rod, and the floors below were drowning in a sea of flames. Long, his sharp claws still stained with the stench of blood, calmly wiped away a drop of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Long turned his gaze toward the dark shadow emerging from the dazzling lightning. "Who are you?" L-King grinned, revealing his massive teeth. "Remember this name, even when you're in hell." He laughed arrogantly. "The name of the great warlord, L-King." Just now, a few skeleton hounds were happily playing with some numbers. Suddenly, Bone Mutt focused intently in one direction. From far away, Long was sprinting toward them like a madman. He was charging blindly, as if insane. Just centimeters away from crushing Bone Mutt, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Bone Mutt stared back with an innocent expression as he approached. Long looked down from above with amusement. "What's this?" He sneered when he saw the others gathering to watch. "You mindless pile of bones." Long grabbed Foxter by the collar and asked, "Hey, Foxy, is this really the place you talked about?" Foxter trembled as he confirmed, "The location is definitely correct, but was there ever an apartment here?" Long laughed harshly, threatening him. "Are you sure? If you're lying, I'll kill you." Foxter screamed in panic, "I swear it's the truth." Long looked skeptical and sighed. "Honestly, it's hard to believe." He narrowed his eyes with a mischievous smile. "Gargantua is willing to serve a human? I'll have to see it to believe it." As he was laughing, he felt something under his foot. Long noticed Bone Mutt clinging to his claw and snapped, "What is this fake dog?" He lifted his leg, though the thing actually looked kind of cute. Foxter nervously tried to intervene. "Don't," but Long was inexplicably fascinated by it. How curious. Throughout it all, Bone Mutt just stared at him. Long aggressively raised his foot to stomp down, wondering, "I wonder what sound it will make when it's smashed into 100 pieces." Suddenly, the building erupted into intense flames. The force accidentally knocked Foxter away. He took the opportunity to run but kept looking back. "What's this?" Long didn't dodge at all and took the full force of the blast. "Does the apartment have an automatic defense system?" Long laughed maniacally. "This is interesting." He lunged forward, intending to destroy the entire building, dancing around with his terrifying speed. Foxter hesitated and said to Bone Mutt, "This is our chance. While he's still inside the building, we have to run." But Bone Mutt only remembered Jing Qi's instructions. "If you encounter an enemy beyond your capabilities, send the laser signal and retreat. I will come immediately." So it ignored everything and ran toward the building. Foxter looked on in confusion. "Huh," he shouted in panic, trying to stop it. "Puppy, don't go. Come back here." Foxter screamed in fear, "Puppy." While the other skeletons scattered and fled, Bone Mutt alone rushed back inside. Long was inside, madly setting things on fire. "Come out, owner of Gargantua." He aggressively kicked and shattered a wall. "Did you leave? Or are you hiding because you are afraid of me?" Long stood on a high floor, looking down at the chaotic scene below, and chuckled mockingly. "Look at this stuff. It's not an apartment, it's a graveyard." The next second, he dove straight down, his powerful landing crushing the skeletons that were trying to escape. Excellent. Long was becoming even more insane by the moment. "Before that human appears, I will turn everything into white bone dust." He grabbed several unfortunate skeletons at once and wore a twisted grin. On the roof of the building, a faint green light flickered amidst the raging red flames. Bone Mutt struggled to push through the roof door. Its body was already tattered by the fire. In front of Bone Mutt was the only distress signal here. It stumbled forward with every agonizing step. Bone Mutt used the last of its strength to reach out its paw and tremblingly touch the panel. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and a powerful laser beam shot up from the rooftop. Bone Mutt thought of its master and felt a sense of accomplishment. But before long, a wave of searing hot wind blew over. Long laughed sarcastically. "I thought you'd escaped, but you were hiding on the roof?" He suddenly noticed the laser beam shooting straight into the sky. "What is that green light?" Long flew into a rage and grabbed Bone Mutt. "What did you do, you fake dog?" He roared furiously. "Do you think I'll spare you because you look like a dog? That just makes me angrier." Long held it up to his eyes. "What the hell? It's not bone dust, it's just dust." A bizarre, ominous aura radiated from him. Long decided to finish it and raised his claw to impale it. "Goodbye." Bone Mutt was desperate, with no way to dodge. Suddenly, L-King flew in from somewhere and kicked him square in the face. Bone Mutt fell safely into his arms. L-King jumped back nimbly, and Long, annoyed by the interruption, grinned with interest. He stared at L-King. "Who are you?" L-King bared his teeth, revealing his stark white grin. "Remember this name, even when you go to hell." L-King continued confidently. "My name is Warlord L-King." With that, he looked down at Bone Mutt. "Am I that welcome?" L-King laughed. "Go find a safe place to hide." He calmly summoned his weapon. "Actually," L-King said while gently putting Bone Mutt down, "I'm a bit busy, you understand." The two immediately charged at each other to fight. The arrogant Long tried to negotiate. "You're not bad. Do you want to be my subordinate?" L-King lost his patience and silenced. "Long, I already have a master far superior to you." L-King's hand crackled with sparks. "Compared to you." He released a massive burst of fire magic. Long was blown away by the terrifying power, and the excruciating pain twisted his face. Long was sent flying away as Foxter and the other skeletons watched. L-King laughed calmly, as if he had just cleared out some trash. Bone Mutt wagged its tail happily and hopped toward him, but L-King said sternly, Don't come near me. He gazed into the distance. He's still alive. Long, having been thrown far away, struggled to stand up, his voice trembling with excitement. Amazing. This is truly amazing. Long quickly regained his confidence, thinking that if the subordinate was this strong, the master must be even more incredible. He suddenly roared. Is it for real? The fact that he was beaten by a Gargantua made Long's eyes bloodshot. Great. He started to tense his muscles, and Long's fury flared up. I'll kill all of them and conquer this other world. He clenched his fist. Long's second form appeared. That is I. I am a violent martial king, Long. L-King laughed in anger. To cause this much destruction without a shred of remorse, I won't spare you. He decided. That attitude is grounds for execution. Meanwhile, Manhwa was very confused. Look, what is that purple light? Dodo said tensely. The battle has begun. Jing Qizu shouted anxiously. Hurry up. I'll run even faster. The whole group peeked out in terror. What? Even faster than this? He pushed himself to give the command. The Gargantua accelerated to its limit. It received the signal as the starting point. Jing Qizu still didn't feel it was enough and kept urging it on. Faster, faster, go even faster. The others screamed in panic, again and again. Master, watch out for the wall. We're going to crash. Jing Qizu shouted firmly. There's no time left. With that, he swung his shovel, intending to dig right through the wall. We're going straight through. The Gargantuan train charged forward at incredible speed. Jing Qizu's rusty shovel actually managed to carve out a path. A strange set of rails connecting the two mountains suddenly appeared, leaving everyone wide-eyed and breathless. Jing Qizu gripped the shovel handle tight. How about that? Here I come. Piercing screams echoed through the dense forest. Stop it, Manhwa shrieked, tears of fear streaming down her face. Please, just stop. Beside her, Du was crying and yelling. I want to get off. Jing Qizu frowned and retorted, then jump off yourself. The two of them shouted in unison, but there's a huge cliff right there. Oh my god. The Gargantua just zipped by like a gust of wind. It was accompanied by ear-splitting screams. The train tracks somehow twisted and turned while he stood on the roof of the train, constantly pumping his energy into it. The people inside were feeling dizzy from the insane speed, unable to even scream anymore, while Jing Qizu, shovel in hand, loudly announced, All right, we're almost there. A powerful blue beam of energy shot down from the sky onto the burning building, and right then, a sharp set of claws emerged, followed by a menacing laugh. Before them stood the giant, brutal martial king Tu Long. Tu Long surveyed the situation and stood with his hands on his hips, puzzled. Still, so many skeletons out there? Ha. He then declared triumphantly, I won't leave a single one behind. I'll slaughter them all. Foxter broke into a cold sweat in terror. Just then, L-King lunged from the air, causing him to jump back in shock. L-King, shrouded in dark energy, held his hand out, firing rays of power straight toward Tu Long. Magic? Huh. Facing the attack, Tu Long wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he wore an excited grin. At the same time, Tu Long's claws lightly brushed against the attack, and he gracefully weaved through the beams of energy to charge straight forward. With a victorious smile, Tu Long lunged directly at L-King. Seeing this, L-King was startled, realizing that Tu Long was even faster than before. Tu Long's powerful fist slammed into L-King's arm, and it was severed instantly before L-King could even react. After punching off his opponent's arm, Tu Long laughed triumphantly. Then, he moved at lightning speed, appearing behind him and placing a hand on L-King's shoulder. Gotcha. L-King gasped, startled, looking back with a single question in his mind. When did he get behind me? Tu Long didn't give his opponent a chance. He crushed L-King's body with his bare hands and let out a triumphant laugh. Bone Mutt broke into a sweat and gulped after witnessing the whole scene. Just then, L-King's head went flying due to the momentum. Tu Long was startled to see it, as the head rolled across the cold ground, while Tu Long laughed mockingly. How's that? You thought you were so smart, but is that all you've got? You should have just accepted my offer to be my subordinate. He then sneered and proudly declared, I am the one who stands at the top of the other world, the martial king, the brutal Tu Long. Suddenly, Tu Long froze, staring ahead. L-King's head was still resting in its original spot, and he looked genuinely surprised. What is this? Foxter and the skeleton army were now standing in a defensive formation, ready to fight. Tu Long asked in astonishment, You want to protect him now? Foxter raised a dagger in his hand, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, Yes, you monster. Stop it. Tu Long laughed mockingly as if he'd heard a joke. What did you say? You were the one who led me here yourself. Foxter didn't deny it and immediately took responsibility. That's right. It's my fault. Then, he hesitantly confessed, I was scared, so I led you here just like you asked. After all, they were just monsters in a game, enemies I had hunted before, so I thought I wouldn't feel guilty. Foxter cried, shouting defiantly, but these skeletons are more honorable than I am. As a human, I won't be a coward and run away again. But before he could do anything, his right arm was gone. Foxter turned his head in shock, then let out a painful scream. Tu Long enjoyed the sight, mocking him. Quite a long speech about betrayal, wasn't it? He watched Foxter writhing on the ground, unable to hide his excitement. Just as I was about to finish you off, this is perfect. Tu Long calmly said, "Don't worry, everyone's here, both the Gargantua and the humans he serves." He then confidently declared, "I'll kill them all, and that's how I'll become the new monster lord of this other world." Suddenly, the Gargantuan flew in from out of nowhere, leaving Tu Long startled. What the? A massive surge of force slammed into him, sending him flying into the air. Before them, Tu Long spun several times, blood spurting from his neck, while the Gargantuan braked hard to a stop. The sound of screeching metal against the tracks echoed throughout the area. After a series of somersaults in the air, he landed in the most painful way possible. Tu Long lay on the ground, eyes rolling back, tongue hanging out, trembling. After taking a direct hit from the Gargantuan, he asked himself in disbelief, "What was that? Who dares to ram into me?" As soon as he saw what was in front of him, Tu Long gasped, "Gargantuan." Thick smoke billowed from behind it, revealing a silhouette within. Jing Qizhu looked on with a burning gaze, his brow furrowed. Tu Long was shocked, thinking to himself, a mere human, daring to stand atop the Gargantua? That would mean Tu Long struggled to sit up and hesitated. "You're the one who defeated the Gargantuan and made him your subordinate." He then roared in anger, "You bastard." Still dazed from the impact, Tu Long went mad with rage, charging forward, "Die." At that moment, he gritted his teeth and began to compress his power into a finishing move. Potent rays of energy gathered in Tu Long's hands. Surrounded by a massive aura of power, he proudly thrust his sharp claws forward. Divine Dual Slash. But before Tu Long's hand could even touch him, it was blocked by the iron shovel. When he saw his fingers being bent backward, the pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face. A scream of agony immediately echoed throughout the space. Tu Long grabbed his wrist and let out a piercing howl. "My arm. It can't be just one shovel strike and my god-tier transformation was shattered." At the same time, Gargantua used his sharp teeth to clamp down on him and hoisted him high into the air. After getting thoroughly beaten, Tu Long helplessly declared, "I surrender." Hearing this, he poked his head down with a curious expression. "For real?" Tu Long was sweating profusely, stuttering as he insisted, "Yes, really. I'm serious. I want to serve you as my master. I will become your strongest weapon and crush everything in your path. I'll do it." Jing Qizhu raised an eyebrow, questioning him with suspicion. "Really? Is that so?" He then suggested, "Fine. From now on, you're my disciple." Tu Long didn't hesitate to agree. "Yes, master." But deep down, Tu Long was cursing wildly. "What the hell is this? You bastard, the moment I'm free, I'll tear your throat out." Upon hearing his response, he calmly replied, "Let's go then, disciple." Then, Jing Qizhu excitedly announced, "The Ascension Shuttle is departing." Tu Long panicked. "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" Only to see Gargantua launching straight into the sky. Tu Long was so terrified he could only helplessly cry out, "Master, stop playing around. How high are we flying, master?" At that moment, Jing Qizhu nonchalantly exposed Tu Long's dark intentions. "Don't call me master. You were planning to betray me the second you were released, weren't you?" Tu Long was startled, and suddenly he raised an eyebrow to probe. "Hey, you said you'd destroy everything for me, right?" Backed into a corner, he had no choice but to confirm, "Yes. Just give the order, and I will destroy everything." Then, Jing Qizhu lowered his voice. "You know what? I'm starting to like this other world. At first, I was just planning to try out this famous no-lie game that everyone is playing. But when I actually tried it, how should I put it? It's like an entirely different game. I like it here, even though I'm acting like a total fool." He then firmly declared, "So, I can't forgive people like you who just go around causing destruction." Tu Long was horrified and questioned, "What are you planning to do?" Jing Qizhu shouted with a cold, booming voice, "You're going to become crafting material for me." Gargantua's entire body radiated a powerful energy, while Tu Long screamed in agony as he saw the scene before his eyes. He was plunging headfirst to the ground in front of the skeletal crowd. Held tight in Gargantua's jaws, Tu Long shrieked like a pig being slaughtered. He tried in vain to punch the monster while sweating and cursing, "You lowly human." Meanwhile, Jing Qizhu pointed his shovel forward and yelled with a fierce glare, "Traver!" And then, the scene of Gargantua slamming headfirst into the ground caused rocks and soil to erupt everywhere. Tu Long's head was smashed deep into the hard earth. A powerful beam of blue energy shot straight down from outer space onto the planet. Instantly, a massive explosion echoed across the space, accompanied by white smoke forming a swirling vortex. The scene was engulfed in dust, leaving the outcome unknown. The skeleton stared intently at the smoke, while Bone Mutt suddenly yelped. He became excited, wagging his tail wildly as if he had just spotted his master. Bone Mutt didn't hesitate to run happily toward Jing Qizu. He wore a grim expression, lips pressed tight. But then Jing Qizu looked up with a gentle smile. He said cheerfully, "Bone Mutt, you're still alive." Bone Mutt ran excitedly toward his master, and Jing Qizu scratched Bone Mutt's belly, laughing joyfully. "Oh my god, thank goodness. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. You've all worked hard." All around, the skeletons began to cheer. Next, he hugged the creature and turned his head back, gesturing, "Hey, if you guys are done, come on out." The cabin door opened, and 5 dark figures emerged. Having just survived a trip that almost sent them to the afterlife, they all smirked with pride. But then they started sweating and vomiting, complaining angrily. "You could have let us out after the fight was over, you know. Are you trying to kill us? There's this weird blue liquid leaking out of my body." Jing Qizu frowned, questioning, "Who caused this mess?" The 5 of them, faces pale as ghosts, yelled in anger, "Everything is a mess." At that moment, Mish Hao looked at the ruined surroundings and suggested with a cold sweat, "Hunter Kana, the shelter and the skeletons are a mess too, let's fix them." Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's restore everything to normal." Then, Jing Qizu stated firmly, "The shelter, the skeletons, I can handle it." Suddenly, a curious voice echoed from behind, "Is this guy really the rival of Gentai?" He nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I'm certain." Suddenly, Dodo hesitated before speaking. "Actually," and he revealed with a serious tone, "he is one of the 6 kings, the raging Tulong. He is the Grand Master of 1,000 monster warriors." Jing Qizu was stunned, his eyes widening. The 6th King, Dodo declared loudly. "It's a long explanation, but basically, he's one of the strongest monsters in this world." The more he listened, the more confused he became. "What? Explain it clearly to me." Su Hiang, hearing those words, cautiously asked. "So, this guy is one of the 6 kings." Seeing Jing Qizu stabbing his shovel into Tiu Long, he asked in a cold sweat, "Are you going to dismantle him?" Jing Qizu shrugged. "I just have to do what needs to be done." And then he began his work. All the items, the skin, whiskers, claws, and blood, had been collected. At that moment, the system notified him that the Martial King's emblem had been detected. Jing Qizu was startled. "Huh." He stared at the item on the screen with suspicion. Martial King's emblem. Suddenly, the item emitted a blinding orange light, making Jing Qizu jump and shout. He stared at the icon floating in midair, stammering in confusion. "What is that?" A powerful flow of energy surged directly toward where Jing Qizu was standing. Then, that power quickly merged into his body. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "You have acquired the Martial King's emblem." Jing Qizu has fully conquered the Martial King's emblem. The Imperial Collection had now unlocked its first item. Before his eyes appeared a landscape of rugged mountain ranges in the dark of night. Suddenly, a shimmering turquoise light appeared. Bobby was using a high-level recovery spell, and Foxter's severed arm began to grow back. Witnessing this medical miracle, he stared in awe and exclaimed, "My arm, it's growing back." Then Foxter looked up and thanked him hesitantly. "Day 3, bye. He heard that and corrected him. "It's Bobby." After that, he broke into a sweat, wondering what was going on. "What happened? Has the Tyrant Dragon left yet?" Bobby asked, startled. "What? You didn't even notice that because you were still rolling around in pain." Just then, Xu Hiang stepped forward and flashed a somewhat mysterious smile. "You want to know what happened? Follow me and see for yourself, kid," he said, adjusting his glasses and speaking in a stern tone. The more people who witness this, the better, because those who don't see it with their own eyes will find it hard to believe his absurd power. At the same time, Jing Qizu was using a shovel to lightly poke the Tyrant Dragon, which was lying on the cold ground with its tongue sticking out. It seemed that after defeating it, he had gained rare items like skin, whiskers, claws, and even its blood. Just then, the system notified him that it had detected the Warlord badge. This startled Jing Qizu, who blurted out, "Huh." He looked at the icon on the screen, muttering curiously, "Warlord badge." Suddenly, the fist-shaped icon flew up, leaving Jing Qizu and Dodo wide-eyed with astonishment. They hurriedly followed it with their eyes. He shouted in confusion, "What is that?" Just then, a powerful stream of energy surged straight toward Jing Qizu, and that massive wave of power entered his body. Right at that moment, the system announced that he had obtained the Warlord badge. Jing Qizu had completely claimed it. The Emperor's badge collection had opened one of the 6 pieces. The first rare item Jing Qizu collected among the 6 was the Warlord badge. A claim complete notification appeared. This badge granted the owner the Warlord's power, which increases physical training growth speed by tenfold. Jing Shizu looked a bit skeptical, crossed his arms, and wondered, the Emperor's badge, why did this appear so suddenly? Then he turned his head to look over. Do you know what this is? Dodo, with beads of sweat on his brow, looked up and confirmed, the Emperor's badge. This is the first time I've seen a real one. It's a reward for defeating the 6 kings. Hearing that familiar name, Jing Shizu looked puzzled. The 6 kings again? What exactly are they? He explained in a serious tone. If Gargantua, the ruler of the otherworld, is the emperor, then the leaders of the 6 factions who crave the throne are collectively known as the 6 kings. He seemed to have realized it after hearing that. And then, Jing Shizu raised an eyebrow and made his deduction. That means the runner-up group is eyeing the top spot, and the badges are the reward for defeating them. Dodo nodded, but didn't forget to remind him. That's right, but don't underestimate them just because they're runners-up. Although their strength is slightly lower than Genisix, the 6 kings act through schemes like betrayal, ambushes, and instigation, so from a user's perspective, they are even more dangerous than Genisix. Suddenly, he turned back with curiosity. Hey, do you guys have badges like this too? Mitch Howe heard this and hurriedly denied, no, this is the first time we've encountered one of the 6 kings. Dodo frowned. Most players haven't even reached this level yet. After hearing those words, Jing Shizu raised his hand to his chin and muttered, I see. A train of thought appeared in his mind. So I'm really strong, huh? Even famous players like Ko Hao don't know much about them, but I've already defeated both Gargantua and the Tyrant Dragon. Even so, I still haven't reached their level. When the transcendent powerhouses appear, everything will be destroyed again. I don't want to be defeated helplessly ever again. He hoisted his shovel onto his shoulder and declared firmly, to protect everything, the only way is to become a transcendent powerhouse. Next, Jing Shizu raised his shovel high and shouted loudly, all right, I've set my goals. First, find out the identity of the culprit. Second, collect all the Emperor's badges. Third, what else was there? At the same time, Mitch Howe behind him gently continued, build the railways and sell refined diamonds. He seemed to realize, nodded in surprise. That's right, those guys are waiting for me, right? I was so absorbed I forgot. She heard that and broke into a cold sweat, screaming, you even forgot about earning all that money? Are you stupid? Jing Shizu sighed and turned back, wondering, I know. But why are you guys still here? The others, seeing his calm expression, all got annoyed. It was you who brought us here. I'm definitely not leaving until I get my share of the gold. At that same moment, Foxter broke into a sweat and spoke up tentatively. He heard that and looked down at the kid in surprise, while the kid looked up hesitantly. Lord Jing Shizu, I am truly, truly sorry. Jing Shizu was stunned by these words, opening his eyes wide, while Foxter hugged L-King's head and sobbed. Because of me, a beep suddenly echoed in the silent air. Jing Shizu looked surprised. L-King's head suddenly emitted a sound. Congratulations on the master's victory. Everyone was stunned and confused. The kid seemed scared out of his wits by this sight and threw the head of L-King away. Oh my god! A laugh full of excitement echoed throughout the area. Bone Mutt then jumped up and bit it, while he broke into a sweat and looked up. Huh? Jing Shizu, after a moment of surprise, asked happily, what's this? L-King, are you still alive? L-King glanced over and answered calmly, is it called alive if I only have a head left? Well, since I'm already dead, my consciousness is still fine. Next, he reported, there are also many things destroyed in the apartment complex. Understood, Master. He nodded. All right, I'll fix them right now. Then, Jing Shizu asked curiously, hey kid, what's your name? Foxter was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and replied, what, Foxter? After that, he lowered his voice, Foxter, I don't hold any particular grudge against you. To others, those are just some skeleton monsters in the game. Who cares? Hearing this, the kid broke into a cold sweat and stuttered. But now Jing Shizu didn't let him finish and interrupted with a grim face. Do you understand now? Suddenly, a system screen appeared before him. Foxter gasped in astonishment. Jing Shizu didn't hesitate and tapped the spot, emitting a brilliant blue light. A powerful beam of energy was immediately fired forward. The source of power from the system screen seemed to envelop the entire apartment complex. The skeletons that had been smashed to pieces were being regenerated. After being healed by Jing Shizu's power, they were immediately restored to their original state. L-King, after being resurrected from the dead, let out a very triumphant laugh. At the same time, he sternly suggested, everything you've seen and experienced today, tell everyone about it. Cao Yuan replied, carrying the pickaxe, followed by the skeletons and the dwarves. And then, Jing Shizu turned his head back, his face stern as he declared, "Everything belongs to me. Lord Jing Zhu, if you mess with us, be prepared for war." Then Jing Zhu turned back, his face stern as he declared, "Everything here belongs to me. Jing Zhu, if you dare touch our people, prepare for war." Hao seemed terrified by the expression on the person before him. I understand." Those standing nearby also stiffened, not daring to utter a single word. Just then, Bobby hesitantly asked, "What should we do now?" Jing Zhu looked at him, confused. "What was that?" With a blushing, embarrassed face, he spoke up. "I'm asking, what can I do to have Gaius accept you?" Jing Zhu, Dodo, and Lowell, along with the skeletons, were stunned. While the skeletons and he were sweating, he couldn't understand why his own face was turning bright red. Then this Bobby gathered all his courage and shouted, "I want Gaius to join our side." She was sweating profusely as she immediately rushed over to persuade him. "That's right, let our alliance stand with yours too. Our numbers will definitely be a huge help." Foxter, standing nearby, chimed in, "Me too. Please accept me." Meanwhile, when he was grabbed by the neck by Heroi, he sweated and explained, "You guys have misunderstood." Dodo looked at the scene before him and frowned, asking, "What do you think?" Jing Zhu helplessly covered his face. Dealing with players was truly troublesome. Just then, Lowell offered a suggestion, "Just kill them all." Jing Zhu, hearing that, shouted angrily, "Kill them? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, he was startled as if he realized something. "Wait, maybe we should do this instead." A few days later, a figure with an obscured face was seen hovering slightly above the ground. The image of 5 feet simultaneously stomping down on the hard ground appeared. The global guild gathered, each member wearing a different expression. Hao stood at the center, speaking loudly and firmly, "Safety first." At the same time, Jing Zhu, wearing a construction outfit, stood high up and declared clearly, "Alliance, dwarves, skeletons, listen to me. I am the ruler of the Khan Highlands and the Overgeared Kingdom. The reason I gathered you all today is because of this. Even though we were enemies before, after seeing you fight together against powerful foes, I realized that we could find a way to coexist peacefully." Everyone standing below turned their eyes toward him, listening intently to his entire presentation. Then, Jing Zhu used a firm gaze and ordered, "Let's mine together in peace." The members of the Global Guild, hearing this, questioned him in unison. "What the hell are you talking about?" He didn't pay attention to their questions, instead pointing and ordering the first squad of skeletons, the skeletons and the dwarves. "Your mission is to rebuild the destroyed apartment complex." And then, Jing Zhu spread his arms wide and declared clearly, "Its new name is Frost Marsh, and from now on, it will be our base. I will personally protect it and wipe out all the evildoers." Next, he pointed at the players while frowning and shouting, "Squad 2. Alliance forces, you will help me complete the railway." Hao was startled and blurted out, "What?" Jing Zhu raised an eyebrow with a confident expression and spoke up, "I will turn the 3 bases into train stations and build a city around them. Once completed, you will have the right to use them freely." Not bad, right? Some of the guys in the Global Guild couldn't help but feel outraged. "Don't mess with us. Why should we follow your orders? Just because you're strong, you treat us like NPCs." He just reached into his shirt and smirked triumphantly. "Of course not. Players only act when there's a reward, right?" Then, Jing Zhu took out a diamond that flashed with light, asserting in a serious tone, "Help me, and as payment, I will give each of you a refined diamond." As soon as he held up the diamond worth 1 million gold, everyone below gaped and gasped. "Oh my god." He stood tall like a king, proudly showing it off. Everyone knows how valuable a refined diamond is, right? And the merchant I work with even buys them for triple the price. Is anyone ready to start yet? Immediately, the scene showed people reaching out like dogs seeing a bone. Me. Right then, Dodo turned and asked, confused, "Master, do you really need to build this with players? It will take more time, and you could do it alone." Jing Zhu replied nonchalantly, "I could do it, but if I build it alone, it's my railway. If we build it together, it will be our railway. The more people have a sense of ownership, the easier it is to protect and maintain it." He then understood the true intention behind his words. Jing Zhu smiled happily. "It's a worthwhile investment if we want to become a team." That's right. Next, he excitedly suggested, "Now, let's shout it together. Safety first." The skeleton squad below shouted in unison, "Safety first." In the reflection, the scene showed Jing Zhu and his subordinates shouting the slogan, "Safety first. Safety first." A woman watching this scene began to tear up. She curled her lips into a smile, gathering everyone he's ever met into a team that's a true leader. Yuria sat with her legs crossed, clapping gently in praise. "He really is my Jing Zhu." Suddenly, she looked back in surprise. "Oh my, Next, Rhea narrowed her eyes and smiled. Looks like there's trouble brewing over there too. In front of her were countless images reflected from various locations. A man's broad back caught Yuria's attention, shifting the scene to the Valley of No Way. A hunter canna, part of the small dragon's rage, a man stood there, watching the devastated landscape before him. As for the man at that moment, despite having a wooden stake pierced through his body, he still spoke sarcastically. A coward who attacks when Master Small Dragon isn't here, a cowardly sneak attack. The opponent didn't want to hear those filthy words anymore, so he stepped forward and grabbed his throat. He then lifted him up with one hand, speaking calmly. Of course, stealing music when the owner isn't around is too easy, isn't it? Now let's see. Since you're a cow, I'm curious what your blood tastes like. It's a pity that old dog died. After saying that, he squeezed his throat without hesitation. Trapped in this situation, he could only wait helplessly for his impending death. Ruthless, with an excited expression, he frowned and smirked. I've been curious to see what he tastes like. This was one of the 6 otherworldly kings that Dodo had mentioned. He was currently absorbing the blood of his victim while calmly speaking. The man before him had been drained, leaving only a bag of bones. The animals around him seemed to have become food for the man. Suddenly, countless streams of red blood gathered into a large blood orb. Then, it all flowed into a cup placed underneath. He grabbed the lid of the cup and grumbled irritably. Before his eyes, the man was being drained until only skin and bones remained. Even the surrounding animals seemed to have become food for Luxo. In front of him, countless red streams of blood gradually gathered into a massive orb. Then, it all flowed into a cup placed below. He reached out to grab the lid while grumbling irritably. It's all rotten meat. Despite his complaints, Luxo closed the cup's lid. He then raised the straw to his mouth and began to drink. As soon as the blood was absorbed, all of Luxo's base stats skyrocketed. A surge of powerful energy instantly radiated from his body. With blood still staining the corner of his mouth, Luxo bared his teeth, muttering that the taste wasn't bad at all. He then lowered his voice, trembling with excitement. Now, you've got me curious. I want to see how the one who defeated the Berserk Dragon tastes. Jing Qizhu had officially announced the formation of a labor union, including the Skeleton Dwarf and the World Guild Alliance. A month had passed in the real world. Gargantua was still barreling down the iron rails, while Jing Qizhu was sound asleep inside, drooling. At that same moment, a notification chimed, sounding more like a sweet melody. Our train is approaching the beginning plaza station. Please prepare to disembark. We will arrive shortly. The train will be here any second. He kept his blindfold on, drifting back to sleep. Just then, Doran called out from beside him, Master, Master, we're almost there. Jing Qizhu jolted awake, realizing, right. He then looked around, surveying the scene. Who falls asleep while playing a game? He stretched and let out a yawn. Come on, sleeping on the train is the best. But when Jing Qizhu looked out the window, he gasped in amazement. Before him was the bustling scene of the beginning plaza station, and he exclaimed with delight, so many people. With a pickaxe in hand, Jing Qizhu stepped off the train, feeling smugly self-satisfied. Who builds such a fancy station in a game? But Doran, behind him, frowned, thinking he was just showing off. As soon as he stepped out, party poppers fired from nowhere, making him jump in surprise. Huh. At that moment, a group of people outside shouted in unison, Congratulations on the opening of the train line. Jing Qizhu looked at the scene, feeling bewildered. What? I was wondering where everyone had gone. Misha pushed a bouquet into his hands and said cheerfully, Congratulations on your success as a railroad tycoon, Your Majesty. He blushed, stammering a reply. Thanks. At that moment, Haster stepped forward to give his regards. The leveling warrior Haster also sends his congratulations. Jing Qizhu was surprised and asked, Where is he? But he just lowered his head and smirked. Who knows? Then Heart Heater shrugged, guessing, probably off fighting somewhere else again. That guy is obsessed with fighting. Then he chuckled happily. I heard Jing Qizhu's recent achievements have attracted quite a bit of attention. Jing Qizhu broke into a cold sweat, hesitating. I hope not. Just then, Gaius approached Jing Qizhu and said with a scoff, Regardless, you did well. For a new player, you're not half bad, human. Jing Qizhu felt a bit disappointed and wondered, Is that all? He snapped his fingers and smirked, denying it. Of course not. Suddenly, glittering lights appeared above, making him look up in surprise. Huh. A massive golden pillar of light crashed down, causing Jing Qizhu to shriek in shock. At the same time, a system notification appeared. You have completed Gaius's quest, and the gold has been transferred. I wonder if he even paid attention to those words, because right now, all he saw was money. After getting the gold, Jing Qizhu couldn't help but gloat, raising both hands. The reward has been paid in full. His face seemed to shine brighter than ever. His current assets had reached 9.9 billion gold. Jing Zhu looked as if he were plated in gold, leaving everyone around him gaping in shock. He smiled to himself, thinking, finally, my life has turned a new page. A long journey, 3 years living in satisfy. And I'm finally free. Jing Zhu's silhouette in his cramped room appeared. Suddenly, Misha asked with wide, sparkling eyes, do you have a girlfriend? Jing Zhu was stunned. What? Heart Heater, watching this scene, mused to himself. He's excited, getting rich from playing a game and becoming wealthy in real life. That's not a rare story anymore. She seemed curious and asked, so, what's the first thing you're going to do with that money? He turned to her, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Ah, and he smiled to himself, thinking, I think I know. First, he would log out, convert the gold to cash, and then go online to look up real estate and luxury cars. But the way Jing Zhu spent his money was far different from what Heart Heater had imagined. He was seen holding up a foaming mug of barley ale, shouting excitedly, the party is here, guys. Jing Zhu stood on a pedestal, partying with all his might. The people below were also joining in the lively atmosphere of the party. He broke into a cold sweat, staring in disbelief. I can't believe it. He has 9.9 billion gold, but instead of spending it right away, he's still staying in the game. I've never seen anything like this before. At the same time, Jing Zhu, his face flushed, tentatively approached Haster. All my VIPs are here. Let me buy everyone a drink. Heart Heater was startled as he looked at Jing Zhu. He held out his glass and offered, can I ask you something? Jing Zhu calmly poured some ale and wondered, what is it? He didn't hold back and asked straight out, this party must have cost you a fortune. Why spend it here? Jing Zhu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Huh? Why wouldn't I? Heart Heater calmly offered his own perspective. You could have lived it up all by yourself in the real world. He didn't reply, just curved his lips into a smile. Then, Jing Zhu gently opened up. This money, if I hadn't met them in this game, I might not have earned a single cent. We've fought, made up, done so much, eaten, and played together. It's quite heartwarming, isn't it? Sharing it together is the real romance. Heart Heater, having received a satisfying answer, happily drank his ale. I understand now. Gaius, sitting opposite, also smiled faintly. Then he said softly, well, I think I'll head back to the main server. Seeing this, he pleaded regretfully. Stay a little longer. He let out a sigh and said calmly, it's time for trouble to find me. Looking at him floating in mid-air, he reminded him sternly, you seem like a good person, so I'll give you one piece of advice. Jing Zhu, don't get too tied down to this world. The other world is only a small part of something much larger. He continued, if you look further ahead, you will grow even more. Then he cheerfully suggested, I look forward to seeing you in the deep sea. See you again, Jing Zhu of the other world. After Gaius spoke, he smiled and held up 2 fingers as a farewell. Jing Zhu watched the small figure vanish, filled with confusion. What was Gaius talking about? Heart Heater, standing next to him, muttered to himself. The root of the other world is the UNDEAD Kingdom. Finally, hearing that, he asked in confusion, what are you NPCs mumbling about? Just then, a crowd of people came running from afar, shouting loudly, Jing Zhu, boss. Jing Zhu turned his head back, confused. Huh? They appeared from nowhere, and as soon as they arrived, they made their offer. I'm Sak. He's Buon. I'm Batty from the UNDEAD Bakery in Reinhardt. Let's do business together. Witnessing this, he broke into a cold sweat, feeling confused. What is this? Why are those people fighting to grab the hand of a walking money bag while happily calling out, Gaius, please let our brand open a shop at your station. Us too, please. We also want to join you, Gaius. Jing Zhu felt a bit flustered and stammered. Wait, line up one by one. At the same time, he cursed inwardly, Gaius, you jerk. Is this the trouble you were talking about? The others didn't intend to stop, constantly begging, boss, shake my hand. Me too, me too. Right then, a hand gently reached out from the side. Lu approached him and spoke cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Jing Zhu, right? I manage a small cafe in the suburbs. Just call me Lu. Upon seeing the other person, Jing Zhu instinctively frowned. He observed the guy's face and pondered in his head. This guy Jing Zhu seemed annoyed as he looked at Lu, squinting and muttering to himself, this guy. Then he shook his hand while inwardly lamenting his own fate. Damn it, he's so handsome. Life is so unfair. An image of their 2 hands gripped together appeared before him. Luxo narrowed his eyes slightly and then curled his lips, remarking, You smell just like I thought you would. He was stunned and wondered. Smell. Wait, Jing Zhu was startled, questioning himself. I only smell alcohol. Is he suggesting we drink? We just met and he wants to drink already? Luxo spoke softly. I just came to say hello today. Come by my cafe for coffee whenever you're free. See you later. He seemed completely unaware that he was being judged in the other's mind. What a lush, he thought. He noticed Hatio and Jim sitting silently, observing everything. Once Luxo finished speaking, he turned and left. Jingqi Zhu's eyes met with Bone Mutt's. Bone Mutt then happily sidled up to him. Jingqi Zhu broke into a cold sweat and pushed Bone Mutt away firmly. His figure had completely disappeared. Just then, he called out in a serious tone, "Jim." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Yes." Next, Heart Heater gave an order regarding the cafe owner. Luxo investigate him. Jim nodded without hesitation. After a wild drinking session in the other world, Jingqi Zhu logged out of the game to return to reality. A week later, somewhere in Seoul, South Korea, in a cram school village, a voice full of excitement echoed from inside a restaurant. "Cheers, everyone. Thanks for the meal." Jingqi Zhu smiled and said, "Yeah, go ahead and eat, guys." Chun Han looked up with curiosity. "But where did you get the money for all this meat?" He was momentarily flustered, then shrugged and made up an excuse. "My mom sent me some money. She told me to treat you guys since I'm always freeloading." Chun Han patted Jingqi Zhu's shoulder and laughed. "Hasn't your mom given up on you yet?" Jingqi Zhu wondered while putting a piece of meat in his mouth. "What are you talking about?" Chun Han replied nonchalantly. "My dad even told me not to come home for the holidays." He broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "Eat up. I'm almost done with this life in Jikon. I've even picked out a luxury office center." But his mood suddenly plummeted. Jingqi Zhu felt dejected, muttering inwardly, "But this party feels so dull. It was so much more exciting in that other world. I want to log back in and see what those guys are up to." Just then, the restaurant door opened. Baxiu waved happily when he saw the person walking in. "She's here." He looked up. "Yu Un-ha, over here." Yu Un-ha, wearing thick glasses, said flusteredly, "Sorry." She clutched the strap of her bag and said nervously, "I'm really late, aren't I? My part-time shift ran long." Jingqi Zhu wasn't angry. Instead, he said cheerfully, "It's fine, we just started. Sit down and eat." Yu Un-ha's cheeks turned red instantly. The joy on her face was clear. "Okay." Then he said sympathetically, "It must be tough working and studying at the same time." She laughed happily. "No, I'm okay." Just then, one of Jingqi Zhu's 3 friends announced, "Yu Un-ha, Jingqi Zhu is paying today." Yu Un-ha was startled. "Huh, where did Jingqi Zhu get the money?" The person replied casually, "His mom sent it." After eating their fill, the friend said with satisfaction, "Thanks for the meal. Tell your mom we said thanks." He nodded happily. "Yeah." Jingqi Zhu waved goodbye to his 3 friends. "See you at the cram school." Yu Un-ha also said goodbye. Chun Han raised his hand and replied, "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Then he turned his head back and said, "See you next time, Yu Un-ha." Seeing that, she hurriedly called out to Jingqi Zhu, "Wait." Jingqi Zhu glanced back, confused, then raised an eyebrow. "Do you have something to say?" Yu Un-ha was a bit hesitant, stammering without forming a clear sentence, until she gathered all her courage to extend an invitation. "Do you want to drink something at my place?" Jingqi Zhu didn't even think twice and declined without hesitation. "Sorry, I have an appointment in the other world." "Sorry, let's drink next time, okay? Bye." Upon hearing such an immediate refusal, Yu Un-ha just stood there, stunned. Even while lying in bed later, the shock still hadn't faded. Yu Un-ha gently pulled the blanket over herself. She couldn't hold it back anymore and started to cry. Tears streamed down her face. Sobbing, Yu Un-ha hesitantly asked herself, "Is that game really that much fun?" Then, she took off her glasses. She picked up her pink virtual reality headset. Without hesitation, she put it on. Before her eyes, lines of tangled code appeared. System notifications popped up simultaneously. Connecting to the other world, Yu Un-ha stood alone in the dark, dense forest. She sighed, bored, standing there by herself. "Thanks to you, I missed my post-party plans." Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed through the empty space, catching her attention. Luxo looked her over and mocked with disdain. "What kind of weak outfit is that? You really are just a lost newbie, aren't you?" Then he declared loudly, "This is the Death Continent that even veteran adventurers avoid. The territory of the Vampire King, the Lord of Vampires. But that reputation won't last long. They say the Vampire Lord isn't even a monster anymore. I, the great Luxo, will surpass him and become the new Vampire King." Yu Un-ha calmly remarked, "Pretty confident, aren't you?" Luxo laughed arrogantly, wielding a sharp weapon in his hand. "Of course, now, you'll have the honor of becoming fuel for this body." He swung his blade down without hesitation. "Die and be grateful." At that moment, she flew into the air and shouted, activating her Gyuso eye contact skill. An image of mesmerizing eyes appeared. The moment Luxo met that enchanting gaze, his face flushed uncontrollably. What? He stammered in confusion as he saw his defense stats drop. No way, what's wrong with you? Yu Eun-ha, now in a completely different form, smirked triumphantly. You've fallen for me at first sight, haven't you? His face turned as red as a tomato as he frantically denied it. I haven't, she asked calmly. Do you know why you're getting weaker? Then, Eun-ha answered her own question. It's because when you like someone, you want to go easy on them. She then activated her Heartthrob skill, a powerful attack that pierced straight through Luxo's chest with massive damage. As soon as he was hit, his entire body fell backward. After successfully taking him down, Eun-ha smirked. Love only leaves scars. 10 months ago, in the gray sky, a heavy downpour fell. An image of a slender hand reaching out to catch the rain appeared. Yu Eun-ha looked up, thinking to herself, it's really pouring today. She stood under the eaves, worriedly thinking about how she didn't bring an umbrella. Just then, a voice behind her made Yu Eun-ha turn around in surprise. Hey, do you live in Gangdong too? She was startled and stammered, huh, wait, how did you? She looked at the person in front of her and casually smiled as he explained. I guess so. I live there too. I've noticed we've been taking the same route lately. Yu Eun-ha could only nod. Then, he suggested, you're heading home, right? If you don't have an umbrella, you can share mine. But Eun-ha seemed a bit flustered and waved her hands to refuse. No, it's fine, really. Suddenly, Jing Qizu held out the umbrella, making her jump in surprise. Huh? Then, he dashed out into the pouring rain. Well then, you go by yourself. Yu Eun-ha couldn't help but look confused. What is this? Everyone around them burst into laughter, making her face turn bright red. What in the world? Then Eun-ha grabbed the umbrella and ran into the rain, shouting, wait, let's share it. After searching for a while without success, she panted and wondered, where did you run off to? You're too fast. At the same time, Jing Qizu called out from the side. Over here. He was soaked to the bone but still had the energy to tease her. You're way too slow. Look, you're all wet. Yu Eun-ha saw his appearance and flusteredly questioned him. Why did you suddenly run off like that? As raindrops fell softly, Jing Qizu calmly replied, if I didn't do that, you would have definitely kept walking in the rain. Studying is already exhausting enough. Getting soaked in the rain would just be worse. It seemed like she had fallen in love with Jing Qizu at that moment. An image of him walking under the umbrella while his own shoulder got wet flashed before her eyes. At the same time, Eun-ha shyly spoke up. We don't even know each other's names yet. Jing Qizu realized it, startled. That's right. Then he asked, what's your name? She replied softly, I'm Yu Eun-ha. And you? Thoughts flashed through her mind. I'm Jing Qizu. Jing Qizu. Eun-ha, in her succubus form, was seen hugging an orb engraved with his name. She was lost in love after successfully defeating Luxo. At that moment, a voice behind her made Yu Eun-ha jump. What are you doing? Before her stood an entire flock of bats flying toward her. The lead bat was slowly transforming into human form, his silhouette gradually taking shape. Yu Eun-ha shielded her eyes from the blinding light. She winced as she saw his appearance. Lucha remarked in a low voice, you really are a pervert, but it suits you. Holding a cup of blood, he smirked. At the very least, you need to have that level of lust. That's the only way to be a true succubus. Right then, Eun-ha reached out her arm forcefully, but before she could touch Luxo, a thunderous noise echoed through the air. Sounds like lightning struck exactly where the two were standing. With a furious expression, Yu Eun-ha gritted her teeth and growled. It's all because of you that I'm in this mess. He swatted her hand away and clicked his tongue. Don't blame others. Then, Luxo turned to leave calmly. Regardless, the target has been identified. Get ready, you'll be the one leading the same plan. Yu Eun-ha exclaimed in shock. What? Who was the target this time? Seeing this, Luxo looked excited. I haven't told you yet, he then pointed toward the sky without hesitation. Jing Qizu. Right now, he's the hottest name in the other world. The guy you're interested in. Jing Qizu. We're taking him down tonight. Eun-ha broke into a cold sweat at the mention of that name. As for Jing Qizu, Luxo said in a low voice, I've been tracking his movements. He'll appear at the shore to catch the night train. You ambush and weaken him, and I will finish him off. I'll finish him. He had defeated main characters and even one of the 6 generals. With eyes glowing red, he smirked excitedly. That power is definitely worth a challenge. I'm looking forward to it. After hearing the plan, she angrily objected, No way. Why would I fight Jing Qizu? If you want to hurt him so much, do it yourself. Luxo pondered for a moment and asked, confused. You weaken them. I finish them off, it's always been this way. So why object now? Then he frowned and reminded her. This is just a game. You're a team member. I'm the team leader. Wake up. You don't like fighting someone you like. Are you stupid? Think about your skills. Yu Un-ha looked blankly at him. Luxo spoke softly. Gaiuso, eye contact, a charm skill that weakens opponents. Then he glared and asserted, you're a loser. You can't get a boyfriend in real life. But if you use your skills, you can live that dream in the game. Who would have thought a loser like Yu Un-ha would be a succubus? Your family and friends don't know, right? You can do things you could never do in real life. Make the person you like fall for you. Why not try it? After hearing those words, she seemed a bit swayed and pursed her lips. After some convincing, Luxo gently placed his hand on Yu Un-ha's shoulder. Now go. I'll follow soon. Let's do this. Okay? We're a team. After he said that, he spread his wings and flew away, leaving her standing there alone in a terrible mood. Luxo seemed quite satisfied with his earlier speech, flying through the sky with a smirk on his face. He was soaring along, blissfully unaware that he was being followed. At the same time, Dai reported in a low voice, target locked. That's the cafe owner, not the vampire Lord Luxo. I'm starting the pursuit now. The scene shifts to the Tate Tin Bowl La Station. Beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars, Yu Un-ha sat alone on a wooden bench, looking bored. She rested her chin on her hands, looking dejected, as if something was weighing on her mind. Just then, a thought crossed her mind. Even Jing Qizhu, ever since I found out he started playing the Otherworld game, I've been waiting for the day we'd meet inside. Suddenly, a raindrop fell onto her lap. The sky suddenly opened up, mirroring the gloom in Yu Un-ha's heart. She sat on the bench, holding out her hand to catch the cool, falling raindrops. As the rain began to pour, Jing Qizhu was running fast, yelling, "Why did it start raining all of a sudden? This feels too real. I'm soaked to the bone." Ro Dao grumbled uncomfortably beside him. "It's freezing." He blinked and opened his system menu. "Wait, I remember seeing a recipe for an umbrella earlier." As soon as he saw the umbrella crafting recipe, Jing Qizhu didn't hesitate to click, "Confirm." Found it. Instantly, an umbrella appeared, leaving both him and his companion in awe. Next, Jing Qizhu asked curiously, "I wonder if it's raining in the Dark Highlands. I still need to take my baby chick for a walk." Dudu thought for a moment before replying hesitantly, "It depends on the area." Yu Un-ha hid behind a pillar, peeking out. As soon as she saw the person in front of her, she was startled to realize it was Jing Qizhu. At the same time, Yu Un-ha imagined herself walking side by side with him under the umbrella. She blushed, pursing her lips as if preparing to make a decision. Just as Yu Un-ha was about to step forward, a loud voice rang out, "Jing Qizhu." Jing Qizhu jumped when he saw who had appeared. "Ha!" Michao ran over and snatched the umbrella away. Jing Qizhu broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Michaowie, what are you doing here?" She asked cheerfully. "I'm on patrol." "Obviously. What about you, Jing Qizhu?" Jing Qizhu replied nonchalantly, "I was just running some errands. I'm heading back to the Dark Highlands now." He waved her off, annoyed. "Hey, stop following me. Get away." Michao cheekily replied, "If I do that, I'll get wet." Yu Un-ha's eyes widened in surprise. She wondered curiously, who is that girl? Who does she think she is, walking beside Jing Qizhu like that, and sharing an umbrella, too? A wave of jealousy seemed to wash over Yu Un-ha. Just then, Jing Qizhu announced, "The train is here." He said, "I'm off then. See you later." Suddenly, Michao called out, "Wait, Jing Qizhu." She then happily suggested, "If you're getting on the train, lend me that umbrella." Yu Un-ha heard this and glared, questioning to herself, "What?" Michao pouted, "Come on, you can just make another one." Yu Un-ha thought angrily, what on earth does she think she's doing? She's blatantly flirting with him. "Don't give it to her. Jing Qizhu, don't." But Jing Qizhu casually handed the umbrella to Michao. "Sure, go ahead and take it." Michao exclaimed delightedly, "Really? How lucky." Seeing his decision, Yu Un-ha froze in place. Michao stood outside the train, waving goodbye happily. "Thanks. I'll take good care of it." Jing Qizhu turned his head to reply, "Yeah. See you next time." Michao watched the genie TV train pull away, waving joyfully. "Bye." Once she had her prize, she looked triumphant. "I got his umbrella." Suddenly, a purple light flashed behind her, startling Yu Un-ha. Then, Michao moved toward the purple light, cautiously asking, "Hey, who's there?" Dark fingers gripped the pillar as UQ-bot slowly stepped out from where she had been hiding. She stared at the person before her with ice-cold eyes. Michao was shocked to realize it was UQ-bot. Then, Michao covered her mouth and giggled, a monster hiding in the shadows, trying to ambush someone. "You picked the wrong target, because I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Global Union Otherworld Branch, Michao, and furthermore, I am your natural predator." At that moment, her palm glowed with a blinding light. As Michao aimed her arrow at Yu Unha, she said triumphantly, "Because I am a woman, too." Without hesitation, she launched her attack. An arrow of lightning. Yu Unha, with raindrops rolling down her cheeks, spoke softly. Skill activation. With heart-shaped eyes, she calmly unleashed the Gyuzo Eye technique. As soon as the attack hit, Michao was stunned. Finally, she was enchanted, blankly muttering, "Huh? What is this? Why is it working on me? But I'm a girl, too." All of Michao's stats dropped, causing her lightning arrow to wobble as if it were drunk. Then, the arrow crashed hard into the ground. She stood there, floating as if caught in a dream. Suddenly, Yu Unha let out a surprised cry. Then, she narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Despite the spell, Michao wouldn't let go of the umbrella. Amidst the pouring rain, Yu Unha stepped closer to Michao. She placed her hand on her chest and activated another skill. Without hesitation, Yu Unha unleashed her move, Lightning Heart. A powerful surge of electricity shot through, making Michao scream. Her whole body turned charred black. The umbrella in her hand hovered in midair for a moment, and the other one slowly drifted down. At that moment, Yu Unha reached out and caught the umbrella. She gripped it tightly, gloating as she watched the charred Michao swaying and collapsing. Having no strength left after that strike, Michao collapsed face first onto the cold ground. At the same time, Yu Unha blushed and whispered to herself, "Jing Qizhu, please wait for me just a little longer." The scene of the two of them walking under the umbrella crossed her mind, and she smiled with a look of pure adoration. "I'll be the one to return your umbrella to you." In the night sky, a full moon appeared, carved with the name King Jing Qizhu. At the same time, a dark figure flashed by. Luxo, with his fiery red wings, swooped forward like a speeding arrow, his face devoid of any emotion. He silently observed the scenery below. Suddenly, a noise echoed from under a tree, making Luxo pause. Huh. He narrowed his eyes to get a better look, then, without a second thought, Luxo dove straight down. He landed lightly on the rocky surface and remarked, "Impressive." Luxo walked toward the tree and said in a low voice, "I didn't notice a thing. How long have you been following me?" He seemed a bit impatient, glaring and warning, "Come out, before I tear this whole area apart." Hearing that, the mysterious person slowly stepped out of their hiding spot. Then, Jim reached behind and grabbed the hilt of his sword to avoid any misunderstanding. "I didn't show my face because you caught me tailing you." He raised his sharp blade and declared in his stern voice, "I appeared on my own to deal with you right here." When Luho saw Jim, he crossed his arms and asked, "So, you're the Pixel from Heart Heater." Seeing that, he immediately corrected himself. Calling her an assistant was more accurate. He didn't care about such things and just plunged straight ahead. Jim didn't just stand there and take it. He grabbed his weapon and countered. A loud clash echoed throughout Gaius, and a powerful surge of energy erupted between the two. A blinding light flared in the dark forest. You could see the blade in his hand trembling, while Luxo just smirked and spoke up. "I've been suspicious of you for a long time. Aren't you, Heart Heater, and those other NPCs acting a little too much like humans? It's irritating." Jim grunted as he struggled to push his blade down, sweat dripping from his face as he retorted, "Is that what you wanted to hear from me?" Without hesitation, he called him out. "You don't play like a normal user. You're lurking around like some kind of bug." The Vampire King Luxo froze at those words. Then Luxo let out a triumphant grin. Suddenly, he gripped Jim's wrist with immense strength. That's right. He squeezed down hard, causing Jim to break into a cold sweat from the pain. All of Jim's stats were being drained by his opponent. His attribute levels were plummeting rapidly. Seeing this, Jim turned pale with horror and let out a shout. Though he didn't want to, he made the split-second decision to sacrifice his right hand. Luxo was busy enjoying his meal, when he suddenly jolted in surprise as he saw the left arm of the person before him enlarge. "Huh?" he gasped, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. "What?" Jim's massive hand grabbed Luxo like he was nothing more than a toy. He then slammed him into the ground, shouting a curse. "Die!" The force of Jim's throw sent his body flying a great distance. Once the attack landed, his arm slowly reverted to its normal size. Jim stood there panting for breath after pouring so much energy into that blow. At the same time, he frowned and muttered, "I was already on guard against the Vampire King, but I didn't expect you to be able to drain stats through physical contact." Then, Jim said sternly, "The Six Kings are far more dangerous than the analysis suggested." Suddenly, Jim's expression shifted to one of pure shock as if he'd just seen something truly unbelievable. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and he stammered, "No, that's impossible." Because right in front of Jim stood the very person he had just blasted away, walking forward with a calm demeanor, stretching his arms out as if he hadn't a care in the world. A truly interesting body. "Sorry for underestimating you." Luxo then picked up his glass of blood and spoke softly, I thought you were just someone trailing Heart Heater. Then, Luxo declared loudly, from now on, I'll face you as seriously as if I were taking down a difficult boss. I'll bite you to the very end and drain every last drop of your blood, without leaving a single one. The scene shifts to the backbone of the forest, where Bone Mutt is happily jumping around. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Jingqi Zhu, carrying a shovel on his shoulder, smirked and reminded him, take it slow, or you'll get hurt. At the same time, L-King turned to ask, are you heading to the starting plaza? Did you find anything out about the identity of that shovel? He shrugged and replied, nothing at all. The engine only reacted as if it were a special, exclusive weapon. Do, walking behind them, spoke up. Maybe that's true. Jingqi Zhu then confidently asserted, I've had it since I started the game. Suddenly, it let out a beep, startling him into looking ahead. I don't know what Jingqi Zhu saw, but he gasped in awe. Right before them, a cherry blossom tree was in full bloom. He asked curiously, cherry blossoms are blooming in a place like this? Next, everyone headed toward the cherry blossom tree with its pink hues. Bone Mutt and Do were happy, lying down on the petals scattered across the ground. Jingqi Zhu's feet stepped gently onto the soft petals. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, so beautiful. Jingqi Zhu was enjoying it, not noticing Yuan-Ha, who was sitting on a branch above, watching with an umbrella in her hand. Her eyes were flashing with heart shapes. Right then, Yuan-Ha wondered to herself, why do I have to fight Jingqi Zhu? Luxo was busy using his words to hypnotize Yuan-Ha into following his plan. You don't want to fight the one you like? Are you an idiot? Think carefully about your combat style. Luxo continued with his eyes, a skill that charms opponents to weaken them. You can't even get a date in real life, so you use that skill to get satisfaction in the game, right? That gloomy succubus Yuan-Ha. Luxo whispered. No one in your family or among your friends has realized who you are yet, right? Seducing crushes in real life is impossible, but you can do it in the game, so why not? Yuan-Ha's face darkened as she stared ahead. Then, she closed her eyes, and her thoughts raced. Yeah, after all, it's just a game. Jingqi Zhu looked surprised when he saw her, while Yuan-Ha firmly told herself, you're done for, because today, you'll be seduced by a succubus and fall to the vampire king, Luxo. I'll just play along with that path. Suddenly, he called out a name. Yuan-Ha heard it and broke into a sweat, startled. Huh? He pointed at Yuan-Ha and calmly said, is that really you? Yuan-Ha, it's me. Wait, Jingqi Zhu, you're playing Gaia too? How could we run into each other so coincidentally? It was amazing. She was momentarily stunned by the sight. Next, Yuan-Ha's face turned as red as a tomato, and she was so embarrassed that she kept sweating. Then, she covered her face and awkwardly denied it. No, that's not it. I'm not Yuan-Ha. Jingqi Zhu realized then, that's definitely Yuan-Ha's voice. He asked in surprise, but why are you dressed so scantily? Are you a succubus? Yuan-Ha heard this and immediately slumped to the ground. No. Luxo stepped forward and confirmed, it's definitely a succubus, seducing humans. She blushed deeply, hurriedly waving her hand to signal, shut up. Then Yuan-Ha yelled, you're only wearing pants, too. Jingqi Zhu realized he was a target and immediately covered himself. Huh? He then hurriedly turned away. I didn't even realize, but it really is embarrassing to meet someone I know. Yuan-Ha, on the other side, also yelled in embarrassment. Me too, you idiot. He watched the scene before him and sighed helplessly. This is ridiculous. A hint of joy appeared on her face. Next, Yuan-Ha hesitated and asked, how did you recognize me? My appearance changed completely when I transformed. Jingqi Zhu, with flushed cheeks, scratched his head and replied, you still look like yourself. It's just your clothes and hairstyle that changed. This game creates characters randomly, but I recognize you at first glance. She was a bit flustered and stammered, looking away. Yuan-Ha sweated and gave a sheepish smile. I see. Just then, he spoke in a serious tone. I have something I want to ask you, too. Where did you get that umbrella? That's the one I gave to you, isn't it? The scene of the umbrella floating in mid-air replayed before their eyes. The moment the mic was scorched black by her was also revealed, just like the moment she coldly watched her fall. After getting the umbrella, Yuan-Ha wore an incredibly satisfied smile. Back to the present, L-King stared straight ahead, a purple streak of energy flashing in one eye. Bone Mutt and Dodo were bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Sook stood with a stern face, waiting for an answer. However, Yu just sat there, refusing to respond. He seemed to sense something and frowned. At that very moment, her eyes flashed with a pink glow as she turned around, and Jingqi Zhu, with a blue streak in his eyes, turned back without hesitation. As their eyes met, Yu Eunha suddenly shifted her legs, making him instinctively frown. As soon as she pinned Jing Qizhu down with her leg, he gasped. Huh. Then, Yu Eunha gently lifted his face and said, Jing Qizhu, I'm sorry. And then, Eunha didn't hesitate to unleash her skill. As their eyes locked, a giant pink heart-shaped symbol appeared on the cherry blossom tree. In the dark sky, the full moon was engraved with the name Qin Jing Qizhu. Dai, after the lopsided battle with Lutz So, was completely defeated. He was seen with his head severed from his shriveled body, lying on the cold ground. After draining Jim's blood, he rushed off. He's not at the plaza. Let's go. Lutz So, followed by his underlings, glared and growled, Dai, Yu Eunha. Lutz So, seemingly in a crazed state, smirked and hissed, What do you think you're doing? Huh. Amidst the sky filled with cherry blossom petals, the moon bore the name Qin Jing Qizhu. Yu Eunha gently closed her eyes, her hands still resting softly on Jing Qizhu's face. Then, she spoke softly. I didn't want to meet you this way. If we were in another world, we could have gone for a walk, enjoy the scenery together. I had imagined a meeting like that. The image of two hands intertwined appeared before their eyes. She looked down with a sorrowful gaze. I'm really sorry. But Jing Qizhu looked completely clear-headed, as if the hypnosis skill had been neutralized. He tilted his head in confusion, asking, What are you sorry for? What is there to apologize for? Yu Eunha was sweating profusely now. Still bewildered by what was happening, Jing Qizhu cheerfully said, Anyway, you startled me. I thought you were going to attack me. Seeing that the person before her was still rational, she turned beet red, her heart feeling like it had shattered in two. Yu Eunha whispered in astonishment, Huh? Suddenly, he curiously asked, But where did you actually get that umbrella from? Seeing that her skill hadn't affected him, Yu Eunha immediately backed away. Holding the umbrella, she blushed and spoke, what just happened? It was the first time Gyuso's eye contact skill had failed to describe the ability. It was the exclusive skill of the XB. Gyuso's eye contact recorded a fixed value when meeting Su Kilb in the other world with monsters and NPCs, but recorded emotional fluctuations with players. If the target is hit by this skill, their stats decrease according to the recorded emotional fluctuation. The concept that just looking at Use Kilb makes you fall in love instantly. The game recreated it in a twisted way. Su Kilb using such a powerful skill naturally became a terrifying threat. Yu Eunha, a level 90 super high-level player, had never failed with Gyuso's eye contact before. Yet, today was the first time she had failed. The reason was that although he had faced Su Kilb, there was absolutely no emotional fluctuation. In other words, Qin Jing Qizhu felt nothing at all. As soon as Yu Eunha realized that Jing Qizhu had no feelings for her, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. She didn't seem to believe the reality of it yet. Then, Yu Eunha's eyes shifted from surprise to tears. It was as if someone had drained all her energy. She leaned to the side and collapsed to the ground, startling Jing Qizhu. Huh? He asked loudly without hesitation. Yu Eunha, what's wrong? Are you hurt? She wondered to herself, her body trembling in confusion. How can this be? Even humans, who are supposed to be prey, monsters, or proud women all have fallen before this appearance. Her trembling hand clenched tightly. Yu Eunha sat on the ground, looking helpless. Qin Jing Qizhu, she wore an expression as if she were about to cry. Only you don't. Jing Qizhu, unaware of her current emotions, asked with concern, Are you okay? Do you need to go outside? Leaving. L-King, watching from behind, remarked in surprise, You are truly amazing. Suddenly, Yu Eunha grabbed the umbrella and thrust it forward with force. Fortunately, he reacted in time and leaned to dodge the fatal strike. Seeing her attacking repeatedly, Jing Qizhu was confused. What are you doing? She seemed to have gone insane, screaming loudly. You dodged that pretty well. Clearly, Gyuso's eye contact didn't work. How hateful. Caught off guard, he didn't understand what was going on. What kind of noise are you making? At that moment, Dodo broke into a sweat and spoke up. Are they fighting? Should we help our master? Suddenly, he reached out to stop them. Wait, there's no killing intent in that attack. Let's observe for a while longer. He listened, his jaw dropping in surprise. Really? L-King watched the fight while happily commenting. No, actually, I'm not really sure. What an interesting lover's quarrel. Dodo heard that and shouted angrily, Hey, you. Yu Eunha, with teary eyes, shouted angrily and activated her skill. Heartbeat fluctuation. After she finished speaking, she threw a punch forward. All the Rocky Mountains behind them were instantly leveled by the impact. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Jing Qizhu widened his eyes and wondered to himself, What the hell is that? He sweated and questioned loudly. Do you have to argue on this scale? Meanwhile, L-King laughed excitedly nearby. Amazing. Then he raised an eyebrow and remarked, it's clearly an act of petulant resentment, but the high stats make it look like a critical hit. That woman is truly strong. After being scared by the earlier hit, he sat on the ground and stammered, You unha, you've become very strong. You unha replied nonchalantly. Of course, ever since the other world opened, I have trained relentlessly, not skipping a single day. Jing Qizhu sweated as he questioned, Is that something a player should say? Then he slowly stood up. But I'm the same. I don't know why, but we are enemies, aren't we? Yu Unha just stood there, silent, saying nothing. Jing Qizhu seemed to understand and remarked hesitantly, What a shame. She looked straight at him with an awkward gaze. And then Yu Unha lowered her voice. If only we could have met as allies, it would have been better. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them didn't hesitate and charged straight at each other. A look of unwavering determination appeared on Kim Chi-wook's face. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat, startled as if he had just witnessed some scene. All of Kim Chi-wook's attention was fixed on the eyes of his opponent. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet Yu Unha continued to charge forward. Suddenly, Kim Chi-wook lunged and hugged her tightly. Yu Unha was so moved by this unexpected action that she burst into tears. At the same time, someone else appeared behind Kim Chi-wook and struck down hard. It seemed like he had detected the presence of another person, so he grabbed her and pulled her away from that dangerous spot. The two of them fell hard onto the hard ground and slid a long distance. As the dust gradually settled, he frowned with a puzzled look and muttered, What? And Yu Unha, seeing who had just appeared, instinctively wore a look of terror. Before them, a hand covered in bulging blood vessels appeared, buried deep in the ground. The entire pink cherry blossom tree was now engulfed in a bright, vivid red. All the flowers on the tree vanished in an instant without a trace. The ground suddenly shook violently. Dodo saw this and started running while screaming, Bone Mutt, run, run. What is that? It's absorbing all the energy around us. At the same time, Luxo landed and slowly lifted his hand, which had been pinned into the ground. Exuding a murderous aura, he spoke in a low voice, I thought this was a perfect ambush. Then, Luxo tilted his head and smirked. What a waste. Just then, a sharp sword tip appeared from out of nowhere, stopping just inches from his face. The owner of that surprise attack was Lackey. As Luxo leaned back to dodge, he exclaimed in surprise, Oh? When Lackey saw the opponent dodge his strike, he couldn't hide his astonishment. Meanwhile, Luxo tilted his mouth, offering a slightly amused smile. As expected, there's a dangerous guy here. Kim Chi-wook raised an eyebrow and commented, Well done, Lackey. At that moment, Dodo frowned and questioned, Who are you? Why didn't you let that guy go? Lackey backed away and firmly stated, That guy is different. He definitely wants to kill us all. Meanwhile, Luxo flashed a smug smile at them. As soon as he saw the opponent's appearance, he realized with a start, Wait, that guy, he's the one who came to the company party last time, the handsome coffee shop owner. Hearing that, he replied with amusement, Thanks for the compliment. Then, Kim Chi-wook questioned in a deep voice, appearing so suddenly, Who are you? Why are you attacking? He responded with a hint of contempt, such naivety. You've already been investigated, why keep acting innocent? You even sent Heart Heater's underlings as assassins. He looked bewildered hearing that. Heart Heater? What are you talking about? Luxo shrugged and said, Whatever, just keep pretending you don't know. Then, he snapped his fingers and announced loudly, Since my identity is exposed anyway, and the ambush failed, let's have a fair duel. Right after that snap, red illusions appeared everywhere. They swarmed the sky. Seeing this, Lackey frowned, These guys. Then he sternly declared, Beings without a self, created from blood and energy, the Dark Monster Legion. At the same time, Luxo held out his hand with his long tongue hanging out, speaking in a low voice, By the honor of one of the 6 kings, I officially declare war. Listen well. Kim Chi-wook, leader of the Dark Legion, reigning in the shadows. I, the Blood Clan King, Luxo, will hunt you down from this day forward. Kim Chi-wook was startled and questioned, Wait, the 6 kings? Like too long? I heard the 6 kings were a group of boss monsters, but you're clearly a player, right? The opponent just shrugged and smiled, Humph, I have no obligation to answer you. Then, Luxo frowned and warned, If you compare me to that old dog, I'll be very disappointed. Seeing that, he exclaimed in surprise, You seem confident, don't you? Then, Kim Chi-wook raised an eyebrow and smirked, Fine. My goal was to get to you guys anyway. All right, as you said, a fair duel. Hearing those words come out of his mouth, he held up his clawed hand. Very well. Suddenly, Lackey was startled and thought to himself, Damn it, I was careless. I dropped my guard like a fool. He didn't hesitate and immediately signaled, Get out of there. Move, quickly. Kim Chi-wook looked confused. Huh? Right at that moment, Behind Kim Chi-wook, the frightening figure of Yu Un-ha appeared, and before them, sharp claws from her hands gently wrapped around his neck. A difficult-to-explain emotion appeared in Yu Un-ha's eyes. Luxo raised his hideous hand and shouted, "I officially declare war in the name of the honor of the Six Kings." He smiled confidently and announced, "Listen well, Kim Chi-wook, leader of the Dark Legion reigning in the shadows. I, the Blood Clan King Luxo, will hunt you down starting today." Hearing that, Kim Chi-wook calmly replied, "Even better. My goal was you guys anyway." Facing Luxo's army, he wasn't afraid at all and continued, "Fine, as you said, let's fight fair and square." Seeing that, Luxo agreed smugly, "Let's do it." L-King panicked immediately, thinking, "Oh no, I've let my guard down too much." He hurriedly approached and signaled, "Master, please dodge." However, Kim Chi-wook hadn't realized what was happening yet and just stood there blankly, unaware that Yu Un-ha was slowly approaching him. Then, she gently reached her arms out in front of Kim Chi-wook. The next second, her fair arms wrapped around his neck, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, both of them soared into the air, making him shout in alarm, "What's going on?" Simultaneously, Yu Un-ha shouted, "You guys, retreat, quickly." Below, Lackey quickly got the signal. He immediately grabbed Bone Mutt and Dodo and flew up after them, smiling, "Let's go." As soon as they left, the ground erupted in a massive explosion of red ice. Seeing that, Dodo yelled out, "The place where we were standing just exploded." On the other side, Luxo stood thoughtfully observing after launching the attack. He frowned in frustration and muttered to himself, "Yu Un-ha, are you betraying me?" After escaping death, Kim Chi-wook finally regained his senses and wondered, What kind of skill was that?" Yu Un-ha explained, "Blood Needle is Luxo's ultimate technique, releasing all sword energy at once. However," she added, "its weakness is the incredibly long casting time." But hearing this, Jing Qizhu quickly caught on and retorted, "So you were just dragging out the conversation to stall for time? What kind of fair duel is that?" Below them, Luxo shouted bitterly, "Yu Un-ha, you traitor. Are you siding with him now? I clearly could have killed him easily, but you had to interfere. I was such a fool to trust you." Jing Qizhu then exclaimed in surprise, "What? You were on his side this whole time?" He kept asking curiously, "Why did you save me? Why would you do that?" At this point, she could only answer sheepishly, "You're one to talk. You saved me from that attack just now, even knowing I was your enemy. Why did you do it?" Hearing this, Jing Qizhu just laughed and replied softly, "Isn't it obvious?" He explained cheerfully, "Even if it's just a game, how could I just stand by and watch you get hurt? Of course, I had to save you." Yu Un-ha blushed and hesitated before repeating, "Of course? Me too." At the same time, Jing Qizhu suggested, "Yu Un-ha, could you put me down over there?" She quickly obeyed and set Jing Qizhu down, facing Luxo. He began to criticize him seriously. "Hey, cafe owner, you have no right to talk about betrayal. What was that last attack? It clearly didn't just hurt me, it hit your own allies too." In response, he laughed contemptuously. "You're worried about the enemy's coordination? You're quite the busybody." He spoke slowly. "Do you two have some other agenda?" Meanwhile, a red bottle appeared in his hand, an exclusive item of the Blood Clan King. Yu Un-ha whispered a warning. "Be careful, Jing Qizhu." She sounded worried. The real reason Luxo was dangerous wasn't just because he was strong. Without hesitation, Luxo interrupted. Hey, enough. Are you planning to spill everything after betraying me?" He started shouting orders. "If you want to live, keep your mouth shut." The Dark Legion attacked from all sides. Seeing the swarm flying toward them, Jing Qizhu shouted in panic. First, a sneak attack, then a stab in the back, and now a gank. What kind of game is this? Suddenly, Dodo stepped out in front and started cursing. "You torturer!" Seeing this, he called out to Dodo in surprise, only to see him say seriously, "Leave those small fries to me." Immediately, he lunged out, punching the Dark Legion members one by one while grumbling, "I'm the number 2 of this team. I am the loyal Dodo." L-King chimed in from the side, "Who gave you permission to be number 2? Seeing that, Yu Un-ha warned anxiously. "Don't get too close," she continued. "If you get bitten," but before she could finish, one of them latched onto Dodo's head, making him scream. Jing Qizhu helplessly said, "You just got there, and you're already bitten." Dodo's body began to turn pale. He answered blankly, "Damn it, but it's nothing." Then, all his energy was drained, causing the dark creatures to rejoice. His whole body slowly stiffened like cement, leaving him to mumble, I don't have any strength left." On the other side, Jing Qizhu yelled in panic, "Dodo." L-King was just as surprised. Do they really have no consciousness? He immediately threw a giant iron hand toward Dodo and shouted, "Bring him back." Once back, Jing Shizu asked worriedly. Hey Dodo, are you okay? He lay flat and replied, I'm so dizzy. Yu Unha sighed warily. I told you to be careful, she quickly explained. Those creatures absorb energy and steal the opponent's stats. Hearing that, Jing Shizu wondered, steal stats? She nodded and continued. That's right, they weaken the enemy by stealing HP, attack, defense, and other stats. That's why in a prolonged battle, fighting the Dark Legion becomes increasingly disadvantageous. Then Yu Unha whispered. All the energy they steal, just as she said, it flowed toward Luxo, turning into liquid that poured into the red cup in his hand. When he had enough, he happily closed the lid. Yu Unha murmured. It gets funneled to Luxo as liquid to boost his stats. Once he drank it all, he smacked his lips, praising the taste like coconut milk. While his stats began to rise, HP plus 500, strength plus 182, defense plus 139, speed plus 66. Hearing this, Jing Shizu grumbled, the weaker I get, the stronger he becomes? That's way too broken. Luxo interrupted happily, I don't really want to hear that from you. He laughed and started rambling. Anyway, I always welcome battles with strong opponents like you, because that's my chance to become even stronger. If I keep stealing energy from famous rivals, eventually I'll become the strongest in the other world. Get ready. My ability is different from other absorption-type monsters. Because I'm a real human, I know how to calculate, I'm smart, and I know when to attack and when to retreat. Well then, let me get a taste of this, Jing Shizu. Luxo immediately shouted and lunged forward with the power that had once conquered the Six Kings. Let's see what you taste like. On the other side, Jing Shizu quickly used his shovel to block. Instantly, a bright light erupted behind him. Seeing that, Yu Unha worriedly tried to rush out. Jing Shizu, I'll help you. But L-King grabbed her hand to stop her. She shouted angrily, let me go. The skeleton guy just stammered, asking one question. Are you the master's friend? Hearing that, she nodded slightly and hesitated. L-King spoke seriously. Just as we trust our master, you should trust your friend and watch him. He defeated Gargantua and the lesser dragon observe his way of fighting. On the other side, Luxo attacked and said, Jing Shizu, I've finished investigating you. He exclaimed in surprise. What? He recounted, I investigated you thoroughly right at the company party and I know all your weaknesses. Hearing that, he hurriedly denied it. Investigated what? You just heard some drunk ramblings. Luxo smiled triumphantly and asked, you said your ability is shovel creation, right? That means if you can't create or summon something with your shovel in time, you don't know how to fight in close combat, right? He confidently charged forward to challenge him. If I don't give you a chance to do anything with that shovel and I get in close, then that's my victory. Jing Shizu listened and pretended to mutter, I've been exposed. Who says that? He smiled and began to pounce. If it's melee, that's easy. But as soon as he struck, Luxo realized something. Jing Shizu smiled triumphantly, raising his shovel to block, which shocked Luxo. This guy, he blocked my entire attack. Then, he spoke confidently. That's right. I am a guy who only knows how to use a shovel, but you got that information while you were drunk, so that's why you're in this mess now. Close combat isn't my weakness anymore, you know? A black shadow suddenly appeared from the tip of the shovel and flew toward Luxo, and then it quickly knocked him far away. Luxo's body flew a dozen meters before hitting the ground. It immediately caused an explosion, sending rocks and debris flying. After it was over, Luxo lay stranded in the ruins. He suddenly woke up upon hearing a burst of laughter. The giant black shadow spoke up. Quite bold, aren't you? Who are you? You rude pest, daring to lay a hand on my master. At this moment, Luxo jumped up and shouted, You, who are you? The dark shadows slowly took shape as the Tu-Long spoke with interest. That's right. I'm just a guy who knows how to use a shovel, but you only heard those rumors because you were drunk, which is why you're in such a mess. Melee combat is no longer my weakness, you know? Luxo muttered, looking confused. What? Suddenly, a dark figure appeared. It kicked Luxo, sending him tumbling away. The impact was so strong that he was launched dozens of meters back. It also caused an explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. Once it settled, Luxo was left lying helplessly on the ground. Just then, a laugh rang out, snapping him back to reality. The dark figure roared, Who's there? Who dares to touch my master? Luxo scrambled up, shouting, You! The dark figure emerged clearly. It was Tu-Long, looking fierce. Your life ends here. I, the great Tu-Long, will finish you. Seeing this, Luxo couldn't believe his eyes. What? Metal? Wait, you're that raging dragon. I heard King Chiksa killed you. Why are you here now? Hearing this, he replied proudly, This body has been reborn because Master Chiksa granted me an incredibly cool upgrade. Luxo frowned, puzzled. What did you say? Behind them, Yu Unha sighed in relief. finally understanding. He modified a king and turned him into his subordinate. No wonder he told us to just sit back and watch. He prepared this all along. Beside him, L-King was hugging Bone Mutt, while Dodo just grinned. Suddenly, the gluttonous one yelled, "Why is that old dog here too?" Unha looked flustered. "What's going on? You guys don't know anything either?" Chiksu calmly explained from the side, "The raging dragon you knew no longer exists. He's just a machine now, acting only on my commands." L-King remarked, "Why do you sound like a villain?" Loxo quickly sat up, confidently saying, "Even better. Either way, you two are already on my hit list." He charged forward, screaming, "I'll take you both down at once." Then, he prepared to drain their blood. Chiksu sat on Tu Long, shouting a challenge. "You're talking big, are you really that sure of yourself?" Tu Long immediately replied, "Leave it to me." A second later, both sides yelled in unison, "Charge! Move out!" Luxo quickly raised his long-tongued hand to attack, but seeing Chiksuk, he let his guard down. Immediately, he took a hit from Tu Long and was sent flying, leaving himself wide open. Tu Long countered relentlessly, sneering, "How foolish, daring to face this body in close combat." Luxo smirked mysteriously. "Who said this is still just close combat?" Suddenly, the Dark Legion from before appeared. Chiksuk sounded annoyed. "Another group fight, really?" "On the contrary," Luxo said confidently. "One bite, and all your energy will belong to me." Chiksuk warned them cautiously, "Don't get too close. Getting bitten would be a huge problem." While chasing them away with a shovel, he asked, "Tu Long, are you sure you won't get bitten even once?" He hesitated. "They aren't that strong, but there are just so many of them." He clicked his tongue in frustration. "If only I had 2 more arms." Hearing this, Chiksuk asked, "What difference would that make?" Chiksuk immediately activated his power. "Well, let's see." Instantly, 2 more arms sprouted from Tu Long's body, leaving even him stunned. "What?" Chiksuk smiled, looking challengingly at Luxo, who could only gape in shock. "What is that?" On the other side, Unha was equally surprised. "He has 4 arms now." Chiksuk, sitting on Tu Long's shoulder, asked, "Well, can you block this?" He replied confidently, "Not only block it, I'll perfect it." Then he lowered his voice. "A special move I've imagined for a long time, ever since I got 4 arms." Hearing this, Chiksuk got goosebumps and blurted out, "Why on earth would you imagine something so ridiculous?" Without hesitation, Tu Long shouted, "Take this." He used his frenzy dance, and his 4 arms unleashed a barrage of sparks that flew straight toward Luxo. Seeing this, Luxo hurriedly raised his hands to block, but his body was easily knocked away. Tu Long kept using Luxo like a punching bag, landing blow after blow. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Unha just stood there, covering her mouth in shock, and soon after, she shouted, "They're down." She approached happily, praising him. "You did it, master." Chiksuk replied modestly, "I was just watching." Just then, Lackey and Tu Long started bickering. Lackey sneered, "Look who it is, you old dog. You look pathetic." Hearing that, Tu Long snapped, "What did you say?" Chiksuk frowned and tried to intervene. Hey, stop it. You guys are on the same team now." Then he asked, "But he's a luck-fulling 6th direction and a user. Didn't he hand over his token like Tu Long did?" Lackey suggested excitedly, "Why don't I cut him in half like I did to this old dog?" Tu Long didn't hesitate to chime in. "You mean like when I crushed you into pieces?" Meanwhile, Luxo lay unconscious on the ground, face bruised. Unha approached, asking with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" Just as she reached out to touch him, the mouth on Luxo's hand suddenly lunged and bit her wrist. He stood up, holding her tightly and lifting her high. He yelled angrily, "Traitors, you just stood there watching while I got beaten to a pulp?" Seeing this, Chiksuk shouted a warning, Unha. "It's a trap. You need to attack from a distance." Lackey also warned, "If you get too close, your energy will be drained dry." Luxo challenged them, "Go ahead and try. But if you do, this woman will get caught in the blast, too. It's just a game anyway, so what's a little pain? Even if the pain feels just as real." He laughed, curious. "What's with that look?" Seeing the deadly serious expression on Chiksuk's face, he continued to tease him. "Why are you so agitated, King Chiksuk? Isn't it just a game? Smile? Why are you acting so high and mighty when you can't even hold your head up? How pathetic." Luxo continued, sounding disdainful. "So, your only ability really is just digging dirt." Then he turned to his minions and cursed, "And you lot, you useless blood bags. Investing in you is a waste." He immediately gave the order, blood fusion. The dark minions began to melt, screaming in agony. Observing the scene, Chiksuk muttered to himself, "What is this?" Watching them all melt into liquid, he began to understand he was reabsorbing the Dark Legion he had created. turning them into his own combat strength. A second later, they flowed into Luxo's red jar. Having finished draining the energy from the minions, Luxo looked satisfied. Done. He ignored UNDEAD below and took to the sky. By now, Yu's body had become completely withered. She fell down, exhausted. Tu Long quickly ran over. At the same time, he managed to catch her body just in time. Seeing this, Tu Long turned pale and said, UNDEAD, are you okay? I'm sorry for just standing there watching. Her chapped lips trembled as she managed to smile. It's okay. You held back because you were afraid I'd get hurt worse, right? She replied, still trying to sound cheerful. Thank you for worrying about me. Seeing that, Tu Long smiled in relief. Next, he immediately looked up, his expression turning serious. In the sky, Luxo was carefully absorbing every drop of energy into his flask. At this moment, Tu Long was staring with an angry glare. Once finished, Luxo quickly tilted his head back to drink it all, and his stats began to soar violently. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he quickly changed his form while letting out a roar. Below, the group was observing cautiously. After completing his transformation, Luxo proudly asked, How's that? King Tu Long. Luxo had now transformed into his blood yaksha mode. He spoke smugly, This is the power I've accumulated over all this time while playing Otherworld, the massive body. Luxo said, brimming with confidence, Can you feel the terrifying energy I've gathered? Humph, I'm no longer just some mediocre 6th king level. I'll end this battle with a single blow. Below, Tu Long could only marvel. He's gotten so huge. At that moment, he turned to L-King and asked him to take UNDEAD far away, and he readily agreed. L-King immediately asked, What about you, my lord? Master. He looked up and said solemnly, I'm going to kick that bastard Luxo's ass until he's half dead. L-King immediately spoke up, Good luck, my lord. Then L-King quickly left, leaving only Tu Long and the little dragon behind. Seeing this, Luxo laughed, judging it to be a wise decision. He was still curious. You also want to get rid of the baggage so you can fight with all your might, right? I accept your challenge. Suddenly, Tu Long asked, Let me ask you one thing. He began to recount. Attacking your own teammates who were worried about you? Absorbing all the monsters you spawned, even those you were once close to. He honestly shouted, Just to win this match, what on earth is the reason that makes you try so hard to win? Hearing this, Luxo irritably replied, What? What the hell are you talking about? Games are meant to be won, or should I lose instead? So just let me win. Hearing this, Tu Long replied in a low voice, Now I understand. He immediately continued, You and I found joy in this game from the very beginning in completely different places. Even though it's none of my business, I'll say it straight. He raised his shovel and said, Your way of playing has no damn romance in it at all. After hearing that, Luxo responded with contempt, Romance, my ass. You can keep all that for yourself, because the victory will be mine. Without hesitation, he quickly used the blood needle reversal and aimed it at Tu Long. At that moment, he immediately put the shovel down on the ground and shouted. The mechanical arm popped out, Tu Long and the little dragon quickly climbed on. On the other side, UNDEAD was also curiously looking up to observe the situation. Seeing that, she immediately warned, Be careful, Tu Long. Now. At the right moment, Tu Long shouted the command. Tu Long, use that move. He immediately asked back, You mean that one? He quickly replied, Yes, that's it. The little dragon signaled, Give me the signal. By now, a brilliant golden light began to rise from the shovel. Just as the shovel and the little dragon fully erupted, he yelled, Right now. Both of them quickly joined forces and rushed forward. Then they all shouted in unison, God of War's final slash. At this moment, Luxo couldn't defend in time and could only let out a cry. On the other side, Tu Long and the little dragon were still rushing forward. Finally, that mechanical hand pierced through his body immediately, causing him to scream in pain. The next day, it began to rain. At this moment, they were at a cafe. Yuria was holding a cup of milk tea, sipping it calmly. She just focused on drinking it, ignoring the cake on the table. After a while, the cup was empty. Once finished, she let out a happy breath and said, That's exactly it. You have to drink it all in one go so the sugar hits your brain. Tu Long, sitting opposite her, helplessly reminded her, If you drink like that, you'll be done for one day. Then he began to ask seriously, What kind of person are you, really? Who are you in another world? Yuria smiled and replied, Come to think of it, I haven't officially introduced myself yet, have I? She immediately introduced herself seriously. Let me greet you properly. I am the manager in charge of development and operations. I am the one who initiated and nurtured this project, the producer of the Otherworld game project. Hearing that, Tu Long exclaimed in surprise, The producer? He asked in a panic, Why would the producer come looking for me? How did you know I was here? Seeing this, Yuria secretly judged him. Oh my. His reaction is so interesting. Next, she calmly drank some water and explained, our company cares a lot about our players. We need to understand player behavior as a basic requirement. Hearing this, he questioned, isn't it a bit dangerous to say that out loud? At this point, Yuria paused for a moment and whispered. Although glancing at Unha beside him, she asked helplessly, why does she keep staring at me? She won't even talk to me. Tu Long quickly explained, Unha doesn't usually talk to strangers. Besides, she's also a top-tier player. But you said you only wanted to see me, right? She's angry because she's being ignored. Yuria replied, confused, is it really because of that? Suddenly, she smiled and mentioned, ignored, huh. How could there be something I don't know about Unha? A player who was active in the Dark Legion of the Vampire Lord Luxo. And recently, she joined the camp of King Tu Long, a level 90 enchantress, right? Hearing this, she was still a bit surprised, not knowing how to answer. Then, Yuria casually continued, Unha is obviously one of the proud top players of the Otherworld, but the content I need to announce today only applies to players who have reached a certain level like you, Tu Long, Gargantua, Tu Long, King Tu Long. You have consecutively defeated the iconic bosses of the Otherworld. At this point, Yuria hesitated to announce his level. She immediately checked the game card. Yuria quickly spoke up. The maximum level that can be reached in the Otherworld. You have reached the maximum level of 999 plus. Beside him, Unha also admired and exclaimed, Brother Tu Long reached the maximum level, and he started playing later than I did. How can that be? He also nodded in agreement. That's right. How could that be? Yuria softly explained. It's simple. Tu Long's way of playing earned him more experience points. Hearing that, Unha exclaimed in admiration. That's incredible. You just play games all day every day, right? I'm sure you had a bit less time while studying for exams, but you still gave it your all to grind for XP. Every word hit home, leaving him muttering to himself, feeling like he'd been stabbed. Yuria picked up her phone and smiled as she made an offer. Look at this, you two. This is the combat ranking chart for the Otherworld. The screen displayed full stats for both monsters and players. Rouge smiled as he explained that knowing more about the enemy makes it easier to understand the ranking differences. Titles are usually based on the monster's rank, like a plus grade added to the rank. For example, a regular player is C rank, while the peak of the Otherworld's monsters, the 6 kings, are all plus rank. Do you understand how high your ranks are yet? Yuria put her phone away and continued. A lot of people get confused by the ranking chart. Jing Chi Zhu immediately chimed in. It's not that I'm confused, it's just convoluted, he started. What even is 99 plus supposed to mean? Max level player and all that stuff, fine. So, am I the strongest player in the Otherworld? I used to think so for a while. After defeating Gargantua and being called the ruler of the Otherworld, I realized I had been mistaken. I could accept meeting that guy and the other one, the guy with the staff from the Kolale main server, but I never thought I was on the same level as the top-tier grinder. How? The 6 kings and I are on the same rank. I've already taken down 2 of the 6, so where does Gargantua fit in? Why is this ranking system such a mess? After hearing that, Du smiled and replied, You're right. It's truly a shame. There are many issues with the displayed rankings. She poked her cake slightly and explained, the bugged rank is exactly the one you belong to, the max plus rank. But you've experienced firsthand that pluses ranks aren't uniform. The reason is the difference in experience points. XP earned in the game never actually disappears. Players earn XP in their own ways, so it builds up day by day. It just doesn't show up in the game interface. That's why there are higher tiers within the same rank. At this point, Jing Chi Zhu asked, so the game can't predict a player's growth rate? Ria nodded and replied, exactly. We underestimated you. She then added politely, I'm sorry, but at the same time, I'm very happy. The fact that more people reached the level cap than we predicted means the Otherworld is more popular than we thought. He grumbled inwardly, thinking that was a bit irresponsible. Just then, she got straight to the point. Because of this issue, Yuria continued, that's why I came to find you today. Hearing this, Jing Chi Zhu exclaimed in surprise, what? She smiled and asked directly, Jing Chi Zhu, why do you play the Otherworld? She asked while happily eating her cake. I know you're having fun now. High rank, powerful allies, everything is going smoothly. But it wasn't like that in the beginning, was it? Every time you stabilize, monsters would swarm you, destroy everything, and ruin all your hard-earned progress. There were times you wanted to quit because you were so frustrated, right? You could have easily switched to the Call-Line main server to start over. So what makes you stay in the Otherworld? Hearing this, Jing Chi Zhu remained silent for a long moment before answering. You work in the game industry, so you must understand the pain of failure, right? Yuria simply replied nonchalantly, sorry, but I've only ever succeeded, so I probably don't quite get it. Annoyed, he shouted, "Great. That's just great." Then Jing Qizhu softly continued, "But I'm not like that. My life is full of failures, the feeling that if I just try a little harder, I'll succeed. It seems that way, but in the end, nothing happens. So I started playing this game to relieve stress, but it's just like real life. It's that same feeling just a little more, and it seems like it will work. But at least here, my efforts are actually recorded." Finally, Jing Qizhu emphasized firmly, "So how can I give up? If I just keep trying, maybe the result will be different." Then he laughed. "Experience points in the other world don't disappear." Ha! I like that. If this is a world where effort has value, even if I die in the game, so what? I'll just respawn and it's fine. And the result I've exchanged for is the version of me right now. Hearing this, Unha exclaimed in admiration, "Jing Qizhu, you're so cool. Having such an amazing attitude in the game, someone like you could succeed at anything in real life." The more he heard, the more his heart ached, and he could only mutter, "Stop it." Just then, Yuria suddenly laughed, a bright, cheerful laugh. Seeing that, Jing Qizhu asked grumpily, "What? Why are you laughing?" She replied softly, "I'm sorry." Yuria wiped her eyes and said, "You're really serious about the other world, and as a producer, I'm just so happy." She stood up to say goodbye. "I'll deliver the message quickly, and then head out." Jing Qizhu looked up, curious. "Why are you in such a rush?" She quickly explained. "A month from now is the 1-year anniversary of the other world. For the anniversary, we're preparing a major update, one part of which is a promotional battle for 999 plus players. If you don't want to be left behind, you should start hoarding XP now. We have many fun events planned, so please enjoy them." "Who knows?" Yuria suddenly emphasized. "There might be information about the secret of the shovel you're looking for in there." Hearing that, Jing Qizhu slammed the table and stood up. You know everything. You went through all this trouble just to say that?" Rio walked outside and replied, "It's always better to talk in person." She smiled cryptically. "If I said it in the game, the whole company would know." She reached for her umbrella and called out to Jing Qizhu. Yuria reminded him softly, "Do you remember the first day we met?" He replied, "Of course. How could I forget? That was the day I found out you were the one behind all my suffering." Hearing this, Du smiled. "Is that all you remember?" She flashed a knowing smile, and Yunha, seeing it, whispered, "What was that?" Remembering that kiss, Yuria blushed and asked, "You don't remember the most important part?" With that, she waved goodbye. "Well, I'm off. Have fun gaming." Jing Qizhu, still confused, said irritably, "What was that? What was she trying to say? She just drops that and leaves?" Beside him, Yunha leaned over and warned coldly, "Jing Qizhu, don't get close to her. Just looking at her, you can tell she's suspicious." Seeing Yunha's terrifying expression, he went pale and replied, "I'm not getting close to her." Jing Qizhu then clicked his tongue, lost in thought. She saw right through all his plans. Instead of investigating secretly, he should have just asked her from the start. He immediately told himself he had to be vigilant. He had many things to protect now. One moment of carelessness and he would lose everything all over again. In terms of unpredictability, she was even more dangerous than the guy with the staff. Jing Qizhu let out a weary sigh. "For the promotion match, I need to get ready." Inside a gem in the outer continent, it was currently nighttime. Luxo's hands were covered in blood. He was shackled to a chair, his body covered in scratches. Even so, he let out a loud laugh. Luxo opened one eye slightly and muttered, "Just as I thought. You really are suspicious. You guys act too much like real people. Waiting until I was weakened after losing my energy to ambush me? I guess I should learn a few dirty tricks myself, right?" The person opposite him replied in a low voice. "Are you implying that if you were at full strength, you think you could take me on?" Heart Heater sipped his water and smirked. That's the typical arrogance of a max-level newbie who doesn't know their own limits, but this coffee is actually good. He started rambling again. Jim survived because his body could handle having his organs shredded. A normal NPC would have been toast. Hearing this, Jim shyly denied it. "It wasn't my organs." Afterward, Heart Heater pulled out a pair of scissors and smiled as he made an offer. "That's enough. Let's start the revenge session now." Jim immediately became serious and replied, "Yes." He approached and pinned Luxo's hand down, causing him to curse under his breath. "Damn it." Heart Heater stood back, speaking nonchalantly. "Don't worry. I'll be generous. I'll only take about 5 fingers." He flashed a wicked smile. "And don't even think about escaping. I'll be right here waiting for you. One way or another, I'll collect everything." Luxo cried out in frustration. "What kind of NPC is this?" Then he shouted, "I will definitely take my revenge. I'll make you regret this. Just you wait." At that very moment, another voice rang out. "Hellfire." Instantly, a figure appeared from behind, accompanied by a massive flame. It quickly spread, burning everything in the area. Seeing this, Luxo gritted his teeth and wailed, "My shop." That person just wore a mocking smile. Is he still standing inside the shop? Whatever. Doesn't matter. It was Hako. He spoke softly, "Heart Heater, don't kill him yet. I still have business with that guy." Heart Heater immediately refused. "Nah, I don't feel like it. Why should I listen to you?" Hako replied, "But this isn't my order, is it?" Heart Heater looked stunned. Suddenly, a small foot stepped in. Ogaon spoke up. "The management is sending a notice to all 999 plus players. The promotion match for players who have reached the max level will take place during the anniversary update. Vampire Lord Luchu, since you are also a player, you must participate. I also want to reach max level, so could you give me your Six Kings badge?" Hearing this, Luxo replied with disdain. "What's wrong with this kid? Asking to kill me so politely? Get lost. Do you think killing just one player is enough to reach max level?" Ogaon quickly interrupted. "Our goal isn't just you." He raised his cross and declared, "We are going to wipe out all the Six Kings, and it starts with you. The promotion match requires gathering a lot of experience, right? Done." Ogaon smirked as he finished his point. "From now on, the struggle begins." Ogaon looked at the badge and muttered, "Vampire Lord badge." He pointed at it and whispered, "So this is what it looks like. What would happen if I collected all six?" Afterward, he quickly decided, "I'll just collect them and find out." Hako laughed and asked, "How is it? Does a level 2 kid feel stronger yet?" Ogaon gradually felt the power rising within him and said, "It's not bad." The system announced, "Vampire Lord badge. You have acquired the stats and skills of Vampire Lord Luxo, along with the Blood Swamp trait." Heart Heater also chuckled. "Vampire Lord Luxo is truly a fool. I wonder if he even understood the true meaning when he accepted the position of one of the Six Kings. In the end, the role of the Six Kings is just a stepping stone for those craving more power. The destiny of that person is to be forced to accept constant challenges." Ogaon curiously asked, "Heart Heater, if people like the Frenzied Dragon die and disappear because they are monsters, can we get more badges? Does that mean only the 5 kings would remain?" He quickly replied, "The 5 kings isn't really like that." Heart Heater explained slowly. "The 6 kings isn't a specific character, but a game role. When a 6 kings member, whether a monster or an NPC, is defeated and the position is left vacant, sometime later, the creator will come and grant that 6 kings position to an individual with appropriate power. That's how the rumor goes." Hearing this, Ogaon began to understand. "How long does that period last?" Heart Heater smiled and replied, "That depends on the creator's whim." He frowned in frustration. "How annoying. There's only 1 month left until the promotion match. If I don't defeat the 6 kings faster than others, do I have to wait for new 6 kings to be born until the day of the match?" He then leaned closer to Hako. "Hey, Hako," he asked seriously, "Jingqi's you, right? The player you said got 2 badges? Even if a battle happens with his side, don't you go easy on them?" Hako hesitated. "Level 2 kid, you." He then pressed down on Ogaon's head, ruffling his hair hard while gritting his teeth. "Dare to order me around? Trying to act like a leader while only being level 2? Don't be so arrogant." He immediately shouted in annoyance, "Let go of me." Heart Heater spoke up softly. "The chances of running into Jing Qi are quite low. He's the one who gets bothered by the 6 kings first. He's not actively hunting them down." Beside them, Hako was still fuming. "Worry about grinding your own levels, level 2 kid." Hako then asked seriously, "But the probability isn't 0. Ogaon wondered, "So we might fight?" Hako suddenly laughed confidently. "With me here, what's there to worry about?" He recalled the guy and recounted, "I even saved him once. I actually kind of like him." However, his voice dropped as he added, "Though, since the promotion match was announced, he's become a rival." Simultaneously, Hako's sword was instantly drawn. Suddenly, Dai ran over. "What's that?" At the same time, Hako began to smile and raise his sword high. Next, he swiftly slashed through the body of a giant swordfish. Below, everyone was stunned by the sight. Hako's movements were incredibly light and fluid. A few droplets of water sprayed, causing Hako to cover his face with his hand. Jim gasped, "What in the world?" Seeing this, he skeptically muttered, "A random encounter with a monster? Or is it the legendary 6 kings, the ruler of the deep sea, a warning from the Sea King? That is the Swordfish Emperor, and it's dangerous." On the other side, Hako also wore a confident smile as he charged forward. After finishing off the fish, he quickly jumped onto the shore. Hako finally landed lightly on the ground. By now, he was drenched in water. Then, he smiled and whispered, "Jin Chi-suk, have you gotten any stronger since that day?" "You're not a guest of mine anymore," she stated with cold confidence. So if we meet again, you better be prepared. Back in the present, it's still pouring rain somewhere in Seoul, South Korea. Jing Chi-zu looks around in awe. This is my first time visiting a gaming cafe. I've always played at home until now. Yu Eun-ha smiled and said, it's my first time going out with someone, too. Even when I go out with my brother, we always play separately, Chi-suk said, looking around as they walked. Look over there. There's even a dedicated otherworld room. Is it all booked? I'm glad we made a reservation, he said with a genuine smile. Thank you, Yu Eun-ha. She blushed at his words and replied, you're welcome. The two walked while looking for their spot. Chi-suk muttered, where's our place? Meanwhile, Yu Eun-ha beside him had other thoughts. This is exactly the trend right now, virtual reality dating. I've been waiting for this day for so long. After meeting him, I honestly thought today wouldn't even happen if I see that woman again. While she was lost in thought, Chi-suk suddenly asked, Yu Eun-ha, is this our spot? Startled, she replied, yes, that's right. She pointed to his seat and said shyly, it's right here. Seeing that, he exclaimed in surprise, huh? Here. Noticing it was only a single wide chair, Chi-suk said, oh, it's a couple's seat. Yu Eun-ha quickly explained. It was the only one left, and there's a couple's discount, so it's really cheap. Hearing that, he nodded happily. That's fine, no problem at all. She smiled. Exactly. Chi-suk sat down and held up the gear to examine it. These devices look so high-end. I wonder if they're expensive. Suddenly, Eun-ha hesitated and started to speak. But before she could finish, he said, let's log into the game and meet up there. She hesitated and replied, okay. Then, she stole a glance at him, thinking, Chi-suk is lying right next to me. Eun-ha gently took off her glasses and set them aside. She was secretly thrilled. Playing today is going to be amazing. They quickly connected to the Otherworld. The Otherworld summer event was applied exclusively to players from the gaming cafe. The two marveled at the sight. A summer vacation outfit? Meanwhile, at the Black Plateau apartment complex, Tu-long said irritably, hey, what are you doing? Why can't I enter the apartment complex? L-King firmly blocked the way. My mission is to protect the complex and the safety of the residents. How could I let a dangerous dog like you inside? Tu-long retorted, frustrated. What's dangerous about me? I'm an official subordinate of Master Chi-suk now. L-King sneered. Sure, subordinate sounds fancy. Then he added, but everyone remembers the massacre you caused here. I will never accept a psycho like you as an ally. Tu-long gritted his teeth in anger. Is that so? Then should I just finish you off and force my way in? L-King didn't back down and challenged him. Go ahead, do whatever you want. The master will wipe you out in an instant. They started bickering, leaving Bone Mutt struggling in the middle. Damn Gold Bone, you foul-mouthed dog. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the complex. Chi-suk and Eun-ha both cried out, what was that? Hearing that, L-King recognized the voice. Tu-long muttered, the master and the lady. Both of them immediately rushed over. I'll save you both. Don't. When they arrived, they gasped for breath and asked, Master, what happened? Chi-suk hesitated. This is, at that moment, both he and Eun-ha were wearing swimsuits. Seeing this, he exclaimed, what on earth is this outfit? The system announced, King Chi-suk and S2U Eun-ha, summer vacation equipment equipped. L-King stared in awe. What kind of cool fashion style is this? Chi-suk shook his head. I have no idea. It must be the summer outfit. Hearing that, Eun-ha was startled. She sat on the ground, embarrassed. What is this? These revealing clothes, it's so embarrassing. Chi-suk muttered, but it's just like your usual clothes. You're acting like it's your first time wearing them. L-King explained, the summer event must be related to the commotion lately. Chi-suk was curious. Commotion? He quickly explained, I heard aquatic monsters near the beach have surged and players are flooding the area. Yu Eun-ha wondered, I wonder what we're supposed to do for this event. Chi-suk suggested checking the announcements. The system displayed Otherworld, Legend of the Six Seas, Secret of the Sea King. Hunt beach monsters and deep sea monsters, 5 times experience bonus. After reading, Eun-ha understood. It looks like we get more experience hunting near the sea. Chi-suk nodded. Secret of the Sea King. Huh. He smiled brightly. Sounds fun. Let's go hunt there today. Just then, a voice on the screen called out, Master, you've arrived? Du stood there, stunned. I have something to report. Wait, what are these outfits? Did you come here to play? Chi-suk answered nonchalantly. Of course we're here to play. We're in a game, aren't we? Anyway, what is it? Du reported quickly. There's a message from the train arriving at the Black Plateau station. They said they are waiting for the master. Chi-suk was curious. My guests? Who are they? Du shook his head. I don't know. If you want to find out, let's go check it out. Then, Chi-suk and Eun-ha went to the train station. Upon arriving, Chi-suk greeted the skeleton soldiers cheerfully. "Hello. Nice hats. Do, is this the right train?" Do replied, "Yes, master." He immediately asked, "What do they look like?" Do thought for a moment. "I couldn't see their faces clearly, but they seem a bit round." Suddenly, someone called his name. King Chi-suk. A man in a formal black suit spoke up. "You came to pick me up?" "Thank you." Chi-suk asked, "Who is this?" The man slowly took off his hat and said, "Please, receive this with joy." King Chi-suk exclaimed excitedly, "From today on, you and your entire faction are permitted to become subordinates of the Sea King." As soon as he finished, the area became silent. Chi-suk waved his hand. "That's the enemy, everyone." Hearing that, the skeleton soldiers immediately pinned Ji-set down. He hurriedly cried out, "Wait, King Chi-suk." "No, not like that, King Chi-suk. It's not what you think." Chi-suk paused. "It's not like that." Ji-set spoke slowly. "Actually, it's Chi-suk lost patience and urged him, 'Spit it out, old man.'" He quickly knelt and begged, "King Chi-suk, please save our queen. Dangerous players are swarming the sea in increasing numbers." Following that, Ji-set added, "If you save the queen, she promises a massive reward." Hearing this, Chi-suk frowned. He asked back, "Are you serious? You're asking me to rescue one of the 6 kings?" Behind him, Eun-ha turned pale, muttering, "Wait, a queen?" The sun was blazing in the sky. The train quickly departed, and the guests were gathered on the deck. King Chi-suk and Eun-ha stared at the person across from them. Ji-set was excitedly asking the merchant, "Can I get another bottle of water? And do you have any mackerel fillets here?" Chi-suk silently thought, "Why does he keep buying snacks?" Right about now, Ji-set happily gulps down a bottle of water. Once he's done, he lets out a breath of pure relief. That hits the spot. The air out there was bone dry. Jing Chi-zu immediately urges him on. "If you're finished eating, then keep talking." He asks seriously, "So the queen you want us to protect, she's a boss and one of the 6 kings, right?" Ji-set nods in response, "Yes, that's right." He continues, explaining that this is the first time their kingdom has faced such a crisis. Across from him, Jing Chi-zu frowns and warns, "Quit splashing water on me, you're getting me all wet." Ji-set then slowly recounts, "Our kingdom rules over the largest territory in the otherworld. The entire ocean belongs to us. It's just that we rarely appear because the ocean is so vast, and since we rarely run into players, we've lived quite peacefully." He hesitates for a moment before adding, "But lately, players have been swarming the coast and the sea to hunt." Hearing this, Jing Chi-zu explains, "That's because of the summer event. Hunting you guys now gives 5 times the experience points." Ji-set cries out in shock. "Really? No wonder everyone keeps saying it's so easy to level up." He goes on, "The world is currently in the Great Oceanic Era. Seeing more and more ships arriving, Ji-set worries. They're coming in such large numbers." Just then, a voice booms from beneath the waves. "You cowards, are you just going to stand there and watch? Move aside, let me handle this." A giant sea serpent immediately emerges, roaring at the arrogant players. "You dare attack from the surface. Don't let a single one of them escape." Seeing this, the players panic and scream. "What the hell is that? It's a monster." Without hesitation, the sea serpent smashes its head into a ship, growling in frustration, "Die." The players start yelling, "Run! Where are we supposed to go?" "We're in the middle of the ocean." Below, Ji-set and the other creatures cheer excitedly. "Well done, sea serpent." Just then, a man approaches with a confident smile. His companions look on in surprise. "You're jumping in?" The man replies calmly, "I'm already in the middle of the fight. I'm not stopping now." He leaps high into the air, catching the sea serpent completely off guard. With a single move, he effortlessly finishes them off using a dragon wave water attack. Watching their comrade fall, the rest of the group below is thrown into a panic. The man shouts confidently, "Let me tell you something." Sir Goodman speaks up aggressively. "I'm used to fighting on ships. You're out of luck. Sea monster." Seeing this, the crew cheers excitedly. "We're saved. That's the legendary S-rank swordsman for you." Sir Goodman sneers, thinking if the Sea King is only this strong, it's a huge disappointment. Dong Hai asks curiously, "Hey, has anyone actually seen the Sea King's true form?" Ha Yu wonders too. No one's ever encountered it, right? At this, Sir Goodman laughs smugly. If sea monsters reward 5 times the EXP, the Sea King might give as much as all 5-6 kings combined. That monster is mine, so don't even think about trying to steal it, got it? Even so, they continue with their crafty smiles. Whoever lands the finishing blow gets the loot, right? I can totally steal the last hit. The Sea King is mine. Below, Ji-set and his companions shrink back in fear. Returning to the present, Ji-set says with difficulty, "If players as strong as that swordsman keep showing up, Even the queen won't be able to survive. Dodo, sitting nearby, speaks up. But you've come to the wrong person for protection. My master has already taken down 2 of the 6 kings. He is truly the 6-king hunter. Jiset replies that this is exactly why he sought him out. Jing Qizhu asks, why is that? Jiset explains with a smile, he has proven his strength by defeating 2 of the 6 kings. He even recruits NPCs and monsters to his side. Only Jing Qizhu, an S-rank player, has the power to guarantee the queen's safety. After hearing this, he smiles proudly. You've got a good eye for talent, don't you? But Jing Qizhu adds, so, I have to protect the fish too. That's going to be a bit tough. Jiset replies nonchalantly, no, we eat the fish. Dodo is surprised. You eat fish? At this, Unha asks shyly, your queen, is she pretty? She's not just a player in disguise, right? Jiset looks confused. Our queen? He quickly describes her. Of course not. She's got massive muscles, huge fins, and teeth sharp as blades. She's one of the most terrifying monsters in the ocean. She looks surprised. A monster among monsters? Finished. Unha scratches his head. I see. I understand now. He feels a secret sense of relief that she isn't a mermaid princess. Just then, the ship's speakers announce, we will soon arrive at Gaosin Beach. Please prepare yourselves. We are arriving shortly. Jing Qizhu says happily, oh, we're here. The whole group quickly heads down to Gaosin Beach. Upon arriving, Jing Qizhu and the others are stunned. He exclaims, so this is Gaosin Beach. Yunha is also amazed. It really looks like a real beach. Jing Qizhu observes his surroundings and evaluates. Pretty crowded, isn't it? Dodo begins to explain. Since this is the closest spot to the ocean from the Origin Plaza, it also serves as a dungeon entrance for tourists. Just then, someone hands Jing Qizhu a flower lei and says happily, welcome. Bone Mutt yells, what is this, mister? Kim speaks up excitedly. Welcome to Gaosin Beach, Jing Qizhu. Seeing an acquaintance, he cheers, old man. Dodo critiques, your skin is totally sunburnt. Jing Qizhu asks, how have you been lately? That terminal you built is incredibly cool. You really are a master dwarf. He replies, it's all thanks to your support, Jing Qizhu. Mr. Kim continues, you told me I had the authority to extend the route, so I opened a direct line to the ocean for anyone who wants to come play. Hearing this, Unha says with admiration, Jing Qizhu, did you actually predict that this event would happen? He hesitates before answering, yeah, sure, of course. Then Jing Qizhu adds, anyway, good job, old man. You should go back to the mine and get some rest. He frowns and refuses. No way. I'm not going back. I love the beach too much. Dodo reminds him. But you're in charge of managing the mine. Jing Qizhu then asks, old man, now that we're planning to go down to the oceanic dungeon, can we just leave from any beach? Mr. Kim replies immediately, no. You have to go to the specific area where the monsters appear. I'll lead you to the starting point. Then he points at Jiset and asks curiously, but will this friend of yours survive until we get there? Hearing this, Jiset looks blank, and Jing Qizhu is also confused. What do you mean? Mr. Kim quickly explains, the path to the oceanic dungeon is always swarming with players hunting sea monsters. In fact, just thinking about being there made Jiset's face turn pale. He trembles and grabs onto Jing Qizhu, stuttering as he asks, you'll protect me and keep me safe, right? Right? He sighs helplessly. I know, stop talking. Jing Qizhu suddenly raised his shovel and said, we can just prep this one like we do other monsters, right? He teased with a grin. Go on, become my ingredients. Jiset was startled. What was that? At the beast den on the 10th floor, the dungeon located right at the Gaosin Beach, Zerabomb was roaring fiercely. It breathed fire madly, causing everyone to scramble and flee in a panic. Retreat, we can't take this thing on. Just then, 5 people flew in from the sky, and those below recognized them immediately. They're here. They quickly charged in to attack Zerabomb and break the bridge. Zera and Kai-Un spoke up smugly. Lately, I've been keeping the old man busy, so I guess I'm fulfilling my duty as a child. Then, it instantly formed an explosion. Seeing that, one person warned them to stick close. Shu Hiang held his sword and shouted excitedly. Poking it from above is actually pretty fun. In contrast, Bobby only warned him seriously. Stop messing around, stay focused. Just then, another hand appeared. A second later, an arrow flew by at high speed. When it hit Zerabomb, the arrow triggered an explosion upon contact. Mitch Howe, floating in the air, laughed confidently. I haven't even reached the sea yet, and I'm already struggling. Seeing this, everyone rejoiced. The World Association Alliance is finally here. Damn it, is it those guys from the World Association Alliance again? Mitch Howe laughed out loud and shouted, Keep fighting harder, everyone. Try your best to grind those levels. She confidently asserted that this event was a golden opportunity for the World Association Alliance to restore their reputation and close the gap with S+ ranked players like Jing Qizhu. As she shouted for everyone to attack, suddenly, one of Ixirabomb's claws lashed out, blowing them all away. Chu Haiyang lay trembling on the ground, crying out, "No way! Is a monster really that overpowered?" Before they could even defend themselves, Zirabomb appeared in front of Michao. It started drooling, making her scream in terror. "I'm done for." It quickly lunged to attack. She saw it coming but couldn't do anything, only able to scream. Just then, a voice rang out. "Now's my chance." A second later, Kim Hae-seung managed to easily shatter Zirabomb's body with a single move. Over there, Shu Hiang and Bobby gasped in surprise. Zayra and Kai-un were equally terrified. Michao stood frozen at the sight. From above, Jing Qizhu quickly and neatly finished it off with his shovel, and once done, he landed on the ground. Michao didn't know how to start the conversation, so he asked softly, "Are you okay?" Jing Qizhu swung his shovel over his shoulder coolly and laughed. "Miss Hao, at the Beast Den on the 10th floor, the dungeon is right at Gaiyuzen Beach." At this moment, Jing Qizhu was in his vampire lord form. Michao recognized him immediately and called out to Jing Qizhu. She was excited and started to run toward him. "Did you come here to save me?" But suddenly, she tripped, and the person who tripped her was none other than Yuan-ha. Michao fell face first onto the ground. She grabbed Yuan-ha by the collar, furious, and asked, "Damn it, did you just trip me on purpose?" She replied nonchalantly, "My legs are just long, that's all." Michao suddenly felt like she recognized her. She quickly racked her memory. Yuan-ha had crossed paths with her before. Then she shouted seriously, "You're that sorceress who attacked me at the square's subway station, and you even stole my umbrella." Michao aggressively prepared to charge at her. "Perfect timing. You're a player, not a monster, right? Why are you always picking fights with me? Let's settle this." Jing Qizhu, caught in the middle, helplessly intervened. "Calm down. Miss Hao, she's much stronger than you." "Yuan-ha, you should apologize too." Yuan-ha replied, feeling a bit annoyed. "That's insane. She was the one hitting on my man first." Michao asked loudly, "What did you say?" Jing Qizhu snapped, "Don't do that." Just then, Bobby called out, "Hey, Jing Qizhu." He turned around. "Oh, Bobby." He quickly corrected himself and called him Bobby. He continued to ask, "So you're also participating in the summer event?" Shu Hiang praised him happily. "And what was that transformation earlier? It looked so charming." Hearing that, he laughed and replied, "Looked cool, didn't it? That's my vampire lord form." Kai-un remarked in awe, "Oh my god, the power gap just got even wider." Bobby immediately inquired, "You guys are also out here at the sea to hunt the Sea King, right?" Jing Qizhu replied softly, "Yeah, that's right. What about you guys?" Behind them, Kai-un answered in a low voice, "We're just going to keep hunting at the beach." He asked curiously, "Why is that?" Kai-un quickly explained, "The reason is simple. The ocean dungeon matches our rank. The average danger level of the monsters here is A rank. If we hunt consistently here, we can still earn enough experience. But the average danger level in the ocean dungeon is actually much harder. Because players aren't used to fighting on ships and in the sea, it feels like the difficulty of every monster increases by a notch. If you succeed, you definitely get a lot of experience, but right now the success rate for players hunting at sea is only 1%. Jing Qizhu also wondered, "What? In that case, wouldn't hunting the Sea King be impossible?" He thought to himself, "Should I just stay put and not do anything?" Bobby stepped closer and offered his opinion. "I don't think so. There will probably be news about that hunt soon." Jing Qizhu asked, "Why are you so sure?" Then, Sarah stepped closer and spoke up. "Don't you get it, Jing Qizhu?" He emphasized bluntly. "Because of you. Who else? Because of me? What kind of posture is that?" Zayra asked seriously, "Jing Qizhu, how many of the 6 kings have you defeated?" He thought for a moment and answered, 2. Zayra quickly added, "Exactly. Just by yourself, you defeated the 6 kings that quickly. Other S+ rank players are starting to get impatient. The promotion match was announced a long time ago and it's getting closer, so they need experience urgently. While there are only 4 of the 6 kings left, this summer event increases experience gains by 5 times. Just taking down 1 Sea King is equivalent to taking down 5 of the 6 kings. That's why S+ rank players from other worlds are teaming up and heading to the sea to hunt the Sea King. The strongest in the world are all aiming for the same target." Kai-un suddenly laughed. "Zayra, what was that face?" Then everyone around agreed and praised him. "You're so smart. You did well. I want you to be my son-in-law. What's even a little bit of that?" Jing Qizhu muttered to himself. This is more complicated than I thought. Do I have to protect the Sea King and face S+ rank players at the same time? Yu Unha asked him worriedly. So, what are you planning to do, Jing Qizu? Once he was done, he whispered into Yu Unha's ear. First, we need to meet the Sea King as soon as possible. Let's get out of here. She blushed and replied, Oh, okay. By the time Jing Qizu left, Yu Unha was still blushing, thinking, that was too close. He ran out to announce, Hey, we're heading out to the sea. Bobby asked, Leaving already? Shu Hiang laughed happily. Good luck. Bobby also encouraged them, If you can, you should definitely catch the Sea King. Jing Qizu hesitated for a moment and replied, Right, thanks a lot. Then he quickly shouted, Let's go. Everyone. Hearing that, Bob asked, Everyone? He quickly waved his hand to urge them on. Let's go. Seeing the little ones running outside, Bob quietly said, Oh, it's them. He and Shu Hiang smiled in admiration. So cute, they're so cute. At this moment, Gisette disguised himself, walking out while muttering nonsense. Sparks flew, and when they all dove into the sea, the whole group froze, realizing they had been caught. Right then, Jing Qizu quickly summoned Gargantua, hurriedly helping everyone onto the ship. Hurry, hurry, get on. Jing Qizu rushed to ask, Is everyone on board? Everyone responded that they were. Once done, he shouted urgently, Don't push, we have to set sail. Then Jing Qizu loudly ordered, Gargantua, let's head out to the sea. It immediately replied, Command acknowledged. Right after that, its whole body began to mobilize. The water on the shore was churned up, and everyone was soaked to the bone. Everyone silently asked each other, What was that just now? A dolphin robot. It's so ugly. Shu Hiang smiled cryptically and said, It can't be helped. Bobby asked curiously. What's that? She said. Am I the only one who sees it? Well, that's fine. By now, Gargantua had submerged under the sea. Inside, Jing Qizu's group was just as soaked from head to toe. He gave a thumbs up and said happily, Nice, it looks natural enough. Hearing that, Dodo immediately yelled, Natural, my foot. Yu Unha gently spoke up. At least we made it out to sea without any trouble. Jing Qizu agreed, saying, That's right, it's good. Now we just need to travel underwater, and we won't run into any other players. Dodo asked again. But if Gargantua takes its head off, how does the ship run? Jing Qizu immediately pointed out the assembly process to Dodo, but he felt helpless. No, that's not it. Gisette spoke up excitedly. Can I take it off now? Jing Qizu agreed. All right, go ahead. It's just us now. He happily affirmed. No one suspects you're a dolphin, right? They probably just think you're something I created. Dodo immediately retorted. That trashy design style is the master's signature trademark. After that, the two immediately grabbed each other and started arguing. Let go. You won't let go? You let go first. Behind them, Unha softly asked, Where does the Sea Queen live? Jaisek quickly replied, She lives in the kingdom at the deepest part of this sea. Jing Qizu proudly said, We will be the first players to meet the Sea Queen. Dodo once again threw out a negative thought. But what if she's already been defeated? Hearing that, Jisek cried out heartbrokenly, No way. Beside him, Jing Qizu comforted him, Don't cry. At this moment, Jing Qizu was discussing things with Jie. Is it far from here? Suddenly, Unha noticed another shadow inside the ship. A familiar voice rang out. Ho, why is everyone siding with the Sea Queen this time? Jing Qizu replied out of habit, It's my choice. Just as he finished, he felt something was wrong. By then, Mitch Hao appeared right behind him, making him jump. Mitch Hao? Jing Qizu asked in a panic, How did you get here? She calmly replied, When you guys dove down, I snuck in. She was about to continue. You all were caught by me. But before she could finish, Unha tackled her to the ground. She sternly announced, There's an intruder. Then Unha quickly interrogated her. I knew it. I found you suspicious from the start. Who sent you here? What is your purpose? Mitch Hao innocently replied, What purpose? I just came to hang out. Jing Qizu had to come over to stop them. Let her go. You Unha, she isn't smart enough to plan anything. She still pouted, but this time he said seriously, Mitch Hao, you can't just climb onto the ship like that. We are underwater now. How are you going to get out of here? Yu Unha replied nonchalantly, You can just drop me off. Dodo yelled in frustration. Do you want her to die? That's terrifying. Next, he had to make a decision. There's no other way. Just stay there and don't cause trouble. Mitch Hao immediately replied happily. Okay. Seeing that, Dodo opened his mouth to complain. We've barely started and there's already a variable. Jing Qizu sighed and replied, What else can we do? We have to deal with it. Gisette was still smiling happily. Hey, don't worry. We're traveling underwater. What could possibly happen? Jing Shizu quickly covered his mouth. Be quiet. Dodo also gritted his teeth. Stop saying such bad luck things. He sighed and shouted, I hope nothing happens. Dodo snapped again, don't even say that. After that, they quickly headed out into the open sea. A small piece of wood suddenly appeared on the water's surface. It seemed a shipwreck had occurred underwater, causing the players to sink simultaneously. Sir Goodman could not escape the disaster either. Just when he thought he was about to perish, he suddenly opened his eyes, waking up, and then used all his remaining strength to surface. Sir Goodman flew up at full speed. Something underneath seemed to be chasing him. By then, he quickly realized it was the mermaid standing right in front of him, causing Sir Goodman to prepare to draw his sword. At that moment, he blushed until a nosebleed burst out. She asked in a soft voice, Are you King Jing Qizu? Is this Hein, the sea queen of the other world? Hein emitted a melodious, pleasant voice. It can't be mistaken. You are holding metal and have enough vitality to stay underwater for this long. In her eyes, there wasn't a single hint of killing intent. King Jing Qizu, or rather, the man standing before Sir Goodman, pleaded, Please protect the peace of this ocean floor. I swear on the title of Sea Queen Hein, I will offer you everything I have. Seeing he remained silent, she leaned in even closer. But your face is a bit, why are humans formed in such a harsh way? It's so pitiful. Sir Goodman, choking on water, only made Hein more disgusted. Stop rambling. The more you talk, the uglier you look. Suddenly, something huge and pitch black fell near them. A shipwreck. Seeing him draw his sword, she stopped him. Stay still. Hein pulled Sir Goodman close toward her hill. There. She pointed at the ship decisively. If you move strongly now, you'll suffocate. I will save you, so stay calm. Hein moved her hands, spinning them a few times, and a large whirlpool formed accordingly. She shouted and launched it toward the ship, a vortex of tragedy. The result could only be complete destruction. Afraid that Sir Goodman would be hit by the debris, Hein held him even tighter. A moment later, she let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it was blocked. Hein pushed Sir Goodman away and asked happily, Han King Jing Qizu, you owe me your life. Are you hurt anywhere? His condition was not stable at all. He looked like he was about to die. She was terrified. Why are you bleeding from your nose so much? Thinking Sir Goodman was sick, Hein honestly wanted to heal him. No, I have to perform CPR, but to kiss someone this ugly, she hesitated with regret. This is my first kiss, and I have to give it too. No, I must be strong. Sea Queen Hein, the fate of the entire ocean lies in the hands of King Jing Qizu. Hein could take it. What was this? She took a deep breath, her hands clutching Sir Goodman's ripe tomato-like face. His face couldn't have been any redder. Suddenly, tears streamed uncontrollably down Hein's face. Sir Goodman was also taken by surprise, his words caught in his throat. Her tears kept flowing more and more. Just then, he suddenly began to glow with a blinding light. Hein was so scared she had to let go of Sir Goodman and shrieked. His face at that moment looked distorted to an extreme degree. She must have been seeing something like this for the first time in her life, panicking endlessly. Hein even gasped in horror. So ugly. Sir Goodman was attacked repeatedly and felt so ashamed he had nowhere to hide. His tears and snot mingled with the salty seawater. Sir Goodman scrambled to the surface of the sea immediately. Hein looked up, wondering. He surfaced. Could it be that he isn't King Jing Qizu? She breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. On the surface, the boat had been split in two, and a strange light suddenly appeared before them. As soon as Sir Goodman emerged, everyone cheered. Found him. Emergency rescue. Now. The peerless swordsman Jing Qizu urged everyone urgently. He kept stomping to force the water out of Sir Goodman. Wake up. Snap out of it, bro. By now, he had fully regained consciousness and jumped up, cursing. You bastard. Are you crazy for using your feet? What the? You look fine to me. Jing Qizu put on a mocking face. Do you have any idea how long you've been underwater? How are you still alive? Sir Goodman was even more irritated. Did you think I was done for down there? Team B scanned the area. I don't see any signs of life. Chocobee is just sitting there. That's enough. He whispered, Hey, Peerless, you owe me one life, bro. Chocobee smirked. In times like these, my teleportation skill is truly reliable, right? Chocobee is a non-Gaius mage, level 962. Jing Qizu is a holy swordsman, level 948. Team B is a holy archer, level 950. Those on the other boat wreckage seemed annoyed by them. Hurry up, the ship has already sunk. However, they were the only ones who survived without a single scratch. The chatter was incessant. That guild was the only one here capable of soloing a 6-king level monster. They were truly strong. The GC Guild's Sir Goodman had managed to sit up by now. Hey, Chocobee. Meanwhile, Jing Qizu was glaring daggers at the others. Are you whispering about something? He suddenly called out to everyone there. Team B and Jing Qi's both turned their heads in surprise. What is it? What's going on? Sir Goodman's voice trembled as if he were about to cry. Tell me the truth. Are you Hein's condescending voice rang out again. Stop whining. The more you talk, the uglier you get. But having to hear such a thing from someone he liked, her words felt like a knife stabbing straight into Sir Goodman's heart. So ugly. At this point, tears welled up in his eyes. Am I really that ugly? Sir Goodman knelt down, the pain seeming to freeze within his body. The others answered honestly. Yeah, very ugly. He couldn't accept his fate and screamed in self-pity. You bastards are all going to the bottom of the sea. Yun-Ha stood inside the ship, observing outside. How strange. She wondered about the desolate scene before her. Why are there so many shipwrecks under the sea? Du also felt uneasy, as if someone had deliberately sunk them all. Yun-Ha turned to the person behind her. I have a bad feeling about this. But she saw them nonchalantly eating melon. You guys are too carefree. Jing Qizu is even inviting us to eat watermelon over here, he said, chewing loudly. It's the summer event now, so obviously players and sea monsters are constantly fighting. Those traces were likely left by the battles. Gisette had a small question. But the number of battles is much lower than I thought. Hearing this, Jing Qizu was also surprised. Huh, really? He then revealed the queen told us to hide and not cause trouble, Gisette explained. Also, after seeing a monster of that rank at the beginning of the event, everyone was terrified. He added another surprising point. Really? Du hurriedly grabbed his collar and shook him. Then what are those shipwrecks? Who attacked them? Gisette was confused and couldn't answer. Jing Qizu bit into his melon, chewing while curious. If it wasn't the sea monsters, then who did it? They didn't know that behind their ship, a large, strange object had appeared. It quickly fired a large beam at the side of Jing Qizu's ship. The whole group was hit, screaming in alarm. Yun-Ha involuntarily fell flat on the floor. Mitch Hao had it even worse, spinning in the air several times. Only Jing Qizu remained seated firmly, though he couldn't hide his panic. What's going on? A voice came from inside the gun barrel. Did we hit something? Another person spoke up. That's right, boss. That person said in a deep voice, Are you sure that's King Jing Qizu? The person next to him boasted confidently. For sure. You can tell just by looking at that dinosaur head. Hunter Kana is commanding from inside the ship. This time, she even modified it into a submarine to sneak around underwater. Ah, the seductress. She ordered excitedly, Fire another shot and sink it. Hunter Kana laughed arrogantly. Understood. Hunter Kana aimed the muzzle at Jing Qizu's ship. I know this type of person well. Her eyes became gloomy and terrifying. Players like him always think they are stronger and smarter than average players. Hunter Kana sat comfortably on her chair, enjoying the spoils. While there are many strong average players, they just don't like to show off like us. The illegal hunter, Hunter Kana, level 924. She prepared for battle, excited. Goodbye, King Jing Qizu. She personally placed her hand on the missile launch button. A smile spread across Hunter Kana's face. A massive explosion made her ship the brightest in the area. Jing Qizu had taken the initiative to attack first with an iron fist. She cursed in horror. You bastard! Their ship couldn't hold up anymore and kept tilting, making Hunter Kana terrified. What the hell? One of them shouted in panic. Boss, the left side of the submarine has been blown away. We're sinking. The people inside shouted to run. Meanwhile, Hunter Kana had not yet recovered. Still, Jing Qizu wasn't done yet. What the hell? Those bastards suddenly attacked us. He continued to order. We must capture those bastards. Gargantua quickly received the order. Yes. Jing Qizu gave the instruction, transform into that. Jen immediately emitted a blinding light. That light illuminated a vast area of the sea. Jing Qizu's face, looking like a vengeful ghost, appeared in front of Hunter Kana's ship, making her even more panicked. What? Hunter Kana shrieked. What on earth is that? Jing Qizu launched a full-scale attack, excited. Charge. Gargantua sped forward at full throttle, using its sharp nose to stab the giant whale's body. While he was excited on one side, elsewhere, the small Gaiasm cage was slowly sinking. Destroy it. The baby long-fin whale shrieked in panic, calling for its mother. The iron chain connecting the mother and calf snapped apart. Seeing this, the mother whale used all her remaining strength to dash after them. Yun-Ha, watching from inside, saw it all unfold. Wait, Mr. Jing Qizu, there's a baby whale trapped in that sinking cage. He was caught off guard too. What? Mikhao's mic stats kept fluctuating wildly. They probably took the calf hostage to force the mother to lead their ships. Jing Qizu was still confused. What kind of messed up strategy is that? The long-fin whale struggled, trying to swim away. Just then, Dodo realized the problem. We're being dragged along. Jing Qi's stood firm and urged everyone to hold on tight to the mother whale as she came to save her baby. Meanwhile, Hunter Kanna had escaped her ship, watching them sink deep into the ocean. She was still boiling with rage. Now is my chance. Hunter Kanna rode off on her dark sea ray, heading in the opposite direction from Jing Qi's group. She just couldn't swallow this defeat. Damn you, Jing Qi's. I didn't expect you to be this strong underwater. High-level players are all monsters. She immediately called Daddy Khan. Daddy, can you hear me? Hunter Kanna reported the situation. We've been completely wiped out. What do we do now? He scolded her. Everyone can hear you. Don't scream. Daddy Khan chuckled. Don't worry, just come back. I've already calculated everything. He didn't seem worried at all, waiting for them to see what would happen next. Realizing she dared to make Gaius her enemy in the middle of this ocean, Hunter Kanna felt a weight lift and exclaimed, brilliant. Meanwhile, the mother whale had reached her little one. She kept swimming around the iron cage. Gisette swam closer to talk to her. Mom, please, back away a little. He tried to comfort the whale. This small human will help us. Jing Qi's stepped forward, his mechanical arm reaching out. With a metallic grip, he tore the iron cage apart. UNDEAD cheered. We did it. Mikhao jumped for joy. Thank goodness. Everyone was thrilled at the mother and calf's reunion. Suddenly, Jing Qi's noticed something strange sinking down. It was a collection of animal heads mounted on wooden plaques. They looked so lifelike, as if they were still alive. His smile faded, and his expression turned serious. As soon as UNDEAD returned home, she asked urgently, Mr. Jing Qi's, what is that? He had salvaged a pile of those bizarre items. I don't know. These fell from the submarine. I could only grab what I saw. UNDEAD didn't dare touch them. How do I put this? These look so creepy. Jing Qi's gaze grew even darker. They preserved the heads as trophies. Dodo suddenly had an idea. Master, can you revive them? Though he felt pity, he knew he couldn't help. Even if I revive them, they're just heads now. Let's wait until this is over. I'll bring them to the surface and figure it out later. Gisette felt a pang of sadness seeing the tears still welling up in their eyes. Who could do something this cruel? Suddenly, Mikhao stepped forward to confess. I think I know who did this. Jing Qi's was surprised. What? Who? She said firmly, my brother. He's a player on the main server. He told me, I've heard stories about the cruel things done to my comrades in CNOL before. A beast that our team loved like a member of Gaia's would suddenly disappear one day, only to be found later as a preserved display piece. The culprit is a poaching guild that specializes in catching or stealing monsters, preserving them and selling them to sick collectors. Mikhao recounted everything she had heard. I remember the guild leader's name was something like Dobu Jao. Anyway, this method is exactly like theirs. I heard they were disbanded after causing trouble. Gisette grew more terrified the more she heard. Could they have moved their operations to another world? Even Dodo reacted strongly. Monsters like that are here too. Jing Qi's noticed a label on an animal's ear and didn't know what to say in such a ridiculous situation. He curiously asked, then why did they come into the sea? He fell silent, analyzing. It's not to hunt monsters. Did you all see the mother whales pulling power earlier? Jing Qi's still couldn't understand it. Underwater monsters are much stronger when they're in the ocean. Even if a player is strong, they can't fight properly underwater. Even Name agreed. That's true. So, their goal is something else. He looked at UNDEAD. What they were targeting wasn't monsters, but her. He jumped down immediately. I get it now. UNDEAD analyzed. They're targeting players, not monsters, to hog all the experience points during the summer event. That was exactly what Jing Qi's was thinking. I think so too. Things seemed clearer based on his words. No matter how strong a player is, as long as they're on a ship, attacks from underwater are almost impossible to block. Plus, they won't be detected unless they surface to draw attention. Mikhao was still skeptical. Then what are they planning by stopping the players? Her voice rose. Could they be planning to attack the Sea King? Gisette looked stunned. What? He panicked, crying out, the queen is in danger. Jing Qi's urged everyone, we have to hurry. He raised his shovel, determined. The person who set up this strategy had even planned to capture the Sea King in the middle of the ocean like this. Either they were trying to intimidate others, or they were extremely confident in their own strength. Jing Qi's ordered his summon. Let's go. Gargantua dashed forward. Understood. In another part of the ocean, a warship frantically fired a torpedo ahead. Joachim was hit and scrambled. Dodo it. JC cried a river of tears. We're already here. Let's just go to the beach and hunt. He ran away frantically. I knew something like this would happen. Joachim, a level 199 hero. JC, a level 185 mage. and Pixel followed closely behind. But I didn't expect to be attacked by other players. Foxter trailed right behind them. That's exactly what I'm saying. Pixel, a level 182 shield warrior, and Foxter, a level 191 rogue. On their boat, they didn't forget to shout back, "Who the hell are you guys? Don't just attack cowardly from afar. Come here and fight man to man." The people inside the cabin laughed arrogantly. Why would we do that? Ha-Chun grabbed the radio with a condescending attitude. Listen closely, you weak players. Our boss is Jing-Chi Zhu. Jing-Chi Zhu is currently dominating this ocean. The whole group started to panic at the news. What did you say? Jing-Chi Zhu. Did you engrave your name on the moon or something? The guy bragged without a hint of shame. During the Gaia's summer event, the entire subjugation of the Sea King and sea monster hunting belongs to Jing-Chi Zhu and our faction. Ha-Chun taunted, laughing loudly. All of you, get away from the Gaia's ocean and get out of our sight. The people on the ship were furious this was going too far. Mi Hao was thrilled by the scene. It seemed his provocation was working perfectly. He was dead certain, exactly as their boss had planned. Ha-Chun was incredibly excited about this scheme. No matter how we draw attention now, Jing-Chi Zhu will take the fall for everything. Just as predicted, one of the group members started venting his frustration. This is ridiculous. He's already got 2 King's emblems, right? Is this game just a private playground for veterans? Why did I start in this other world instead of them? While one guy kept whining about how disgusting Jing-Chi Zhu was, Foxter jumped in. No, he had a very deep impression of Jing-Chi Zhu's character. Jing-Chi Zhu wouldn't do that. Foxter kept siding with him. He's not a selfish person. Even Joachim stepped up to defend him. Exactly. Stop insulting my rival like that. The opposition argued back fiercely. Who gave you the right to call yourself his rival? Huh. Mi Hao watched from afar, very satisfied the infighting had begun. Ha-Chun grinned from ear to ear. That's it. Fight. Keep fighting. His face twisted into a maniacal grin. Suddenly, a small silhouette swung a sword, creating a massive slash. A moonlight slash, the light illuminated the entire anchored ship. Hako hovered in midair. His sudden appearance left the Ha-Chun brothers frozen in shock. Even Joachim's group stood there with their jaws dropped. Yuria's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her head. She stammered, that red hair. A massive wave hit out of nowhere, rocking the ship violently. The Ha-Chun brothers were tossed off the ship and plunged into the sea. Luckily, a hand grabbed Ha-Chun by his hat and hauled him back onto the deck like a fish on a line. He choked on water, trying to force out a thank you. Heart Heater burst into raucous laughter. Don't mention it. Ha-Chun scrambled backward, terrified of Heart Heater. As soon as he turned around, his face slammed into his shiny gold shoe. Hako appeared with that trademark corporate smile. His voice weighed 1,000 tons. Repeat what you just said over the loudspeaker. The flames erupting around Hako were enough to make Ha-Chun wet himself. You said who your boss was, didn't you? The radio link to the ship kept crackling. Unit 6. We hear an explosion. What's going on? The urgent calls grew more frantic. Answer us. Unit 6. Unit 6. Daddy Khan, sitting in the observation room, sighed. They've been taken out. Hunter Kanna blurted out instinctively. What? Who did this? But it seemed he was out of touch. Who knows? Hunter Kanna rode her fish, speeding away. Father, I told you, if we keep drawing attention, it's too dangerous. If top-tier players notice our tricks, we're finished. But Daddy Khan just laughed loudly. Is my daughter really that scared? He cracked open a beer with one hand. Don't worry. On land, maybe. But under this ocean, no one compares to your old man. Daddy Khan grew even more brazen in his scheming. Besides, even if we keep causing trouble, those brats will still blame Jing-Chi Zhu for ordering it. Isn't that right? Hunter Kanna smirked craftily. It's just a game anyway. How would they know it's a lie? Daddy Khan took a swig of his beer. Just focus on finding the Sea King. Those of you listening on the radio, remember this. He couldn't hide his excitement, grinning wildly. We're going to take the Sea King's head and become the winners of this event. Daddy Khan's subordinates responded in unison. He didn't forget to remind them, do it properly. Search other areas besides just the designated points. Everyone answered, understood. Yes, we understand. But when the connection cut off, Hunter Kanna grew discouraged. How are we supposed to search this entire vast ocean? Suddenly, a merman appeared out of nowhere, lunging from behind her. Hunter Kanna gasped in surprise. What is this? Hein swam in circles above. Are these humans? What are they doing here? She hovered over Hunter Kanna, riding a dark shadow fish. They don't look like shipwreck survivors, do they? Hein grabbed her chin, her voice cold and commanding. Answer me. State your name. At the same time, Dodo on the ship seemed to be losing all patience. How much deeper do we have to go before the kingdom appears? Jing-Chi Zhu quickly reassured everyone. It's at the deepest point of the seabed. We're almost there. Mihao was excited. It truly lived up to the name Underwater Kingdom. Jing Shizhu naively wondered, if it was hidden this deep, wouldn't they just need to stay away from the surface? Yu Unha speculated. It's probably just a matter of time. People were diving down just like this earlier. She sat quietly, observing the front. Careful, the bow might crash into the cliff. Du asked for an opinion on whether to detach that part, but suddenly, Jaiset shouted, "We're here." He excitedly threw open the ship's door. This is it, the most beautiful underwater kingdom in the ocean. But the scene before them left them heartbroken. Jing Shizhu couldn't believe his eyes. Before him lay a desolate, ruined wasteland. Is this the underwater kingdom? Jaiset was more panicked than ever. What? He looked to the left, everything was gone. Jaiset glanced to the right, everything was destroyed. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. What happened here? Jaiset bolted out like a shot. Queen. Everyone. Yu Unha couldn't react in time and shouted, "Wait, it's dangerous." She said sadly to Jing Shizhu, "Are we too late?" His eyes remained fixed on the ruins. "I don't know. That's it." Jing Shizhu made a firm decision. "I'm going out to investigate." "Nobody else come out." Mihao quickly took the order. While that happened, Jaiset was frantically looking for survivors. "Where's everyone?" A nearby noise drew his attention to someone. Jaiset suddenly cried out with joy. "Moni, you're alive." She was a white clown mermaid. "Jay?" He swam over urgently to ask, "What happened? Where is everyone else?" Moni flicked her tail as she swam closer. Everyone was taken away. She wept, remembering the horrific scene. A terrifying man suddenly appeared and used a giant iron net to drag everyone away. Jaiset gasped in shock. "What? Just one person?" The anxiety in his heart grew with every passing second. Could it be that even the queen had been taken? Moni sobbed in response, "No. Perhaps the queen knew she was the target and left to go far away to avoid causing harm to the kingdom." Wait, were they taken to be hunted for experience points? Then their goal must be preservation. We have to chase after them. Jing Shizhu turned to call Jaiset. Just as he was speaking, a small tremor occurred. We have to hurry. The tremors grew stronger, making Jaiset tremble. What is this? Even Mia is terrified, hugging Yu Unha's thigh. I'm so scared. She looks frantic. Is it an underwater earthquake? Strange noises erupt from behind Jing Shizhu. A stranger rockets in out of nowhere, a redhead with a sword already surging with power. He swims upwards suddenly, and Jing Shizhu's eyes nearly pop out of his head. It's the leveling warrior, Hako. He flashes an arrogant grin. Jing Shizhu. Hako makes his entrance with a devastatingly smooth sword swing. Nice to meet you. A blinding white light flashes, hitting Jing Shizhu and Yi Seal was square in the face. A wave of power surges through his body, reaching all the way to where Gargantua is anchored. The entire area is engulfed in light, blinding everyone. A moment later, it fades, and Jing Shizhu's figure gradually emerges. He blinks, trying to focus on what's in front of him. Jing Shizhu is speechless as a wall of seawater rises up. The ocean seems to have split in two from that last attack, leaving him stunned. What the hell? Jing Shizhu regains his composure, only to hear Hako laughing heartily. Scared? You jumped, didn't you? He clutches his stomach, laughing. Thought I was attacking you guys? I just swam a lot and got tired, that's all. Hako treats his feat like child's play, as if splitting the ocean was nothing. He looks at the result with satisfaction. I set up a barrier. It should hold for a few minutes. Jing Shizhu finally gets serious and takes off his oxygen mask. Leveling warrior Hako, why are you here? He points his sword at him. Why not? Just here for a stroll, and maybe finish off the Sea King while I'm at it. Yu Unha is just as shocked. He really did split the ocean in half. Who is that redhead? Mia, shameless as ever, faceplants into Yu Unha's chest. What now? Are you a player, and you don't even know the leveling warrior Hako? He's an untouchable, rank 1 in the other world, the strongest player there is. Yu Unha turns away, annoyed. Rank 1? She jumps up, looking through the glass with worry. Why would someone that strong come looking for Jing Shizhu? On the contrary, Mia looks excited. This is really it now. Jing Shizhu. Hako points his sword directly at him. Jing Shizhu, are the rumors about you true? He looks puzzled. Rumors? Hako explains in detail. You know, the stuff about you wanting to hog all the summer event experience points and sinking other players into the sea. He laughs heartily. But hey, I really did meet you at the bottom of the ocean. Jing Shizhu knows this isn't going to end easily, so he lifts his head to muster his courage. He takes a deep, sharp breath, and then, with all his might, screams, leveling warrior Hako. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Jing Shizhu's tone softens. He raises his shovel threateningly. Get out of the way and let me pass. Hako is stunned by Jing Shizhu's attitude, but then he smiles brightly as flames begin to consume his body. Are you busy? Then try and get past me. Both of them immediately enter a combat stance, the grin never leaving Hako's face, while Jing Qiyu is deadly serious. Jing Qiyu rushes in first, and Hako follows suit. Their speed is like a rocket, and the sound of their weapons clashing is deafening. Flashback to before they started fighting, the Heart Heater gang appeared to spectate. Gaius asks curiously, "Is that Jing Qiyu?" He replies, "Yeah." "You don't seem to have a very good impression of him. He doesn't look that impressive either. Why does Hako think so highly of that guy?" Heart Heater laughs teasingly. "Are you jealous?" "As if." Gaius sticks out his tongue in disgust. Man, he's never paid attention to anyone else before. Him acting all weird like this is just suspicious. He bows his head calmly. "Just watch the match and you'll understand. It's pretty entertaining to watch." The fighting style of Jing Qiyu Hako is eager to get into it, while Jing Qiyu is far more serious. Jing Qiyu charges forward aggressively with his shovel, and Hako leaps in to meet him. The two streams of light are like opposing poles. The sound of their weapons colliding is ear-splitting. They are still locked in a stalemate, sparks flying as their weapons scrape against each other. Jing Qiyu starts a new move. He yells, summoning a giant mechanical arm. Jing Qiyu quickly sprints away to escape its attack. "It seems you Unha celebrated too soon." "Gotcha." A cute voice rings out. Jing Qiyu looks up curiously. What hits his eyes is a sword that looks like a piece of string cheese. Jing Qiyu is shocked to his core. "You blocked that. What kind of sword is that?" Gaius is equally astonished. "A noodle sword. Is he seriously using that?" He stares wide-eyed. It's completely limp. The noodle sword keeps making squeaky, cute noises. Suddenly, Jing Qiyu smacks it right in the face with his shovel. Hako cries out in panic. "Noodly, you heartless bastard." Jing Qiyu quickly apologizes. "Sorry, wait, why didn't it block it?" Hako yells back, "Because it's a single-use item." Jing Qiyu looks helpless. "How was I supposed to know that?" With that, he throws a furious punch. Hako kicks off the water to launch himself into the air, easily dodging Jing Qiyu's punches. "What are you doing? Fight properly, will you?" Jing Qiyu swears in frustration. "Damn it, he's toying with me." Hako skims across the water with a smug grin. "Get serious." This time, he starts his real move. Skill activation. Hako manipulates the water, launching it at Jing Qiyu. Water impact. The surprise attack makes Jing Qiyu choke on the water. Little does he know, Hako is already preparing the next move. He doesn't forget to warn him. "If you don't dodge this, you're dead." A white light flashes, illuminating the entire area. Seeing the lightning skill, Yu Unha screams in worry. "No!" She tries to scream as loud as she can. Jing Qiyu. The light is so intense that everyone has to shield their eyes, unable to see the situation. After the strike, Hako lands softly on the ground. In front of him is a giant, bottomless black hole. He walks to the edge and calls down, "Hey, Jing Qiyu." Hako smiles with amusement. "Don't tell me that's it." His shovel wasn't just for show. He used it to shovel the dirt to bring Jing Qiyu back to the surface. This time, his smile fades. "Huh." Gaius is equally surprised. From underground, Yu Unha on the other side is relieved. He's still alive. Jing Qiyu transforms into his Dragon Lord form, leveling warrior Hako. By now, Hako has regained his composure, and the smile returns to his face. He swaps the sword in his hand. "Good." He shouts excitedly, "Come at me, Jing Qiyu." But the response he gets is a bold declaration from him instead. "I yield." Jing Qiyu has now jumped onto Gargantua's head, to Hako's surprise. "Huh." Even though he's smiling, it seems he had a plan all along. "You win. You're seriously strong." Good game, good game. The match is over, so if you'll excuse us, we'll be going now." Jing Qiyu swings his shovel, ready to make a quick getaway. "We're busy. Goodbye." He creates a moonlight rail for Gargantua to speed off on. Meeting again, even the guys from Gaius were just as surprised. "What was that?" Ha! Suddenly panicked. He ran away. Darich followed the ice path and took off into the air. He landed perfectly on the sea's surface. Jing Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, we made it out." Yu Unha also felt the heavy burden lift. "I thought for sure we were dead that time. Thank goodness we finally escaped safely." Mitch Hao was still regretful, but it seemed easier to breathe than I thought. If the whole group had worked together with Gargantua, who knows, maybe we could have done it. But Jing Qiyu denied it. His face turned serious. The leveling warrior Ha wasn't even fighting seriously at all. He was just playing around. It seemed like Jing Qiyu had a hunch that if everyone had rushed him at once, he would have fought for real, and we surely would have all been wiped out. Just like that time, he was completely helpless, only able to watch. Jing Qi's went silent and looked out at the distant sea. After a second of silence, he spoke up. I have something to say. Jing Qi's called out the names of the two remaining entities. Bone Mutt, he even called the two fish. The friends under the sea, even the ship. Jing Qi's named them all, including Gargantua. His voice suddenly became strangely serious. Everyone, if something happens like I might lose in today's battle. Jing Qi's gave instructions as if they were his last words. Just run away. Surrendering is fine. You must survive by any means possible. Absolutely do not die. Understand? Du felt uneasy. Master. Lady Mitch Howe and I are players, so even if we die, we just respawn. He was still stubborn with his point, but the rest of you only live once in this world. So, whatever happens, don't push yourselves too hard. Understand? Jing Qi's voice suddenly choked up. I came to this other world to meet you all. Suddenly, Ha appeared in front of them with his signature, unmistakable smile. Even he was stunned. Leveling warrior, Ha. Ha stepped down onto Gargantua, looking at Jing Qi's. We meet so often, don't we? He unexpectedly scrambled to get up. No way, how did you catch up so fast? He flicked a coin up. How, you ask? Then he grabbed it tightly as soon as it landed. I am the leveling warrior, Ha. After all, there is nothing I cannot do. He was quite energetic, ready to continue fighting. I haven't seen the Sea King's tail yet, so I can't let you guys go that easily. So, spill everything you know. Ha was extremely excited. If you don't want to talk, you really will die this time. Dudu and Ha poked their heads out, worried. Master, brother Jing Qi's, but they were stopped by Jing Qi's. Stay back. Before his words were finished, Ha had already flown in. Absolutely do not interfere. A bright red sword grazed past Jing Qi's. At this moment, he seemed to know his own fate. It's over. A massive wave of power spread across the sea surface. The destructive force was incredibly intense. Its finish, only Ha's faint silhouette was visible in the mist. Then he was suddenly surprised. What? Because another sword had appeared to stop Ha. Why did this old man suddenly show up? He couldn't help but be amazed. The peerless swordsman, Sir Goodman, gritted his teeth, blocking Ha's blade. Leveling warrior, you idiot. Now is not the time to be doing stuff like this here. He didn't understand what was going on. What are you talking about? His voice trembled. The Sea King. The Sea King. Sir Goodman rose up, determined. The queen has been kidnapped. We all have to work together to find her as quickly as possible. Jing Qi's stood there with his mouth agape in shock. Who is this old guy? As soon as Jing Qi's spoke up, who is this old guy? Sir Goodman also spoke in response. So, you're Jing Qi's? Under his judgmental gaze, he was bewildered. What's going on? Sir Goodman suddenly exclaimed, Queen Hein has been looking for you this whole time. Jing Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Sea King? He was so determined because he was driven by curiosity. I'm curious to see how tough you look. I don't know anymore. Not only that, but there was also that unforgettable memory from back then. Thinking about it made him bitter, so Sir Goodman poured all his frustration onto Jing Qi's. You don't look like anything special. I thought you would be really handsome. He didn't understand anything at all. Why are you suddenly judging my appearance? Even Ha was confused. Where did you pop out from to interfere in the fight? You ruined the flow, Gaius. Suddenly, Ha's panicked voice rang out. Brother Jing Qi's. He poked his head out to look. Ha! Her voice was sweet and worried. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Jing Qi's was still bewildered. Yeah, I'm fine. Mitch Howe smiled, praising him. You were so cool just now. Jing Qi's. Meanwhile, Ha gently stroked his face. From now on, don't push yourself too hard, okay? Do you hear me? Jing Qi's was confused. I didn't even do that much. Seeing this, Goodman was trembling with jealousy. What? Don't tell me all these people are your companions, he replied nonchalantly. That's right. Why? The envy in his heart flared up violently. What the hell are you saying? Who the hell are you to be surrounded by girls like that? Jing Qi's heard it and felt more and more annoyed. This is so frustrating. Self-pitying tears welled up on Goodman's face. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Hey, you have to know how lucky you are. Around me, it's all Mitch Howe interrupted, curious. Who is this old guy? Your uncle? Jing Qi's? He replied bluntly, no. At this moment, the others had also appeared. Peerless swordsman, you told us to go ahead. Why are you doing weird things again? Hearing that, he became even angrier. Again? Jing Qi's had another confusing moment. Who are you people? Choco B politely reached out to greet him. So it's you? The plus-ranked player who carved his name onto the moon. Team B introduced themselves. We are the Jorok Guild. Jing Qi's put on a curious face. Hey you, did you just solo with the leveling warrior Ha? How are you still alive? Choco B stepped up to explain. Jing Chizu, we came to stop this fight. We came because we're also a bit interested in helping the Sea King. Jing Chizu was stunned. Huh? Really? At this point, Ha chimed in. What are you guys talking about? Help the Sea King? How many players are aiming for the experience points of that summer event? Can you handle becoming the enemy of all of them? He hurriedly raised his hands to make peace. Long time no see, leveling warrior Ha. First of all, lower your sword and listen to me. Chakabe began to explain in detail. Players who want to earn a lot of experience through the summer event and the opposing faction that wants to protect the Sea King safely from those people. At first glance, the two sides are forced to conflict, but actually, there's no need to fight. Why? Because protecting the Sea King safely is exactly what brings you the most experience. There is even the Sea King's mark. That is the true mission of the summer event that gives you the most experience points and the Six Kings badge. Hearing this, Ha was truly shocked. What? Even Heart Heater appeared to join the fun. Is what you just said true? He stood on the branch and called down. Interesting. Gaius looked excited. Want me to explain it in more detail? No way to get the Sea King badge and maximum EXP? Mitch Howe's jaw dropped in disbelief. Just a kid. Shisuk said with a single sentence. Plenty of people here like to talk big. Hako and Heart Heater silenced him. They had been defeated. Before that, when the peerless swordsman was rescued from the sea, the light shone directly on Chocobee's group, making him forget the candy in his hand. Everyone's expression turned to shock. There's no way. Their reaction was due to the summer event notification in the other world. The secret of the Sea King, hidden quest unlocked. Confused, he asked, a hidden quest. The next notification appeared, hidden quest, protect the Sea King from players. Protect the underwater kingdom. Jin-Suk shouted, protect the Sea King from players. Team B quickly signaled him to be quiet. He covered his mouth with his hand. Other players will hear us. From now on, we might all be facing each other as enemies, and Gaius is fighting. This time, Chocobee stood up seriously. Peerless swordsman, only our guild can see this hidden quest. Sir Goodman's voice was deep. Must be because I made contact with the Sea King. Sir Goodman didn't forget to butter up Hein. I never knew there was a hidden quest like this. We almost made a huge mistake. Unlike other famous Six Kings, she was gentle and beautiful, but Jin-Suk doused him with a bucket of cold water. Whether she's beautiful or not doesn't matter. But Chocobee hesitated, wondering if doing this quest was really a good idea. He stood up, trying to convince them. What are you saying? The EXP multiplier increasing from 5 times to 10 times is obviously great. He looked back with sharp eyes. Think back to our original goal for attending the summer event, to prepare for promotion matches and get ahead of the competition against top-tier players. Our guild wanted to monopolize the Sea King's EXP, right? This hidden quest can be completed together, but the original quest is exclusive. If we ignore this hidden quest and just finish off the Sea King, it might be more profitable. Jin-Suk, outraged, kept shaking Chocobee. What are you talking about? Team B, have you always been like this? You plan to kill someone who needs help? He chuckled dryly. I'm not saying we have to, just that it's a possibility. This guy is so naive. Chocobee's eyes turned cold again. But one thing is certain, not every player who sees the hidden quest will think as kindly as Jin-Suk, right? You could get stabbed in the back and lose all that Sea King EXP in a heartbeat. Team B, having listened this whole time, finally spoke up. Leader, you decide. Are we going to help the Sea King or kill her? Sir Goodman's face was full of determination. Why ask such an obvious question? He declared loudly, listen up, members of the Varak Rot Guild. From now on, during this summer event, our guild will protect the Sea King to the end. We will definitely save her. And based on that affection level, by any means necessary, I will become the Queen's husband. I love you. Queen Sir Goodman clenched his fists, brimming with spirit, while the others looked on indifferently as if watching a farce. Chisuk started in disgust, then quickly bit back. What? At this moment, Heater stepped forward to ask. Chisuk, you know about this hidden quest too? He answered honestly. I didn't open the status window, but I knew there would be a reward. Chisuk was naive and hid nothing. One of the Sea King's dolphin subordinates has joined our side. They said that if we help the Sea King, there will be a reward. He had to admire him. Looks like you were personally chosen. Hako pointed directly at Disset, curious. A dolphin? You mean this guy? He felt helpless toward his teammate. I told you not to come out. It's too dangerous. He teared up, acting pitiful. But the queen was kidnapped, too. If we don't go save her fast, the queen and the people will. At this moment, Chisuk suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Kidnapped. He turned to ask Chocobee's group what they meant. How do you guys know that information? He then recounted what happened. We met a suspicious group while teleporting. Chocobee recalled the scene. After questioning them, we found out they were colluding with the ones who sank our ship. We stole the radio. They used to communicate with their accomplices and heard they were taking the Sea King to his secret base. For a moment, his voice dropped. We tried to find the location of the base, but a sudden explosion killed them. Chisuk was stunned. What? Disset cried out tragically. What? That's terrifying, Your Majesty. He immediately reassured him, don't cry. We will go save the queen right now, Mitchhow shouted. But how do we know where she is? Only now did Gaius speak up. All right. He stood up, his face full of determination. Manibu, heart heater, Nim. Let's go save the Sea King too. Hako was stunned. Ha. Then he resumed his signature smile. Is that okay? Besides us, these guys will also get a share of the EXP. Gaius didn't care at all. It's fine. Getting more EXP to reach the next rank quickly is what's important. Besides, if Manabu, who is ranked first, gets more EXP, it's good for the whole team. At this point, he officially introduced himself. You're Kim Chi-suk, right? I'm Dat. I'm the sponsor for the leveling warrior Hako. He habitually joked, sponsor me too while you're at it. Yu Unha looked annoyed. How rude. This human is the same. He asked seriously, why do you want to save the Sea King? Chi-suk replied nonchalantly, why? What else could it be? Because saving her is romantic. Yu Unha couldn't believe her ears. Romantic. He turned to those present. So, all three teams here have decided to save the Sea King, right? Chi-suk smiled brightly. With this many of us, we can do a lot. Then let's forget our past conflicts and plan the rescue. Everyone turned their eyes toward him. The dream team had been formed. The scene shifted to a calm sea. Looking down from above, there was a fisherman casting his line. He sighed heavily, bored. Daddy Khan was alone, languidly chewing on his sorrow. So quiet. I'm so sleepy. Suddenly, Hein cut through the waves, appearing before him. She jumped directly onto Daddy Khan's boat. As soon as Hein's body hit the boat, all the water around them splashed everywhere. She asked in a cold voice, is it you? Hein stretched her body high, building tension. You insolent human who captured the people of my kingdom. Daddy Khan bared his teeth in a grin. He gripped the rod in his hand, excited. I've caught a big one. Hein felt the danger and immediately turned back toward the sea. She tried to dash away as fast as possible, then Hein gritted her teeth and turned back. She decided to surface for an attack. A deep-sea vortex swirled, and the water jets turned razor-sharp, aimed straight at Daddy Khan's face. His boat shattered into two pieces instantly. Hein seemed exhausted after that strike, but then Daddy Khan's voice rang out. I told you, it's useless. He conjured a boat out of seawater and stood atop it. My unique trait is Child of the Sea. Out here on the ocean, I don't take any damage. His Child of the Sea trait made him immortal while fighting at sea, and he couldn't be taken down. Next, Daddy Khan removed the red chains from his body. Queen or not, an anchor appeared, gliding across the water. A fisherman afraid of fish? Fear welled up inside Hein. He laughed triumphantly. I am Daddy Khan, and I hold two anchors, your natural predator. The exclusive oceanic weapon, Breaker, had a homing effect when thrown, and it increased damage by 1,000% when fighting underwater. She shouted in fury, shut up, let my people go, right now. Hein lunged, repeating her old move. The deep-sea vortex, he watched her tail flick and chuckled. Daddy Khan used the iron chains to spin his anchor. Don't you know your place yet? Then, he hurled it forcefully toward Hein. You'll understand after a good beating. Her eyes were filled with panic, but Hein reacted in time and dodged it this time. Daddy Khan grew even more excited. Starting to get scared, this time he attacked with both hands. But you can't run away. Hein struggled to weave through the chains, but her tail lightly brushed against one of them. Instantly, she was tightly bound. What is this? Daddy Khan pulled the chains taut. All right, then. He ordered his subordinates. Hey, kids, get up here and get to work. Yes, boss. Something pitch black emerged from the golden-hued water. The moment she saw the ship appear, she screamed in terror. No, Hein struggled. This can't be happening. The ship slowly rose above the water as she watched in shock. It had been buried at the bottom of the sea. After all, Daddy Khan was ecstatic, even deeper than the ocean floor. Isn't that right? Am I not the true Sea King? This is my supersized fishing submarine. The Rue of Fame. Everyone on the boat was curious about what was about to be pulled up. Boss, is that it? They started flattering him. The so-called Sea King, how vivid it looks. He was very pleased with his prize. You can tell the class difference just by looking at it. Daddy Khan hung Hein upside down. In my 50 years of life, I've caught many big hauls, but I never thought I'd catch a prey this big in a game. Suddenly, she began sobbing in front of them. The subordinate sneered, Huh, boss, she's crying. Hunter Kanna joined in the fun. What? Seriously. The others followed suit, mocking Hein for acting high and mighty just because she was a queen. Look at her, crying because she's afraid of dying. She wept while questioning them. Why would you go this far? Tears and resentment flowed freely. I told your daughter very clearly that you could get all the experience points and badges you wanted without fighting, so why won't you stop this hunt? Hines sobbed and pleaded, if you crave my life that much, I will give it to you. So please, return my people to the kingdom safely. Daddy Khan sat down in front of her. Oh my God, what a noble leader. If you were running for office, I'd probably vote for you. I'm starting to feel soft. Should I just let them go? Hunter Kanna grabbed Hein tightly. Let them go? Are you crazy? She has absolutely no mercy. Are you out of your mind, sharing experience points with those other guys? Right, boss. Go ahead and show that high and mighty attitude you had earlier. That wretch Daddy Khan was just as bad. That's right. The girl's right. He didn't take his eyes off Hein. But leave the head intact, all right? It's a hassle if you damage the merchandise. I brought you here without even touching a single hair on your head, didn't I? Daddy Khan even revealed a secret to her. Dear Queen, what we want from you isn't just that. Hein looked terrified. What? He ordered his subordinates to pay respects. Gideon B, bring out the samples. The guy replied gleefully, yes. Gideon B pulled back the cloth to reveal a large container. Something horrific appeared that made Hein's eyes widen in horror. Inside, the heads were mounted on a board. Daddy Khan gleefully took inventory of Hein's kin. A man is 1 unit, a child is 2, a woman is 3. Just the head is the base price, the upper body is double, and the whole body is 4 times that. He grew more excited as he spoke. So, how much will our queen be worth? Roll the drums. Daddy Khan pointed at the container filled with water, up to 10 large units. He forced Hein to look closely. Dear Queen, do you like the home we've prepared? I'll kill you and stuff you in there to make it look nice, just like the others, okay? In this moment, her heart must have been breaking. Hein struggled to break free. What do I do? What am I supposed to do now? Daddy Khan let her go. What a surprise. He became even more excited, waving his arms around. Finally, you look like a fish now. Everyone on the ship was laughing loudly, not noticing another ship approaching. Daddy Khan was still laughing wide-mouthed. Suddenly, a fist flew out of nowhere, right into his face. And that hero was none other than Kim Jing-Chi-Ju. Daddy Khan lost 2 teeth instantly, and Hunter Kanna froze in shock. Hein followed the light of hope that had appeared. Hein saw him flying toward them and landing directly on Daddy Khan's ship. Hunter Kanna recognized Jing Chi-Zu immediately and roared. Jing Chi-Zu. She intended to draw her sword and solo him. Jing Chi-Zu, you bastard. How dare you do that to my father? Yu Unha started by gifting the Hunter Kanna group some lightning bolts. Then came the sharp voice of Mich Hao. Your opponent is her. He didn't forget to laugh wickedly. They couldn't seem to believe the reality of it. What? Jing Chi-Ju ordered the ones inside the Gargantua to report to the level-grinding warriors, the peerless swordsman and his team, that they had found the Sea King. He received a response immediately. The anger inside him erupted. Hurry up. Jing Chi-Zu's voice was heavy as iron. If you're late, I'll personally wipe out all these bastards. The flames of his fury burned so bright that no one could even stand to watch. An iron head emerged from the depths of the ocean and opened its mouth wide, as if about to spit something out. It aimed straight at the boat drifting on the sea and fired a massive blast. Then, in the next second, a pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky. The waves on the sea became increasingly violent. The sky looked as if a hole had been torn in it. A weak voice spoke up from the boat. Chi-Suk gripped the red chain in his hand. It's all right. That's just our signal to call for allies. He quickly removed the chains from Hein's body, leaving the crowd on the boat in shock. You said they were our allies, he said while untying her and reassuring her. I'm not the only one trying to save you. You're the Sea Queen, right? Finally, I've met you. Hein was startled when she heard that, suddenly realizing something. Finally, could you be? He kept working tirelessly. That's right, I'm Chi-Suk. Sorry I'm late. Just as Chi-Suk was about to finish removing the heavy chains, the cabin door suddenly burst open, revealing dozens of specimens inside. People who were hunted and turned into illegal souvenirs. Mermaid, perhaps there is still a way to revive them. Hearing that, she couldn't keep her composure, and her voice began to tremble. What did you say? Is that for real? Chi-Suk was stunned. He leaned down and looked her straight in the eyes to confirm. It might not be perfect, but I have quite a bit of experience with resurrection. He continued to unfasten the handcuffs. I understand your desire to protect your people very well. I won't give up, so please don't give up either, okay? Hein's tears couldn't be held back any longer and kept falling. Chi-Suk. The chains that tightly bound her were finally completely removed. But just as they were about to celebrate, an anchor flew straight toward them from out of nowhere. Chi-Suk reacted quickly and carried her away in the nick of time. The anchor whistled past them and slammed into the wooden deck, creating a huge crater. So you're Chisuk? Nice to meet you. But what do you think you're doing? Players should help each other, yet you're attacking me. Daddy Khan seemed to have just come up from the sea, soaking wet, but his voice was filled with madness. No matter where you go, don't you dare stand in my way. Once I find you, you're finished. When Hein saw him, her whole body shivered with fear. Chisuk, don't underestimate him. If we fight on the sea, he won't take any damage at all. Chisuk, having overheard this, was just as surprised. Immortal? That's way too broken. So, that means, as long as he's not on the sea, he can take damage, right? Hein paused for a second and quickly confirmed. That's right. But there's water all around us. However, he reacted with such joy that his eyes sparkled unnaturally. Perfect. I've got an idea. With that, he held the mermaid even tighter in his arms. Don't worry, we'll win. Hein's cheeks turned bright red. All right. The next second, they flew straight into the air, leaving Hako standing there with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. An emergency meeting was held shortly after. Dolphin, can you hear me? Jaiset and other creatures quickly appeared. Yes. He began to report the situation. Of course, with muscular bulk, massive fins, and sharp teeth, the queen is the most terrifying monster in this ocean. Chisuk stared, wide-eyed, and asked again. You just said the sea queen is the most terrifying monster of all monsters, right? Yu Unha, sitting nearby, suddenly radiated such an eerie aura that everyone felt a chill down their spines. Your queen looks so pure and beautiful. Are you trying to trick me? Why are you lying? Juset, seeing this, immediately burst into tears. I'm sorry, that's just how she looks to me. But while they were meeting, a sharp object suddenly flew at her like lightning. She couldn't dodge in time and had to take the hit. Hunter Kanna flew toward them with an extremely triumphant look on her face, not forgetting to provoke her. While we're fighting, you're distracted? You're underestimating me. Reputation as a player is earned through things like this. The crew on the boat saw this and started shouting excitedly. That's right. Great job. Beat that girl. The little boss didn't waste a second and kept launching attacks at her opponent. There's nothing special about you. Is your boyfriend the famous one? Right. You're just a trophy girlfriend who only knows how to ride on his coattails, aren't you? Yu Unha was helpless, trying to defend herself. But the moment those words were spoken, she blushed like a tomato. Do I look that much like Chisuk's girlfriend? Seriously, Hunter Kanna was speechless, thinking she was provoking her, but it turned out she hit the nail on the head. What? Do you like him? Anyway, you're going to end up just like that idiot. The crew surrounded Mick. Can you handle her? Yu Unha saw her lying flat on the ground, covered in bruises, and screamed in fear. When did she get hit? She's so weak. Hunter Kanna didn't hold back and kept attacking relentlessly. This is the end. Yu Unha resisted while trying to use her charm spell to stop the attacks. Just as she was in the most critical situation, one step away from defeat, a sharp arrow suddenly flew in and embedded itself deep into Hunter Kanna's thigh, forcing her to stop attacking. Mick, lying on the ground, battered but not beaten, had used her bow to aim perfectly. The girl saw this and immediately went ballistic. She was only an E rank, but in a moment of distraction, Yu Unha quickly activated her charm spell. Don't be so distracted. Hunter Kanna's eyes looked as if they were possessed. Wide-eyed, she realized something was wrong, but she couldn't break free. The next second came a sweet counterattack from Yu Unha. Attack power decreased, defense decreased, evasion rate decreased. The girl clutched her face and screamed in terror. What the hell is this? Yu Unha smiled confidently, and the next second, with the umbrella in her hand, she swung accurately, knocking Hunter Kanna away with a shocking blow. The girl flew into the air and did a perfect somersault, to the amazement of everyone standing nearby. Daddy Khan noticed his ally was in danger, but he couldn't leave his battle with Chisuk to go help. You bastards, my precious daughter. Chisuk had retrieved his magic shovel. You aren't going anywhere. You do all sorts of disgusting things like stuffing human bodies, yet your family is somehow precious to you. He went wild, swinging his anchor wildly at them, but everything was blocked. You crazy freak. Monsters in a game aren't the same as real people. Jing Qi's heard him, only offering a cold smirk, but she didn't slow down for even a second. You're right, it is different. Players can respawn even if they die in the game. So compared to a monster in human skin like you, the lives of these people who look like monsters are far more precious. He had let his guard down. The Sea King launched a swift, eye-gouging strike. Aha also reacted instantly, thrusting 2 fingers straight into his eyes. Those bastards both took off running, feeling absolutely triumphant. The crew members on the ship, still standing still, got hit by his attacks and were sent flying everywhere. We're here. Hein hugged his neck tightly, though her voice couldn't hide her concern for Jing Qi's Yu. Attacks like that are meaningless against him, he replied with that same smug tone, running forward at full speed. Meaningless? What are you talking about? I just made him lose his mind, didn't I? Daddy Khan, after a brief moment of agony, regained his vision. Honestly, these kids today, fine, you'd better prepare yourselves. And the very next second, he issued an ultimatum to all the employees on the ship. Listen up, capture all those bastards alive. Kill the monsters by hacking them apart, strip them from bone to organ and sell them. As for the players, chop off their limbs, cut their arteries, then heal them back up. Torture them until they drop their gems. Make sure they remember the consequences of being disrespectful to their elders, the stench of an old-timer. But before he could get too cocky, the backup players had finally arrived. Jing Qizu slashed the scum on the ship in half with a single strike. The others were quickly tossed off the ship, struggling in the sea. Jacoby then slowly appeared before Jing Qizu. It took a while to build up the energy for teleportation, but we made it just in time, right? He couldn't hide the joy on his face. The guild's reinforcements are here. That was faster than the level-grinding warriors could arrive. Jacoby had finally finished gathering his energy, looking refreshed and strong. Well, I guess he swam here. But Sir Goodman suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, Jing Qizu, why is the queen on your back? Hein hugged his neck even tighter, her voice sounding faint. So it's you? You're still as ugly as ever, aren't you? Your voice is just as bad as your face. The moment he heard that, his pride was deeply wounded, suddenly insulting her back. They didn't have time for a long chat. Jing Qizu immediately turned, ready to leave. He didn't forget to delegate tasks to those remaining. Sir, can you tie that guy up? He has an immortality ability at sea. He'll recover soon. Sir Goodman was surprised when he heard that. What? Is that true? Daddy Khan was currently being bound by their power, unable to move. You bastards! Jacoby stared at him in disbelief. Even after being slashed by the peerless swordsman, he's still alive? But Sir Goodman didn't intend to let them off the hook, immediately questioning him. Hey, you're leaving him here? Where are you going? Trying to run away? Jing Qizu didn't even look back, heading straight ahead. That's right, I'm running away. You still don't know my abilities, do you? I'll show you something interesting, so just wait. Saying that, he bolted off the ship at top speed. Out of the way, small fry. Aha had just arrived, helping Mich Hao along. Jing Qizu, where are you going? But he didn't slow his pace for that. Take a rest there for a moment, aha. Heart Heaterin still held his neck tightly, feeling a bit confused. Jing Qizu, what are you planning to do? Jing Qizu didn't explain, responding only with action. Sea King, will you help me? Let's do this together. And in the next second, the two of them leaped off the ship's railing. Jing Qizu shouted with excitement, time to hit the shore. The entire ship was then immediately engulfed in explosions and smoke. The illegal hunters stood there, taking the hits, unable to fight back. They're too strong. Jing Qizu kept fighting while chatting with his teammates nearby. What? Jing Qizu called us here and then he disappeared? Did he run away? Chocobi, after finishing off the last enemy in front of him, turned to tease the girls on the ship. That's possible, too. Hey, that party over there, did your captain run away? Aha protected her shy friend behind her and immediately retorted, no way. Saying that, Aha didn't want to be outdone, immediately casting a charm spell using her skill, love and jealousy. Wake up. Why are we fighting each other? There's no way he'd abandon us and run off. He definitely has a plan. But the more she spoke, the more Aha lost her usual confidence. And yet, he left me behind to be alone with the queen. Mich Hao, who was standing by and happy, suddenly froze. Ha! Aha's veins began to pop, her expression becoming increasingly out of control. Disappointed, hurt, frustrated, suffocated, deadlocked, anxious, worried, confused, curious. Mich Hao watched, growing more terrified by the second. Huh. Are you angry? I'm so scared. Ignoring the explosions, rocking the deck, Jing Qizu had already carried Hain straight into the ocean below. Sea King, I need your help with this plan. She still didn't understand what was happening. Help how? But without hesitation, he blurted out the plan in his head. Can you carry me and swim around that ship? Hein paused, unable to believe her ears. Ha! You want me to carry you? Jing Qizu didn't feel like anything was unusual, just continuing. That's right, but I'm the one carrying you right now. Is that okay? Hein's voice turned cold as she questioned him. How dare you? But not wanting to keep his teammate waiting, Hein immediately let go of his arms and dropped straight down. This time it was Hein's turn to show her strength, sitting on the back of the fastest thing in the ocean, right? Hold on tight. The two quickly reached an understanding. Perfect, let's go. The two then dived straight into the depths of the ocean without losing a second. Jing Qizu tried to hold his breath, aiming the shovel in his hand toward the hull of the ship submerged underwater. From the tip of the shovel, a strange light suddenly erupted, quickly forming transparent pillars connecting straight ahead in perfect alignment. On the ship, things weren't quiet either. Sir Goodman stood before Daddy Khan's continuous attacks, unfazed, and activated his skill. The incoming anchor struck the tip of his sharp sword, creating an incredibly grating sound. The anchors then immediately flew backward. Wild current counterattack. Daddy Khan, seeing that, couldn't help but scream in terror. No way! He reacted quickly, flying upward to dodge them. Surrender! Sir Goodman didn't let him regain his composure, immediately lunging to seize the offensive. You won't die, but you don't have a chance of winning anymore. You guys are nothing but punching bags. Don't even think about laying a finger on Her Majesty. Daddy Khan was taken aback and had to retreat a few steps to dodge the attack. Damn it, this is a nightmare, he cursed. Swordmaster, Sir Goodman, I have a proposal. Why don't you join Gaius with us? Sir Goodman stopped in his tracks, surprised. Huh? What? Daddy Khan, thinking the situation was under control, grew more confident and tried to bribe him. A wealthy tycoon offered to buy as many stuffed carcasses as possible. We're definitely going to make over 10 billion. Both you and I could live out the rest of our days in peace. You've got a family, don't you, Daddy Khan? You need to prepare for your old age, right? Instead of wasting energy fighting each other, why not join forces with us? But all he got in return was a dark, scowling face. And the very next second, Sir Goodman responded to that ruthless proposal with action. You, what the hell are you doing? He screamed in anger, looking absolutely bitter. Listen close, old man. I'm telling you, I'm not the same age as you. Old man, I'm from the same generation. The kick landed, and he stood there as if struck by lightning, unable to believe and not daring to believe it. What? Yuan-Ha had been standing to the side, covering her mouth and grimacing. No way. Their teammates, standing further away, had to cover their mouths to stop themselves from laughing out loud at his bold claim. You're definitely the last generation, old man. Sir Goodman, seeing their reaction, grew even more bitter. Shut up. Stop laughing. Daddy Khan quickly returned to his intimidating persona. You bastards daring to mock me just because I'm an adult, but he was just as furious, immediately firing back. Who's mocking who here? He didn't respond right away, instead turning to order his subordinates on the ship. You brats, get ready to dive. Sink all these bastards for me. They were all just hanging around, but immediately scrambled to do as told. Boss, Sir Goodman shouted in anger. You're playing dirty. Fight fair. But he just wore a sinister smile. Why would I do that? Just wait. Once you all drown, I'll capture Queen Gaius and hold her hostage. Once I grab her, the game is over. We'll be the winners of this summer event. Chakabi rushed over to assess the situation. What a troublesome old man. Yuha tried to support Mich Hao, quickly evacuating their allies, telling everyone to get onto the ship to avoid sinking. But just as the situation turned critical, a voice suddenly rang out, making everyone freeze. No need for that. The monsters immediately looked as if they'd seen the light of their lives. This voice, it was the master. Someone everyone thought had run away had appeared again. I'm finished. The ship began to shake violently, leaving them all in awe. What? Jing Qiju's voice continued to ring out. You said you were immortal on the ocean, right? Daddy Khan immediately realized something was wrong. This is an earthquake from diving, but Jing Qiju's voice didn't stop. Well, that's not the case anymore. A jagged rock from deep within the ocean suddenly surged to the surface, followed by a massive island rising up, lifting the entire ship higher than the sea level. In just a few seconds, the ship was separated from the ocean below by a large island. Some people couldn't help but scream. What? Daddy Khan couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is that? Below them was a small island that had just sprung up. Sir Goodman's group couldn't keep their cool either. Everyone's jaws were dropped. You created an entire island? The person behind all this just happened to appear. Is everyone all right? Yu Un-ha immediately waved her hand forward, shouting in joy. Jing Qizu had just landed, with Hang still in his arms. How about it? The island I created. As soon as Yu Un-ha saw that, she turned green with jealousy. How long do you intend to keep holding her? Daddy Khan couldn't believe what had just happened. No way. The system notifications chimed right at that moment. Effect cancelled. Left the ocean. Just a few short commands seemed to have drained away all of his confidence. The muscles on his body began to vanish one by one, visible to the naked eye. Damn it, you bastards. Why did the effects get cancelled? Jing Qizu approached while carrying Hein, his voice perfectly calm. Obviously, because you're on an island now, not on the ocean. He still couldn't accept reality. What? Jing Qizu stood right in front of him, carrying the aura of an overwhelming winner. Now you aren't immortal or anything. You're just a filthy, dirty-playing, perverted old man. Daddy Khan could only stutter a few more words. You bastard. This bastard. Do you know how much the queen is worth? You idiot. You're actually protecting a game character? What the hell is wrong with you? Instead of burying your face in a game, you should live a decent life in reality. You young brat. Witnessing this attitude, Jing Qizhu just let out a helpless sigh. This old man is truly. He had secretly attacked other players because he was afraid they would capture the queen first, then blame me while you were doing these dirty deeds. Because you want to make money from the game, right? That's really not romantic at all. I farm money in the game without even lifting a finger for that kind of stuff. So, why haven't you guys won yet? The more Daddy Khan heard, the more bitter he became, his face looking like he'd just eaten 10 tons of chili at once. You insolent bastard. He still couldn't accept it, trying to use the last of his strength. I'll take you down. They immediately lunged forward, wanting to claim the credit. Great, let's finish this. No, I'll take him out. Get out of my way. Jing Qizhu, with a shovel in his hand, tried to run faster. What the? I'll handle this. But just before they could reach him, a voice stopped them. Back off, all of you. He's mine. Sir Goodman was a bit surprised. When did this guy get here? All three of them wanted to take him out at once. Take this. Daddy Khan immediately lost his aggressive demeanor from before, but it was too late for regrets. 3 waves of unparalleled power attacked him simultaneously. Moonlight slash, triple spirit combined, absolute destruction slash. The onlookers watching this brawl couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone froze for a few seconds, their mouths hanging open, not wanting to miss a single second. Daddy Khan could only endure it alone. You bastards. And in the next second, he vanished into thousands of tiny pieces. At the same time, in a place covered in ice and snow all year round, the frozen continent of the north, the eternal ice forest. A man slammed his hand onto his chair in anger. Damn it, what is my father doing? We could have made a fortune on this. Daddy Khan watched the whole scene and couldn't help but sigh in regret. Defeated by a bunch of nobodies. If only I could have reached that world. His face darkened, unable to accept reality. But in the next second, he flipped his attitude like a pancake, turning into a sweet, fawning boy. He buttered up the person in front of him. Valued customer, thank you for this video. Just as you said, there was a small hiccup in the arrangement process, but don't worry. If you give us a little more time, we will capture the Sea King. But the masked person just calmly refused. No. Besides, you don't have the ability to win. Daddy Khan's face turned dark again. What? But the woman continued, no need to try anymore. The person slowly took off their mask. As you know, actually I didn't intend to. Thinking about spending even a single cent to buy such a disgusting collection? That was never even on the table. Daddy Khan was struck as if by lightning the moment he heard that, but he quickly regained his sleazy composure. Oh, so that's how it is? You never intended to pay from the very beginning? Huh. He didn't bother to show any respect, immediately knocking the mask right out of her hand. Is something wrong with your head? And why exactly did you have us training dogs? Are you just bored and messing with us? She had no idea who she was dealing with, but she felt no fear at all. You brats. The others still had no clue what was about to happen, all of them pointing their weapons straight at her throat. Daddy Khan stood to the side, stroking his hair with a mocking laugh. Damn it, this is the first time anyone's dared to scam us. Even if you don't pay, our family has ways to make money. The collections we make aren't just NPCs or monsters. Stuffed corpses of live players like you actually sell for quite a high price. I'll kill you about 100 times. Every time you respawn, since this is a god-tier game, your pain will be replicated. He became more and more excited as he explained his plan, his face twisting into a distorted grin. Usually, before I even get that far, they're already on their knees, crying and begging us to stop. But just as he was lost in those twisted delusions, the lights all around them suddenly went out. Rhea calmly pulled her mouth away from the sharp blade and broke into a confident smile. They started to panic. What is this blue light? My arm, it hurts so much. Then, a series of desperate screams followed. Damn it, my arm is being torn apart. It's being ripped to shreds. Yuria, seeing they had suffered enough, calmly spoke up. Just as I thought, you guys really are trash. She calmly conjured a fountain pen. I am an employee of this company and a Jonalai tier fan. We use sting operations to root out toxic players like you. Without a hint of mercy, she stabbed it straight into Daddy Khan's head. This is your punishment. He covered his face and stumbled backward, unable to hide his terror. Boss, this psychotic bitch. He still didn't want to give up, so he ordered his lackeys. What the hell are you doing? Rip her apart. Go. After a moment of fear, they quickly regained their nerve and rushed to attack. But in the very next second, dozens of blades pierced right through her. Yet instead of a bloody corpse, there was only a chilling blue light. All right, trying to run away now? They then, one by one, started feeling all the pain they had inflicted on her. It hurts. Help me. Rhea looked down at all of them with the eyes of a supreme being, her voice icy cold. It hurts, doesn't it? Unlike normal players, because when you fight me, all limitations are removed. so the pain from real injuries is transmitted completely. So, I guess you won't be able to do bad things anymore, right? What followed was a series of miserable screams inside the cabin in the middle of nowhere. We're pixelated. Someone help. After a brief moment, all the screaming gradually faded away. Chairman, I've finished. The marks on the floor were the only evidence that they had ever been there. Yes, I will return to the other world and handle the rest. It's nothing at all. Yes. Yuria stepped away, her voice still gentle, but her words were horrifying. Listen closely. Your little sister and your father will soon end up just like you. If you ever do evil things again, I will come looking for you. Anyway, you guys have worked hard. There's nothing like a common enemy to make people unite. Thanks to you, the other world will become a happier place. Saying that, Yuria didn't hesitate to lift her foot, which was covered in strawberry syrup. Well then, let's say a final goodbye to the losers. Rest well. Back to the boat stranded on the island. Mike Hawk happened to find something and immediately shouted with joy. Found it. Found it. I found them. The merfolk are here. Jing Shizhu couldn't hide his surprise and praised him. Well done, Miss Hao. Saying that, he ran to the railing to report the situation below. Hey, Sea King, we found the merfolk. They're still alive. Hein couldn't hide his amazement upon hearing that. Really? They immediately began the rescue operation. Damn this net, it's all tangled. Sir Goodman also came over to lend a hand. Move aside, let me cut it. The merfolk were then rescued one by one and returned home. Your Majesty. They hugged each other, unable to hold back their tears. Your Majesty, you're safe. Your servant missed you so much. Hein reached out and pulled the merfolk into a tight embrace. I'm sorry. Thank you for staying alive. Gisette saw this reunion, his face covered in tears and snot. Your Majesty, in this incident, so many have sacrificed themselves. She tried to wipe away her tears, attempting to regain her composure. Yes, I know. However, there might still be a way to revive them. The merfolk couldn't believe their ears. What? Is that true? Saying that, she turned her head to look at the humans sitting on the shore not far away. That's what our savior said, so there must be a way. Jing Shizhu. The friends on the shore also immediately noticed the commotion. Everyone seems to be looking at you. Jing Shizhu replied calmly. I promised the Sea King. I promised I would definitely find a way to revive those who sacrificed themselves in this incident. The person sitting next to him seemed unable to believe it. What? Can that really be done? Jing Shizhu didn't explain further and turned around to get to work. Heart Heater, let's talk for a moment. Heart Heater immediately walked over. What's up? Jing Shizhu remembered something. I was quite surprised that you could create an entire island. He still wore his usual calm expression and began to outline his plan. I have something I want to ask. I want to fully revive the monsters who sacrificed themselves in this incident. My method cannot regenerate lost bodies, so they will be mechanized. Is there any way to do that? He hesitated upon hearing that. Is it really necessary? You've already done great being able to revive them. Appearance isn't that important. Jing Shizhu agreed somewhat, but immediately explained his reasoning. I thought so too, but for those who have lost their loved ones, who haven't even had a chance to say goodbye as if nothing ever happened, I want to bring them back to their original state. Ha he. Hearing that, the other immediately wore a proud smile. So that's how far you've thought ahead. It's not impossible. In the other world, there exists a type of rare mineral with special properties that can regenerate the bodies of NPCs and monsters. Jing Shizhu was energized, wanting to get to work immediately. What? Really? That's amazing. What is it called? Heart Heater. The other just smiled lightly. Oh my, you really don't know? But Jing Shizhu still couldn't seem to figure it out. Heart Heater. I won't beat around the bush. Don't you already have a ton of those? That or the restructuring process. As soon as he heard those keywords, he immediately understood. What? Red ore? Do you mean that red earth ore from the massive mines? That ore has a use like that? Heart Heater immediately asked for confirmation. That's right. The fact that the market price for the material keeps rising shows that a lot of people are hooked on something in the other world. But Jing Shizhu wasn't afraid of the challenge and immediately gave an order. I see, so that's how it's solved. Heart Heater, hold off on this, Gaius's win business for now. Heart Heater quickly agreed to the request. Then you have to give me a discount. Gaius, who had been fiddling with some cables nearby, heard this and wanted to stop him. Wait, King Jing Shizhu, are you a rich kid playing Gaius? Do you know how high the price is right now? Are you willing to take such a huge loss just for monsters you haven't even met yet? But Jing Shizhu remained completely calm. Huh? So what? I've made enough money. Besides, that mine belongs to the explorer, not me. Furthermore, if I don't keep my promise to the Sea Queen just for my own reasons, she might lose trust in us, and the hidden quest will fail. Right? I understand very well how human-like monsters in the other world can think and act. If we don't treat each other as enemies, isn't it better to live in harmony? The best part of the other world is playing it this way. Sir Goodman still couldn't quite accept it. Living in harmony with monsters and you can still rank up? But the response was still Jing Qizu's boundless optimism. Well, I don't dodge battles that come my way. Heart Heater leaned in close to the Horn Kid and whispered, "How is it, boss?" "Pretty unique, right?" Gaius agreed. "Yeah, he's actually crazy." But they also saw the upside in it. "But wouldn't that be a pretty useful source of firepower?" He agreed. "Right, power is very important. But above all, in front of them are the most passionate players. They aren't afraid of difficulty and must truly love this game." Just then, the group of Yu Unha and Chakabi and other teammates appeared. "Brother Jing Qizu." Jing Qizu immediately beamed. Yu Unha. Yu Unha, the moment she landed, immediately threw Michao aside, letting her hit the ground face first. "Just like you said, I see quite a few players heading this way after seeing the island appear." Jing Qizu was very satisfied when he heard that. "Well done." Hako stood to one side and teased, "So what now? Are you planning to fight all the other players, too?" Jing Qizu joined in the teasing. "That would be exhausting. Besides, I have to protect the Sea Queen for the rest of the summer event, so I can't just camp here and never log out, right?" Sir Goodman agreed. "Right. Everyone has their own life." But Hako immediately retorted, "The old man doesn't have any plans, so just stay here and keep watch." Having said that, the two hot-headed guys immediately rushed into brawl, while Chakabi stood to the side, seemingly used to this sight. "Looks like you've got a plan." Jing Qizu, as if waiting for this, immediately raised the shovel in his hand. A challenge. Of course, the chicken campaign. If you can't beat them, join them. A blue light appeared around his entire body, to everyone's amazement. "Huh," Jing Qizu warned. "Everyone, get ready." And the very next second, he raised the shovel in his hand high. Everyone witnessing this stood there with their mouths agape. The two fighting, Hako, also had to stop. This is Michao, and Yu Unha felt extremely intrigued. And the owner of the shovel was busy frantically casting some kind of spell. Dozens of ships later also started heading toward the new lands. When they first encountered the islands, they all had the same reaction of disbelief. "Look there, a brand new island just appeared out of nowhere. Is that for real?" The people on the boats all had looks of total disbelief. "We passed through this area earlier. There wasn't any island like that. How could that even happen?" The captain stepped forward to immediately cut off all the whispering. "Forget it, we'll know once we get there." Everyone prepared to go ashore. They immediately acknowledged the order. Captain Joachim suddenly turned to report. "Captain, I don't see the swordsman assigned to escort this ship anywhere." Jing Qizu was quite surprised when he heard that. "You mean the companion of the grinding warrior? He's probably still eating at the restaurant." He couldn't believe it. "What? Still eating?" So at this moment, unaware of what was happening outside, he was still calmly enjoying his meal in the kitchen. "I wonder if the grinding warrior is done eating yet. Chef, give me 5 more portions of grilled eel." The chef, upon hearing this, had to find an excuse to refuse. "My apologies, adventurer. We are about to dock." The fleet then approached the newly discovered island one after another. They then took turns getting off the boats. Michao's group had been waiting there beforehand to welcome the players. The players who had just gotten off the boat were all surprised. "Huh? That laugh sounds familiar." 2 lightly dressed girls held up a large sign, appearing extremely hospitable. "Welcome to the Sea Queen's Island." They quickly realized the person's identity. Young lady Yu Unha shyly wanted to run away immediately. "Why do I have to be the guide? I'm not good at talking to strangers." Michao immediately yelled angrily in her face. "What? You have to stop the dangerous ones." Joachim finally stammered to keep them from starting a brawl. "What are you doing here?" Michao returned to her original confident demeanor. "What am I doing? Come on, everyone follow me, stop complaining. You guys were drifting at sea to find the Sea Queen, right?" The players looked at each other, buzzing. Could it be her? Seeing that, she broke into a sinister smile and shouted a reminder. "That's right, now I'll let you meet the Sea Queen." As soon as those words were uttered, the murmurs grew louder. The Sea Queen. But they didn't refuse this tempting offer. They couldn't believe their eyes at what they were witnessing. What is this? A massive, giant iceberg appeared before them. Quest: protect the Sea Queen. Reward: Sea Queen badge. Experience points increased 10 times when defeating the Sea Queen. But those who couldn't read asked, "What does it say?" Michao didn't pay much attention, just pointed straight ahead and reminded them, "Before meeting the Sea Queen, everyone must read carefully what is written here." After reading it over and over, they finally timidly realized something. So that means, instead of destroying the Sea Queen, we have to protect her, and that is the hidden quest. But it seemed this requirement was still impossible to accept. "What? That sounds ridiculous. Do you really expect us to believe that?" Before they could remain suspicious for long, a strange voice suddenly echoed. "Please, believe me." Everyone there jumped in shock. What? Bubbles began rising from beneath the surface of the water, and in the next second, Hein appeared. Joachim and his group couldn't believe their eyes. Is that the Sea King? She's beautiful. Hein regained the calm composure of a leader and began to speak. I am the Sea King, Hein, the ruler of all the oceans in this other world. Please, listen to me. I ask you all to stop fighting and help preserve peace in this ocean. A light like that of a savior emanated from her hands. I beg of you. Then, in the next second, a series of electronic screens appeared in front of them all at once. Is this? One of them suddenly realized it was a quest window. He had no choice but to accept reality. What she said was true, but a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. So, it really is a hidden quest, huh? Following that, a group of people brandishing weapons charged toward her. There's no way I'm following your orders. We're going to hog the Sea King's experience points. Everyone, attack the Sea King. But before they could even touch a single hair on Hein's head, they were all sent flying back. Each one of them was slapped back to their senses. The captain and the remaining men couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this moment, Jing Qizhu appeared to protect Hein from behind. Well, not everyone thinks the same way. But listen, if you really want to kill the Sea King and hog all that experience, then all of his comrades appeared as well. You'll have to get through us first. If you don't like it, why don't you join Gaze's side instead? Gunyu rushed out with a joyful expression. Wait, Jing Qizhu? Was that you? Jing Qizhu recognized an old acquaintance. Hey kid, it's been a while, hasn't it? He quickly recognized the identities of everyone standing there. That red-haired person must be the top-tier power-leveling warrior, Hako. And the gentleman next to him is the strongest swordmaster in this world, Swordmaster Sir Goodman. But before he could finish, one of them slammed her sword hard into the ground, her voice tinged with anger. Who are you calling gentlemen, you jerk? Quit talking like that. Sir Goodman was already prepared to use force to threaten them. Anyone who objects, come and get some. That would be a hassle. Why don't you all just come at us at once? Hako, standing next to her, agreed. Don't try to scare us. We know you're just bluffing. The people standing below were starting to get scared. I don't want to fight. But Joachim didn't seem afraid. He immediately stepped forward to volunteer himself. Jing Qizhu, you truly are my fated rival. Every member of Joachim will give it our all to face you. Those standing next to him were starting to fear for his safety. Still talking about rivals, one you raised his hand to speak. By the way, I have a question. If we decide to stand on the Sea King's side, what do we have to do? Jing Qizhu returned to his friendly demeanor. Good question, kid. Throughout the duration of the event, can you guys visit this island frequently? He paused for a moment. Huh? That's it? But Jing Qizhu felt that the deal was perfectly fair. That's enough. The Sea King will stay on this island for the duration of the event. You guys will become neighbors, stopping by often to check on how the Sea King is doing. Naturally, we will also log in shifts and station NPCs to keep watch. But security will always run into some issues, so the more allies we have on the island, the better. If we can hold out until the event ends, we can all share the rewards. How about it? Not a bad deal, right? Joachim wanted to speak up, a bit dissatisfied. Staying on the island for the whole event sounds pretty boring. But Jing Qizhu seemed to have anticipated this and pointed toward the sea. That's why we're planning to build all sorts of things for entertainment on the island. The transport team has already departed to bring in materials and workers. Gunne was speechless. They had to do manual labor. Jing Qizhu walked over gently and leaned in to tempt his two friends. So, what do you say? Let's work together. Just stopping by the island every now and then gets you experience and badges. Heart Heater, having finished preparing her quest, walked over to Jing Qizhu. You're really getting better and better at negotiating. As a sign of becoming comrades, we'll be handing out these team shirts to those who have decided to join Gaius. A few of them couldn't help but exclaim, it looks like a class field day. How cute. Heart Heater spoke up proudly. This is a t-shirt designed by our own team. You aren't allowed to refuse. But as soon as they heard that, they immediately denied it. It's not cute at all. Jing Qizhu stood nearby and angrily ordered, don't just jump on the bandwagon. The whole group eventually agreed to wear the shirts. Just as they were happily showing them off to each other, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. Hako, the power-leveling warrior, turned her head. Huh. A woman was running toward them, her voice full of emotion as she replied, Heart Heater, I'm here. Hako immediately responded with joy. You're so late. Where have you been this whole time? So walked over, still holding a bunch of food from the ship's food court. The food was delicious. A few of them couldn't help but question her. Have you been eating this whole time? You got on shore a long time ago, didn't you? Jing Qizhu turned to Hako, confused. Who is this? Is she your companion? Hako didn't hesitate to introduce her. This is the first time everyone has been gathered together like this. Take a good look. This is the full roster of the Hako Power Leveling Guild, the strongest party in the other world. Soa stood to the side and shyly waved her hand. Tada, Jingqi, Zhu, and the others were a bit stunned. They're really confident, calling themselves the strongest. A few of them couldn't hide their excitement. Your guild is entirely made of women? I'm so jealous. Seeing them all gathered, Jingqi Zhu couldn't hide his curiosity. But you say you're the strongest guild, yet you all act separately. Heart Heater spoke on behalf of everyone. We all have quite a lot of individual tasks to take care of, so we have to split up to act. Gaius walked over, wanting to tell him something. Hey Jingqi Zhu, let me share some high-level information with you. Jingqi Zhu immediately leaned in. Information, you say? The two then whispered something into each other's ears. Thanks. But why are you telling me this? You, Gaius, kept a stern face. Because you're a decent person. We'll need many more people like you in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Jingqi Zhu's group stood frozen. Need us. You, Gaius, began to explain further. This summer event's hidden quest, it looked touching and educational at first glance. But isn't it all just one big contradiction? On one hand, they tell players to hunt sea monsters for EXP, but on the other, they hide a quest to protect them, intentionally goading players into fighting each other. That fisherman targeting the Sea King, he's a taxidermist, right? So who on earth talked him into buying those taxidermy supplies, pushing things this far? Jingqi Zhu listened for a while, but still couldn't grasp the main point. What exactly are you trying to say? She looked at the blank expression on the man in front of her, sighing in frustration. This is so annoying. There's an administrator in charge of all the planning, operations, and development of the otherworld, and everything goes exactly according to her whims. She interferes with the players way too much. In a game that prides itself on ultimate freedom, she keeps meddling time and time again. She'll definitely stick her nose into the upcoming promotion matches too. The operator for this time. Before he could even finish, Jingqi Zhu already knew. You mean Go, right? Are you surprised that I know? You even know her name. Jingqi Zhu regained her serious demeanor to discuss the person. I may not know her personal details, but I understand her personality better than you do. That woman, I'm more wary of her than anyone else. The promotion matches she personally mentioned something is bound to happen. As he spoke, he suddenly looked left and right. Looking for something? Let's see, where should we talk? People are everywhere. He looked a bit surprised. Talk about what? But Jingqi Zhu didn't say anything more. She suddenly looked up and shouted loudly, oh, forget it. Hey, you over there, peeking and trying to act all mysterious? Stop trying to act so smart. How I play is my own decision. I'll do whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? Got it? Yuria, watching through the projection screen, couldn't help but mutter to herself. Is he crazy? Goodness, she still has those stains on her from not cleaning up yet. And she's even sending video messages. Why do you have to do such adorable things? A few days had passed since the two were born on the island of the Sea King and the sea monsters. Everyone was working very hard. At the same time, Jingqi Zhu appeared with the almighty shovel. He held the shovel up like a savior. Below them, Hein and the others clasped their hands together. Everyone's eyes were glistening with some kind of sorrow. A beam of blue light shone directly onto the shovel in his hand. Then, the very next second, Jingqi Zhu aimed it forward. Everyone standing on the shore gasped. The scene was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light. The creatures that had turned into specimens suddenly emitted something. Then, after a moment of casting, all those specimens were unexpectedly restored to life. Hein couldn't hide her joy and immediately swam toward the shore. They then hugged each other tightly, refusing to let go. The story finally reached a happy ending. The summer event ended. 20 days later, those who witnessed it were all happily helping them out. But Jingqi Zhu didn't forget to bring a shirt for the newcomer, Gaius. The island was increasingly turning into a playground. The summer event would end in another 15 days. But at the same time, another ship appeared nearby. On the ship was the reborn Daddy Khan, wanting to destroy everything. He had prepared thoroughly for this comeback. The people on the island were still immersed in joy, unaware that another challenge was approaching. Fireworks lit up the sky every night. Jingqi Zhu looked at the scene, feeling extremely satisfied. But at that moment, Hein, sitting beside him, suddenly scooted a bit closer, leaning her whole body toward him. A very strange atmosphere suddenly emerged between them, but before they could enjoy it, Yu-Ha spotted them and immediately ruined the moment. The summer event ends in 10 days. The next day, a beautiful bouquet of flowers suddenly appeared. Sir Goodman, dressed in a high-class suit, was kneeling on both feet, his posture like he was offering a tribute. But the sea creatures didn't seem to understand the meaning behind the flowers. They happily took them and stuffed them straight into their mouths. Jingqi Zhu was witnessing this funny scene when a stranger suddenly appeared behind him. It was a Gaius family member being led by Heart Heater. Jing Qiyu suddenly recognized the hairpin on the girl's head. A stray sheep on the island had once had a similar hairpin. The three of them were brought over to reclaim their pet. Jing Qiyu stood to the side watching this scene, unable to hide his emotions. His eyes suddenly noticed something, and in the next second, his face showed unconcealable surprise. Jing Qiyu was suddenly pushed over, his entire body being tossed up and down amidst the cheers of the people on the island. Jing Qiyu was a bit overwhelmed, his expression still showing his surprise. The summer event ended in 5 days. Waiting for them after that were delicious barbecues. The whole island was always filled with laughter and enjoyment, day and night. Sir Goodman, after being bitterly rejected, went to an alcohol shop to drown his sorrows. Elsewhere, Joachim's group was playing soccer happily, while in another corner, a group of children gathered with a pile of delicious pastries in front of them. Eating contests were also held to find the glutton of the island. Everyone was living happily, enjoying themselves without a care in the world. At this moment, Jing Qiyu suddenly noticed something. The countdown screen had been appearing more frequently. Summer event countdown, everyone was looking forward to it. 4. Some people couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. 3. Hein felt extremely satisfied with this ending. 2. The final strokes of the journey were finally being laid down. 1. Yuria closed the story with a gentle period, and the entire space was suddenly covered by a dazzling light. Hein gasped, followed by the most spectacular farewell fireworks display ever. Yuria watched them with a god's eye view, not forgetting to leave a message. Just enjoy this moment to the fullest, and let these happy memories stay forever in a corner of your heart. The summer event ended, the hidden quest was completed, and a few days later, everything returned to the real world as if nothing had happened. A mover's voice echoed, "Customer, where should I put these boxes of books?" Jing Qiyu came from outside, carrying 3 coffees, and handed them over. "Please stack them in the study room over here for me. Here's your coffee. Drink some before you keep working." The movers happily accepted. "Thank you, kid." He then turned to leave. "Let's see, what time is it? The promotion match starts in 10 minutes. I probably won't make it in time." The books were then neatly arranged in the room. Jing Qiyu then decided to skip that match. "This is my dream house, after all. To think I'm still thinking about the game on a day like this. Honestly, everyone must have logged in and is waiting, right? It must be fun. I'll have to hop in right after I finish here. A promotion match? Huh. I wonder what we'll be doing." At the same time, at the Origin Plaza, in the suburbs, someone was preparing to enter the match. "Is everyone ready?" Sir Goodman's group had arrived in full force. 1 minute left. Just as the promotion match began, the system sounded a notification. Level 3. Defeat the enemy within 60 minutes. They had prepared everything in advance. "Look, that gate is about to open." Cho still calmly enjoyed the lollipop in his hand, ordering them to wipe out the enemies emerging from the gate without any further explanation. He still wasn't giving any proper instructions. Jing Qiyu was extremely eager, wanting to dive in right away. "Just swarm them. Everyone's gotten much stronger thanks to the summer event," he cheered. "Still, don't get complacent," someone warned. In contrast, Sir Goodman looked a bit worried. "Is that so?" "That's right. I heard the promotion match is an event for the veteran tiers. Who knows? Monsters even stronger than the 6 kings might appear. Don't be reckless, everyone. Once the gate opens, go all out." Those who were joking around a moment ago immediately turned serious. "Okay, this feels pretty intense." As the system maintained the initial notification, "Destroy the enemies," a few couldn't help but exclaim. Even with all this power, they aren't letting their guard down at all. They truly are one of the strongest groups. Ano nodded. Chakabi said softly, "It's opening." The countdown ticked toward the final seconds. 3, 2, the soldiers gripped their weapons tight. 1. The very next second, they took a step back. First, Sir Hoodman walked up to the front, but before he could step inside, a wooden staff blocked his path. The next second, a calm voice was heard, tossed out. The others couldn't believe their eyes. Sir Goodman vanished. A person holding a wooden staff stepped out, looking startled. Last time, a dinosaur suddenly rushed in to attack, and this time, they're picking a fight as soon as they arrive. It was a player from the Anogaia's side. They stepped out, looking incredibly confident. "Let me ask, who's the strongest here?" Orut, flying beside them, pointed at the trembling crowd and complained, big brother, look at him. Look at his face. I don't think he plans on answering nicely, right?" Sir Goodman had vanished, leaving only a single arm behind. Jing Qiyu immediately lunged toward the big boss, Jing Qiyu. He couldn't keep his cool and charged straight at Jing Qiyu. "You bastard." But before he could even touch him, a high heel slammed straight into his head. The next second, Jing Qiyu was smashed into the ground. Tu Long, looking like a total thug, appeared. She angrily questioned them, "Why are you guys picking a fight with Big Brother PS? Clearly, you were the ones who attacked first. The other players couldn't believe their eyes, their mouths hanging open wider and wider. No way the Bowboy Guild got taken out that fast. They're one of the strongest guilds in Anno Gaius. Team B pulled out their heavy gear, gradually losing their composure. Damn it. Do you think I'm just going to stand here and take it? But before he could act, the person next to him hurriedly stopped him. Run. Team B didn't want to accept reality. What? Why run? But Chocobi dragged him away at full speed, trying to convince him, we can't win. Staying here is just throwing our lives away. Those guys aren't Anno Gaius players. Damn it, what on earth is this promotion match? Is this even an event for Anno Gaius players? Could it not be us? But before he could cast his stealth spell, a hand reached out. Stop racking your brain and cool off. The next second, she blew them up without a shred of mercy. Chocobi vanished, not even leaving a single bone behind. What the hell are you doing, you snake? L-King stood nearby, angrily questioning her. Are you killing even the ones who lost the will to fight and are running away? But she only received a mocking laugh from Luna. That's why I say you're still wet behind the ears. Do you think this is just simple PvP? The people here, the ones who plan to strike first the moment the gate opened, they seem to understand the situation better and are acting correctly. Isn't that right, you peasants of Anno Gaius? The other players were shaking with fear. Huh? A system screen suddenly appeared before them. Mission. Eliminate the enemy players. Go in and wipe them out. Now I understand this event clearly. Luna wore a devilish smile. Kojanalai, this is a faction war. The other players tried to run for their lives. Those people from Kojanalai, but Luna wouldn't let them escape. Look, these trashy newbies, do you think you can escape from here? But Chigu spoke up to stop her. Run. Just leave them be. They're all small fry anyway. As soon as she heard that, she stopped moving. Mercy doesn't suit you at all. Is it because you see a reflection of yourself back when you were a noob getting trashed by me that you feel sympathy? A noob. Chigu retorted angrily. Do you want to get hit? Run. I am the only one among the Kojanalai players who has actually fought against the Anno Gaius bunch. Last time, when I fought that guy with the shovel, I was forcibly sent back to Kojanalai halfway through. And when I fought that red-haired guy who wandered in here, he also got kicked back halfway. Whenever we fight those Anno Gaius creeps, we get blocked in such an unreasonable way. What on earth are they that they have to go this far? Luna looked at his bitter demeanor with a bit of disdain. Who knows? Maybe it's because this is a newbie zone and it's unbalanced. Or it flew over to report the situation. They just forced us to separate, and now they're suddenly making us fight in a faction war, boss. She couldn't help but be a bit surprised. What is this? Has the level here increased that fast? But Chigu didn't care anymore. Whatever, that's not my problem. This is definitely going to be a real fight. Try not to disappoint me. Note the quest. Then, they didn't delay for even a second. Let's head into the village. This is interesting. The Kojanolai players' attack. This chaos wasn't just happening at the starting plaza gate, but at every gate appearing across Anno Gaius. Players from Kojanolai all over the world began entering. Michao was the first to get hit. As soon as she was attacked, she couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Are they actually crazy? We're a branch of the World Guild Alliance. Do they take us for easy targets? You crazy idiot. Michao retorted with an annoying expression. What are you talking about? They don't know this is a war between Kojanolai and Anno Gaius. Even if we belong to the same World Guild Alliance, I'll teach you the difference in class between headquarters and a branch. Get ready. Last night, you dared to eat all the ice cream I bought. Michao saw that look of impending explosion and got a little scared. Huh? What's wrong? She suddenly remembered last night's incident and ran away as fast as she could. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'll buy you more. I'll buy you more. At the same time, on the other side, Zaira had just been pushed back a few steps. Damn it, I've gotten quite a bit stronger too, and I still can't fight you. Big sister? That person stepped forward, forcing him back. Of course. We haven't been sitting around doing nothing either. Don't underestimate those of us who've survived the brutal chaos of Zonai. By the way, in Anno, there's someone you're looking for. He asked curiously. Huh? Who? Over at the Enju Plateau, a dimensional rift suddenly opened, dragging in a new group of players. What's with that apartment building? It looks so bizarre. If you look closely, it's full of skeletons inside. It must be an apartment-themed dungeon. Toi Hamo grew even more excited. Perfect. Let's charge in and wipe them all out. Ha! Those two monsters were already waiting. That's what it said, that insolent woman. L-King looked at the group, brimming with confidence. I'll crush them all with my martial arts. Tu Long wasn't backing down either. I'll burn them all to a crisp with my magic. The two of them started bickering, neither wanting the other to steal the credit. Tu Long couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Does this bastard really want to die? L-King didn't hold back, retorting, you're the one. Before the toy Hammo group could even rush in, they were blown away by a single strike from L-King. You're next. The other players were about to charge but suddenly froze. What? The skeletons in the building suddenly came to life. This is only happening this once. The two monsters looked at each other, a temporary alliance. Back at Jing Shizhu's building, he still had no idea what had happened. All done. Getting things organized is a relief. Whatever, I'll do it later. I've been holding it in forever. It was so hard not to spill the beans. Let's go. Anno C. He lay back gently into the previously prepared gaming chair. I wonder what the promotion match will be like. Jing Shizhu grew more and more excited, and the system notification chimed quickly. Connecting to Anno, within seconds, Jing Shizhu was transported into the new world. A voice rang out, as if it had been waiting. You're late. He still didn't understand what was going on. Jing Shizhu hurried to turn around. Who's there? Then, the last person he expected appeared. He stuttered, unable to find his words. Why are you here? Luxo spoke with a mocking tone. Long time no see, Kim Jing Shizhu. You and UNDEAD doing well lately? I asked, but the kid wouldn't tell me. Jing Shizhu stared at him, jaw dropped. Luxo, why is a big shot like you here? Did you do this to the people lying around here? He tilted his chin up arrogantly. What if I said I did? Jing Shizhu immediately tightened his grip on his shovel. Your playing style is still the same as ever, huh? I hope you're prepared. Luxo held out his palm, filled with rows of fangs. Don't get cocky. I've gotten stronger, too. This time, I'm definitely taking your energy. With that, he flew in aggressively. Gyuso, come out. Jing Shizhu wasn't about to back down either. Bring it on. Just then, two hands grabbed them both back. Stop it. UNDEAD yelled, frustrated. Seriously, why are you fighting? I told you to explain things properly. Luxo reluctantly retracted his wings, muttering, I was on a roll, too. Hein was frantically shaking Jing Shizhu's shoulders. Those guys lying there are enemies. Jing Shizhu was spooked when he saw the others. King, are you okay? She began explaining the situation. That's right. They all appeared from the promotion portal. UNDEAD had screamed that they were Zonai players. This made Jing Shizhu's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? Zonai, UNDEAD added, pointing at Lutzo's head. They attacked the island, so we fought back, but everyone was so strong. That's when he appeared and fought alongside us. He listened, eyes wide. So that's what happened. That's a surprise. But anyway, what are you doing here? Luxo scoffed contemptuously. Still naive. I have business with 3 people. The first is you, Kim Jing Shizhu. The second is the King, Hein. Jing Shizhu looked at her skeptically. Hein, Luxo held up 3 fingers. And the third is the martial arts king, Tulong the Violent. Jing Shizhu, lead the way to him. Jing Shizhu went from one shock to another. Tulong, too. But what do you need with them anyway? He didn't bother explaining. Come with me, and you'll find out. You have to go to the Dark Am Plateau anyway. Who knows who walked out of the portal over there? At this, Luxo dropped a bombshell. It might already be too late. Jing Shizhu's face darkened, but he eventually agreed. We'll go for now, but you better explain properly on the way. He swung his shovel hard, and black clouds began to gather. The weather's turning bad. UNDEAD looked outside with concern. Will it be okay to just leave Hein Island like this? The person behind them reassured her. You don't need to worry too much. I already told everyone to temporarily retreat to the Undersea Kingdom. I doubt the portal will open on the ocean floor. She let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Jing Shizhu sat at the table and got straight to the point. So, let's get back to the story. You said portals appeared everywhere, right? The Zonai players came through those portals and received quests to fight the Anno players. Why is this a promotion match but suddenly a war quest like a team battle? Luxo scanned Jing Shizhu coldly. It's not a war. Most of these battles are just one-sided massacres. Since they can't keep up with the levels of Zonai, Anno is an independent server created with a no-access rule. But if the promotion event turns into a power struggle between Anno and Zonai like this, the loser will definitely be Anno. Jing Shizhu felt a headache coming on. What the hell is this? That Yuria woman. What exactly was this event created to benefit? But wait, it's like you predicted all of this. You've been explaining things as thoroughly as an NPC lately, haven't you? How do you know all this? Luxo's lips curled into an arrogant smirk. An NPC? Your intuition is pretty good. At the same time, a mechanical system voice rang out. Master, we are about to arrive at the Dark An Plateau. UNDEAD exclaimed excitedly. I can see the tower. Jing Shizhu. He immediately pressed his face against the window. Really? It hasn't been destroyed yet? Hein assessed the tower ahead. From the outside, it looked fine. Jing Qizhu shouted in excitement. Peak lock. There's no portal opening here, right? Luxo was still stunned. Jing Qizhu called out toward the tower. Guys, is everyone still safe? Du and Bone Mutt rushed over immediately. Master, he said, pulling them into a tight hug. Thank goodness you guys are safe. Du was sobbing his heart out. We tried our best to hide and stay alive, just like you told us to, Master. Fortunately, Lackey and Tiu Long had already defeated all of them. Jing Qizhu couldn't help but offer high praise. You two did great. You're awesome. Both Lackey and Tiu Long puffed out their chests, thinking, it's all thanks to me, obviously. But Lutso coldly dismissed them. Just a lucky break. The people stepping out of this gate aren't exactly household names. Don't count on having that much luck next time. These words made Luxo absolutely furious. What did you say? This bastard dares to look down on our achievements? Tu Long was also getting riled up. If we hadn't been with the master, you would have been dead the moment you arrived here. Jing Qizhu tried to hold them back while glaring at Luxo. Just let it go. Don't start a fight. Luxo didn't stop, acting completely indifferent. It's true, though. The entrance to the Origin Plaza is in an uproar because the Supreme Swordsman was defeated. Jing Qizhu stared at him, wide-eyed. The Supreme Swordsman? Luxo began to recount the enemy's feats. They say the best swordsman in Yunoya was taken down in just one hit by some guy wielding a wooden stick. Jing Qizhu's jaw dropped when he heard that. Even Heian frowned in disbelief. No way, the Supreme Swordsman. As ugly as he is, he's a powerhouse taken down in one hit. He might be ugly, but he must have had teammates with teleportation abilities, right? Couldn't he escape? Dodo coldly muttered a single word, no. Jing Qizhu was stunned, completely rattled. It was that guy. He remembered Chigu's crude appearance, but a single swing of his stick was enough to destroy an entire fortress. He closed the distance to Jing Qizhu at lightning speed. Both swung their weapons simultaneously. The moment the shovel and the stick collided, the entire planet felt like it was being torn in two. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Jing Qizhu's spine. There's no way that guy wouldn't show up. If he's already here, why is Yunoya still safe and sound? Hey, Yuan Ha, did you get blown away or anything earlier? She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. No, I didn't. Hearing this, Jing Qizhu became even more confused. Strange, everything should have been in chaos by now. Luxo suddenly spoke up from behind. Jing Qizhu, let me finish my story from earlier. You said I talk like an NPC, right? There's a reason for that, because, in fact, I heard it directly from them. Jing Qizhu asked urgently, you said you heard it from whom? But Luxo refused to answer. Go ask them yourself, because they're right here. These words immediately put him on high alert. Here? The very next second, the ground shook violently. Jing Qizhu was caught off guard. What was that? An earthquake? As soon as he finished, a stone pillar erupted from the ground. It shot up with a roar. It climbed even higher than when Lightbull appeared. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the top of the pillar. The Earth King, Lem, emerged from it. Such barren land. The ground of the high plateau is so soft I can probably unleash even more power than usual here. As soon as he finished, several giant rings of fire appeared in the sky. A hearty laugh echoed next to Lem. Lem, step back a bit. Are you planning to turn into a lump of coal golem? He didn't even bother to look back. It's fine, the ground is damp today. Fire King Hana laughed gleefully. You idiot, I was just joking. But whether you burn or not, I don't care, I'm going to go all out. No sooner had she spoken than a magical portal appeared behind her. It was such a nuisance. She was startled and almost jumped out of her skin. I told you not to pop out so close. You almost made me breathe fire. The person on the other side spoke in a lazy tone. But I just wanted to move as little as possible because it's such a hassle. Deadbeater Zito finally noticed the group below. Greetings, Master Jing Qizhu. Jing Qizhu looked at them, guarded. Who are you all? He sneered lazily. We are the Six Kings. Apologies for the late introduction to the Master of Yunoya. Gaius was just too lazy. At the moment Yunoya faced the great crisis, the Master was absent. Are you even lazier than I am? Or were you just scared? Jing Qizhu vaguely sensed something ominous. What is this? What do you want? Deadbeater's pupils fixed directly on him. It's not exactly about wanting anything. We already went through the trouble of showing up, so I figured I'd finish the leftover homework. It's time to take back the position of the Master of Yunoya. Jing Qizhu kept his eyes on them. Dodo, this is dangerous. Take Bone Mutt back. He quickly lifted Bone Mutt away. Understood. Then he stretched out, ready. All right, let's get started. L-King played the part of the reliable servant. Master, let me help you. But Jing Qizhu flatly refused. No need. They came here looking for me. I have to defeat them myself, so they won't have anything to complain about later. Besides, they're here for me. and you already have 3 divine relics. I have to fight alone to keep it a fair match against the 3-6 kings. Hanabi stood with her hands on her hips, smirking. Gaius acts so tough, and Deadbeater kept his lazy tone. I hope you're not just all talk. Jing Qizhu looked completely fearless. Let's see, can I attack first? He couldn't be bothered and just watched, expecting a show. Sure, feel free to do whatever you like. His voice rang out loudly. Really? Then I won't hold back. The next second, a flash of light streaked across. I'll end this right now. Dozens of blood crystal needles erupted from the top of the pillar blood needle technique. Luxo looked at it with dissatisfaction. That bastard dares to use my skill, while Jing Qizhu looked incredibly proud. I use it so well that you should be grateful, right? The next second, a cold voice rang out. So it really is an energy accumulation attack. The intent of this move is good, but Lem has already created a shield for that last hit. I'm tougher than that. Deadbeater sneered and clicked his tongue in praise. Cool, Lem. This scene made UNDEAD gasp in amazement. He blocked the blood needle technique. That's his ultimate move. Luxo clicked his tongue and muttered. Complacency comes with a heavy price. Jing Qizhu realized they weren't just individually excellent. Their teamwork was so skilled it was infuriating. He was still busy grumbling, annoyed. Damn it, this is frustrating. Luxo in too long whispered, feeling quite smug. He got hit. Serves that guy right. Immediately after, Hanabi lunged like a phoenix. Jing Qizhu, let's see what you've really got. Jing Qizhu watched, his eyes wide, his face tightening with a flicker of dread. The next second, Jing Qizhu darted to the side, dodging the massive explosion. Hanabi was successfully provoked. You dodged it? Cheeky. You guy who only knows how to use that shovel. Jing Qizhu frowned as he watched Hanabi charging, but unfortunately, she couldn't land a hit on her opponent. Hanabi was more annoyed than someone eating a fiery chili. No way, how is that possible? Has his physical ability really reached this level? Too Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of course, the master's physique comes from the Combat King, this brutal physical prowess. Jing Qizhu had long possessed the Combat King's relic, so he was extremely confident. Everyone who fights me thinks I'm weak at close combat, huh? The more you underestimate me, the more I thank you. Because you were so busy focusing on close combat, you left yourself wide open. The next second, a stone hand shot up from the ground. It grabbed Hanabi and wouldn't let go. The whole group cheered with satisfaction. That's more like it. Jing Qizhu couldn't stop grinning. Caught one already. He said that, and then tried to force Hanabi to surrender. But as soon as he finished, an even larger stone hand struck out. Once she was freed, she looked extremely smug. We're alive, we're actually alive. The one who pulled off that last move is one of the 2 remaining 6 kings. Thanks, man. And stop acting like you're our teacher, Deadbeater Zito. That's exactly why I told you all not to fight alone. Remember why the 3 of us came here together? You keep getting taken out one by one, then just standing there like spectators. If you don't want to end up like those other pathetic 6 kings, Xiaolong felt his pride wounded and let out a roar. What did you say? Bunch of losers who only know how to gank people. Hein, who always had a short fuse, was absolutely livid. You insolent brat, I didn't lose. And you, Luxo, don't just stand there. Are you looking down on me too? Fight back, then. Jing Qizhu was getting sick of their constant noise. Stop getting so worked up. He muttered to himself, desperately trying to think of a breakthrough. This is a headache. They're coordinating better than I thought. If it's hard to deal with them one by one, I'll just have to take them all down at once when they cluster together. Deadbeater, Zito, over there, started instigating again. Lem, don't give Jing Qizhu too much time to think. If we leave him be, there's no telling what he'll do with that creativity of his. He prepared his next move. Got it. Hanabi, let's try a joint attack. Her hands instantly burst into flames. You got it. A split second later, a chasm of molten lava erupted right in front of Jing Qizhu. Boom! Something massive seemed to be rising up. He looked toward it. What the? Right in front of him, a literal volcano was forming, ready to erupt. A whole volcano. Are you kidding me? Luxo grabbed Haduan and pulled her back from the blast zone. UNDEAD, get out of there. But UNDEAD lingered, worried for Jing Qizhu. Before she could do anything, Lem and Hanabi unleashed their next phase. A torrent of lava, thousands of degrees hot, surged upward. The lava morphed into 9-headed serpents, flying straight at Jing Qizhu. 9-headed fire serpent. Seeing this, UNDEAD screamed in terror. Jing Qizhu, but Heian, standing behind, didn't look worried at all. Face it head on, Jing Qizhu. She knew he could do it. Someone holding the Sea King's heirloom wouldn't lose to mere fire. Jing Qizhu immediately activated the Sea King's heirloom. He swung his shovel, launching a massive, swirling whirlpool forward. Abyssal Cyclone. All three six kings gasped in unison. No way! Hein looked absolutely thrilled. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. A gleam of triumph flashed in Jing Qizu's eyes. I'm not done yet. Infusing the martial king's technique into the cyclone, he summoned dozens more, barreling toward the six kings. Xiaolong howled in excitement at the sight. Lem and Hanabi tried their best to hold their ground, but it was futile. The water crashed against the rock pillars with a deafening crack. Jing Qizu summoned wings similar to Luxo's. He hovered calmly, observing the six kings' movements. His brows furrowed slightly. The area was nothing but a mess, and there was no one in sight. Where did they go? Luxo couldn't hide his childish tone. Did they just give up and run away? Jing Qizu didn't dare let his guard down. No way. I don't think so. But he didn't realize that Deadbeater Zato had already appeared behind him. Of course not. Deadbeater Zato summoned a projectile that pierced right through Jing Qizu's chest. Dimension Piercer. The pain hit him so hard his vision went black. Deadbeater Zato just stood there, letting the blood splatter onto his face. Yu Unha let out a piercing scream. Jing Qizu groaned in agony. Master. Hanabi and Lem lunged out from two other portals. He used a stone hand to grab Jing Qizu. Gotcha. Jing Qizu? Deadbeater Zato stepped closer, looking down at him. What a shame. You fought brilliantly against all three of us. But in the end, we're the winners. The situation is getting critical by the hour. It's truly a pity. I don't know how much time you have left, but please, just hand over your position as master and enjoy the rest of your life in a Nojir. Jing Qizu hung his head, his voice trembling as if in shock. The rest of my life in a Nojir? What on earth are you talking about? Explain yourself properly. What? He had secretly activated the Blood King's heirloom long ago. With that, Jing Qizu reached out and grabbed Hanabi's ankle. She shrieked, let go, but he only tightened his grip. Not a chance. Deadbeater Zato finally realized something was wrong. What the hell? What is this bastard doing? Did he let us gather up on purpose? Deadbeater Zeto's face was filled with pure disbelief. You despicable coward. Deadbeater Zato looked at the master of an Ogier. His face went slack in an instant. He saw Hanabi being drained until she looked like a dried-up husk. Deadbeater Zato finally reacted. Stay back. Lem, don't touch him. But before he could finish, Jing Qizu was already latched onto Lem. In no time, he too turned into a dried-up husk. Jing Qizu's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Deadbeater Zato. Now, you're the only one left. Deadbeater Zeto's expression was pure, unadulterated terror. The next second, he turned and scrambled away as fast as his legs could carry him. He dived into his own portal. He couldn't believe he'd been taken out in a heartbeat. Calm down. Think. I have to face King Jing Qizu alone now. Deadbeater Zato was still muttering to himself. Is there any strategy that could work? The very next second, the blood on his face suddenly began to pool. Deadbeater Zato let out a shriek like a slaughtered pig. It was a massive mosquito, driving its stinger into his skin. Blood-sucking summon. Deadbeater Zato's jaw hung open. He couldn't even close his mouth. Was this a trap all along? After the job was done, the mosquito buzzed away, leaving Deadbeater Zato to collapse to the ground with a heavy thud. Jing Qizu twisted the doorknob, revealing a demonic, bloodthirsty gaze. He had won overwhelmingly without a single scratch. He tilted his chin toward Deadbeater Zato. Well, he growled out each word, heavy with threat. Do I win this match? Deadbeater Zato could only cry on the inside. This is amazing. Even when all three of us went at you at once. Indeed, you are fully qualified to be the master of a Nojir. My role ends here. I hope my abilities were of some help. Please, bring a miracle to Enojire. When Deadbeater Zato opened his eyes, he saw Hanabi and the two creatures nearby. Deadbeater Zato had just woken up and hadn't grasped the situation yet. Jing Qizu's voice drifted over from the side. Awake. He was sitting there, looking completely back to normal. How do you feel? Deadbeater Zato looked blankly at the people in front of him. Master Jing Qizu. He pointed to the mosquito-like creature flying by his shoulder. The blood-sucking summon can drain energy, but I thought, maybe it can also share it. This is my first time trying it in a real fight. Glad it worked. Luxo looked skeptical. Share energy? I never knew that. Yu Nha was just as confused. I mean, all we've ever done is steal it. Jing Qizu puffed out his chest confidently. This is the first time I've used the full power of the Six Kings to fight. Du shouted with excitement. You're so naive, master. But there's one thing Deadbeater Zato doesn't get. Why did you spare us? You'd have to kill us to get the proof of sovereignty, wouldn't you? Hanabi chimed in. That's right. And we even attacked you without permission. Jing Qizu stared at them, eyes wide. There's definitely a way to get the proof without killing you. I've already done it once with the Sea King. And you guys don't really intend to kill me, do you? That's what this battle is all about, right? A test to see if I'm qualified to see if I can protect Ennoku and see no lie. Both Lem and Hanabi were stunned into silence by his words. Deadbeater Zito had no choice but to admit everything. "You're as perceptive as expected. The only reason we, the Six Kings, kept challenging the master of Ennoku is that we wanted to rule all of Nazco, not just our own territories. We never wanted to destroy it. We were born and raised in this world. We love Ennoku." Hanabi crossed her arms, feigning indifference. "Fighting each other is only possible as long as this world exists." Deadbeater Zito nodded in agreement. "Of course." But Jing Qizhu cut them off, his expression darkening. "Stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what is actually happening to Ennoku?" Deadbeater Zito hesitated for a long time before he started to come clean. "This promotion match, it's a battle against the players of Sunai. If our win rate drops, the players, the NPCs, and this entire world will vanish. Ennoku is on the verge of destruction." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Shock and confusion were etched on everyone's faces. Jing Qizhu's brows furrowed deeply. "What? We haven't heard a single thing about that. Why are only you, the Six Kings, aware of it?" "Hey, Tiu Long, it was finally his time to shine." "Yes, Master. As the Six Kings, we represent each region of Ennoku, so we can instinctively sense the threat to this world." Hein chimed in from the side. "It's like rats sensing an earthquake and running away, I suppose." Jing Qizhu's brows knitted even tighter. "Is that so?" He couldn't help but feel suspicious. It was as if the Six Kings had been programmed this way from the very start, as if to prepare for the moment of annihilation. To fight the Seijunai players, does the win rate of the Ennoku players need to be higher? That's impossible. People who felt overwhelmed by Shonai's power gap heard the rumors and settled here in Ennoku. How could they possibly win? Is it going to end like this? Ennoku Jing Qizhu tightened his grip on his shovel. "Who gave you permission to end it? There were hidden quests during the summer event last time. There's definitely another way." Jing Qizhu's face was filled with determination. "If there isn't one, I'll fight and win to protect it. I love playing in Ennoku." Teo Long narrowed his eyes with a meaningful look. Hein felt relieved. Seeing this, Jing Qizhu pretended to be arrogant. "What kind of setup is this? Damn it. Aside from me, who else?" Hanabi began to look at Jing Qizhu in a different light. Deadbeater Zeto bowed respectfully. "I have been waiting for those words, my lord." Suddenly, the space around Jing Qizhu shifted, and everyone present transformed into streaks of light. "We, the Six Kings, swear our eternal loyalty to you, King Jing Qizhu, the true master of Ennoku." Yuan Ha watched in stunned admiration. Jing Qizhu had finally been acknowledged by the entire Six Kings. A system window appeared before Jing Qizhu. Lem and Hanabi have pledged their respect. At the same time, he received a new item, Ennoku, Emperor's Proof Collection unlocked. Jing Qizhu couldn't help but exclaim out loud, his eyes glowing with excitement. "Finally, I've collected them all. First, Lem's Proof, the Earth King's Proof that can freely alter terrain, the Fire King's Proof to summon and control fire, and the Dimension King's Proof to travel through spatial gates." Deadbeater Zeto jumped up, clearly thrilled. "That's incredible, Jing Qizhu. Collecting all the proofs of the Six Kings, this is the first time I've ever seen it." He was still adjusting to the new power. "Thank you." L-King looked at Jing Qizhu with expectation. "How is it, Master? Do you feel any new power?" His blank expression said it all. "I'm not quite sure yet." A figure suddenly appeared from behind. "The power obtained after collecting all the proofs, you say? You've reached an uncharted realm that no one has ever experienced before." Tu Long spoke in a deep, cautious tone. "What? Who's there?" Seeing the stranger, L-King grew agitated. "Wait, that guy Jing Qizhu looked over. Suspicious. What is it? Is he someone you know? He talks like a machine gun. It'd be a surprise if you didn't know him. The Origin Plaza you visit so often is his territory. The first player to reach the plus rank in Ennoku, the king of Jilan. Roby." The man grinned, showing his teeth. L-King stared in astonishment. Did he just walk out of a spatial gate? Yuan Ha suddenly realized something. If that means Jing Qizhu finished the sentence for her. "He's also the owner of the Dimension Proof," Deadbeater Zito explained calmly. "He was the first man to earn my respect. You are the second." Robbie waved at them cheerily. "This is quite a spectacle. All the Six Kings are gathered here, though the members are a bit different from when I went around collecting them." Looking at the proof collection, one could see 4 distinct certifications. He smiled and feigned regret. "Deep down, I really wanted to complete the rest of the collection, but Ennoku is about to kick the bucket. Now is not the time for that." Those words stunned Jing Qizhu. "You know about that too?" Robbie tucked his hands into his pockets and answered nonchalantly. "That's right. The Dimension King and I have known each other for quite a while. King Jing Qizhu, let me tell you something interesting. Guess who I met earlier?" A giant question mark seemed to appear over Jing Qizhu's head. "What? Who?" The stranger's eyes flashed with a cold light. I made a deal with someone from Shonai. Wooden staff enhanced to plus 99. Jing Qiju's whole body trembled, not sure if it was from anger or fear. A deal with them. What on earth is going on? Roby smiled brightly, acting mysterious. Curious, aren't you? Let's head over there and talk about the details, because besides you, there's someone else waiting for me. Robbie gestured toward the spatial gate. Come on, let's go. Jing Qiju only took a few seconds to weigh his options. Fine, lead the way. Yuan-Ha felt uneasy. Jing Qiju, are you going alone? What if it's a trap? He cut her off with a confident smile. Don't worry. The worst that happens is I die, right? This seems like vital information. I can't afford not to hear it. With that, they both stepped through the spatial gate. All right, let's go. As soon as they vanished, it automatically closed behind them. In front of them, both lay a completely empty space. Jing Qizu scanned his surroundings, suspicious. This is before he could finish his sentence. An arrogant voice echoed through the air. You're here. Seeing the person, he scoffed. So, it really was you. Isn't that someone Jing Qizu knows? The grinding warrior. Hako gestured with a theatrical flourish. You heard that, right? Things are looking grim for Eon no Ja. You're not just going to take this lying down, are you? Let's make a deal. The battle that decides the fate of Eon no Ja is about to lead to a total account wipe. This spot is perfect for the final act, wouldn't you say? In another dimension, a portal suddenly appeared. Let's rewind a few hours, back to the Origin Plaza. Robbie's booming voice echoed through the hallway. Welcome to G-Land. My name is Roby, the king of this land. Since you've come all this way, want to play a game? Standing opposite him were familiar faces. Chaos God and Chi-Gu, looking bewildered, still holding a meat skewer in his hand. Roby, that name sounds familiar in Junoe chess. But why is a king hanging out in a castle all by himself? Ree's smile remained unchanged. I heard you were coming, so I evacuated everyone. I didn't want my precious friends getting caught in a pointless war and getting hurt. A smug smirk spread across Chi-Gu's lips. How thoughtful. So, should I take that to mean you're already prepared to be dragged into this pointless war? In the next second, he lunged forward with a twisted expression. The wooden staff was ready to smash onto Roby's head. His teeth gleamed like a mirror. Looking for a fight, are you? Against the strongest one. That line made Chi-Yu open his eyes wide. With a thud, the staff struck thin air, but the shockwave from the strike was enough to devastate the castle. Roby was way too high level to have a single scratch. Come back tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've met a player who actually wants to challenge me, hasn't it? I'll call someone strong and ambitious enough to want to defeat you. So, can you hold back and stop wrecking the place? This world was created through the hard work of the people here, making it a precious space. After hearing that, Chigu's smile widened even further. It was clear he was already hooked. Who's coming tomorrow? After hearing this story, Jing Shiju felt like he was losing his mind. Wait, seriously? He just walked away after saying that? The guy was so laid back. With his hands in his pockets, he just left, believing in the promise that they would prepare the greatest opponent. The fate of Eon no J now depends on you. I'm counting on you, grinding warrior. Robbie finally glanced at Jing Qizhu with a reluctant look. And you too, Jing Qizhu. The boy jumped, startled. What was that you two about? Hako laughed heartily, looking smug. Don't act so cocky, kid. You're still wet behind the ears. Robbie dropped the playful act. Not at all. Your role is actually very significant, because you already helped us prepare for this situation. Seeing Jing Qizhu looking blank, Hako tilted his chin. I mean the battle between you and that guy with the staff. He stared at the person next to him, mouth agape. What? How did you know about that? His teeth were so shiny you could see your reflection in them. It all started with what happened that day. One day, a mysterious explosion suddenly occurred in Eon no Ja. After the server was restored, players logging back in saw something in the sky. You know what it was? Roby uttered just one word. That was the imprint of your name carved huge on the moon. Hako poked fun at Jing Qizu. Because the moon was crescent, at first we only saw the word kin, making everyone cause a ruckus about the day of the king's arrival or something. Robbie playfully chimed in. It wasn't until the full moon that we saw it was Kin Jing Qizhu. In an instant, his expression turned icy. Is this guy the one who caused the server explosion? I looked into it and found the problem was more serious than I thought. The strongest player of Kur Zanalai, the Chaos God, owner of the plus 99 enhanced wooden staff. Chigu invaded Eon no Ja, so we also sent grinding warriors over to Kur Zanalai to scout, and we even had a skirmish to probe Chigu's intentions. Based on the investigation results, we predicted a future where a battle deciding the fate of Eon no Ja would break out. While everyone was brainstorming countermeasures, during the investigation, a name kept popping up at critical moments. Saying that, Roby looked straight at Jing Qi's. Can Jing Qi's, it's you. Who are you exactly? How can you put your name on the moon, be called master by monsters in Aeon no Ja, and be sought out by the Six Kings as if to offer you a token of loyalty? Why are you so special? Jing Qi's face went blank as if he was processing the information, his eyes dimming for a moment. I see Jing Qi's grip the shovel in his hand. Actually, the thing that's special isn't me. It's this shovel. Even now, I still don't understand why this thing ended up with me, and I still haven't found the reason. This isn't something gained through effort. It was given to me from the very start. No matter how many things I've caused with this shovel, I'm just utilizing the creative power that the shovel already has. Even if it weren't me, if anyone else had this shovel, they could do what I did. Without the shovel, I'm not Qin Jing Qi's. I'm just a poor student studying for exams. At this point, his head dropped, carrying a hint of self-loathing. Just Qin Jing Qi's, that's all. Seeing that, Hako raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you saying anything? He was about to call the other guy Qin Chi, but he was cut off by a hoarse voice. Grinding warrior. And you're Roby, right? In the current situation where Aeon no Ja is in danger, the reason you guys need me at this critical moment is because of my specialty. Actually, no, it's probably because of this shovel's specialty, right? Is there any way to lend this out? Maybe people like you could use it better than I can. That might be better for Aeon no Ja. Jing Qi's voice trailed off with a bit of inferiority. It would probably help a lot. But Roby interrupted him with a smirk. It's you. The thing we think is special isn't the shovel, but you yourself. You don't use your power just for your own benefit. You always use it to protect and help others. Regardless of whether they are players, NPCs, or monsters, your weapon's overpowered ability is great. But a selfless player like you, this is the first time I've seen one. That shovel is meant to be used by someone like you. Amidst the vast sea of stars, the earth floated silently like a precious gem. Jing Qi's stared, mesmerized, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Hako watched him, dazed, then startled when Jing Qi's suddenly sniffled. Hako burst out laughing until he had tears in his eyes. Hey, are you getting angry out of embarrassment? He scolded him. Shut it. Honestly, if you really need me that much, Jing Qi's remembered the people he loved. Aeon no Ja can't close down this soon. There are still so many people counting on me. Fine, then I won't hold back anymore. I'll use this shovel to its full capacity to see if I can save this Aeon no Ja. Guys, I have a super awesome plan. Let's work together. Hako frowned at him. What kind of plan? Jing Qi's started acting mysterious. Come here, come here. And so, preparations began, and he was led from one surprise to another. What was that? The next day, a figure appeared from the Gyusen Gate, and at Gate 316, the Anno squad emerged, followed by a sudden, angry voice nearby. So you've finally shown up? Listen, you miserable and no scum, I, Joachim, will defeat you and become the hero. Before he could even finish, a fist slammed straight into his face. Joachim went flying like a bird. Foxer was absolutely stunned. That was fast. The next second, a creature landed in front of him. Bezo growled as viciously as a dog. Chiu and his team stepped forward. Hey kid, I'm looking for something. Foxer was so scared his legs turned to jelly. Yes, he's clearly looking for Jing Qi's. That guy named Roby I met yesterday, he said he'd leave a mark so I could recognize him no matter where I appeared. He slowly backed away behind a rock. Yes, I know. It's up there in the sky. Hearing this, Chigu immediately tilted his head to look at the sky. The class gasped when they saw it. What the? He burst into mocking laughter. Look at this guy. He carved the huge name Jing Qiju right on the moon. Luna laughed, finding it hilarious. The vocabulary level is like an elementary schooler's, and Aros is already throwing a fit. That trash dared to provoke the boss. Chihu nonchalantly reassured him. Don't fall for his trap. The class couldn't help but wonder, how on earth could they get up to that moon? Foxer pointed to the Gyusen Gate behind them. Yes, everyone just needs to go through this gate. Those with Gyusen Gate abilities stayed up all night, installing it in front of all the gates. Luna's eyes crinkled with a smile. Oh my, really? Thank you for your kindness. But how can we trust you enough to go in there? What if it's a trap? Chigu's gaze remained fixed on the moon. Everyone wait a second. I'll go erase that in a flash and be right back. The class looked at him, completely bewildered. Erase it. The next second, Chu zoomed off with his signature mischievous look. The class stared, mouths agape. He's gone. Luna watched him with infatuated eyes. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Chu shot up like a bullet. His target was the moon itself. The corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant grin timed to smash a planet. With that, he swung his staff toward it. Shockwaves blasted straight at the moon. Up there, Hako was waiting with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Two small Gaiasan gates, like dinner plates he borrowed from Chakabi, appeared in his hands. The next second, they suddenly expanded, using a skill. The shockwaves were sucked into the Gaiasan gates and bounced right back. Heiko waved his hand powerfully, and a force even more terrifying than before blasted back toward Chiu. He hadn't expected this move at all, so he could only let the surge of power engulf him. Luna and Oros stared with wide eyes, and the rest were equally stunned. Meanwhile, Hako was busy posing, looking cool and arrogant. Jing Qizhu wore a twisted grin, confidently preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Time to destroy this planet. The entire Gaiasan region glowed as a massive source of purple energy plummeted toward the ground. Hako smirked, gathering eerie magical energy between his hands, using a skill that created a blazing red energy vortex, tearing through the Gaiasan space and creating a terrifying distortion. The space twisted, and a powerful slap tore through the wind, blocking the dangerous attack. The stream of golden fire crashing down left Hako in total shock. Jing Qizhu appeared, looking incredibly cool, raising his wooden staff to deliver a fatal strike, a wild, confident grin plastered on his face. As a master-level grinder, a blinding light erupted, swallowing Hako's entire attack. He reached his hand forward, his eyes filled with arrogance and combativeness. Hako was stunned when his opponent vanished. What? A strange droplet of liquid hit the ground, making a gross sound. The liquid continued to fall at a dizzying speed, forming long streaks at the speed of light. A powerful purple beam shot out from the liquid, creating a massive explosion. Hako was astonished to see a surge of immense energy erupting from the liquid. The energy exploded into a massive pool of liquid, making a terrifying sound. The puddle continued to move and transform in a bizarre way. What the hell is that? The liquid transformed into a terrifying monster, looming before Hako. Super regeneration. This resurrection skill allows me to recover from any kind of damage. Chiu laughed loudly, seeing Hako panic. Hako was terrified, trying to escape from Chiu. What the hell is this? So disgusting. He laughed maniacally, but was suddenly interrupted by a confused voice. Huh. Both of them stared blankly at the shovel and the giant foot that had just stomped down in front of them. Chihu smirked, recognizing an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. So that's the game you're playing. Huh. Long time no see, my friend. The opponent greeted him as the truth about the summoner gradually became clear. King Jingqi Zhu, right? Turns out you were the one who summoned me here. And you are Bio, correct? The atmosphere suddenly turned serious as the discussion regarding the fate of the server began. Let me ask you something. If the fate of your server was threatened by this event, what would you do? What are you talking about? The fate of my server. Chiu casually picked his nose, showing he didn't care about the world at all. Why on earth would a player have to worry about that stuff? Jing Qizhu laughed at the familiar answer, but immediately pivoted to the core issue. I knew you'd say that, but the problem is, the battle was pushed to a new level with a bold and unexpected declaration. From our perspective, you invaded us, and if we lose, and no, we'll be forced to shut down the server. We won't let that happen. So since it's come to this, why don't we make it even bigger? The unexpected call toward the shadow left the other side baffled and startled. Camera crew, it's your turn. Camera crew. A person carrying a lens appeared and greeted all the players across the world. Hello to all players of Koei and Annoe around the world. Chiu was shocked to hear the announcement about this deathmatch. This is a death battle deciding the fate of both games. We are live broadcasting this match. The HCK TV channel excitedly broadcasted the livestream with a unique cast of guests. Welcome to the official HKY TV channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Chiu's face went blank as he realized he was on air. The live broadcast was attracting the attention of countless viewers. Everyone watched the situation in confusion through the broadcast. The entire scene of the encounter was captured via the surveillance monitor system. What is this all about? The manager behind the screen started noticing the group's actions. Look at this guy. Choi Duk-bi chewed on a cigar while analyzing the sudden broadcast scheme. There hasn't been an official announcement that this is a deathmatch. Are they planning to forget about everyone just because they realize things faster than the others? He laughed arrogantly at the reckless antics of those youngsters. Those crafty little brats. The assistant confirmed with his superior about the decision to greenlight the broadcast. Miss Yuria. Are you sure it's okay to let them reveal this news? Of course it is, sir. Yuria reaffirmed the core philosophy of the entire company, to provide players with infinite freedom and endless possibilities. Isn't that our company's founding philosophy? She smiled confidently, asserting absolute respect for player freedom. If the players want to disclose this information, who are we to stop them? I'll take full responsibility for this. Just leave it to me. Mr. Choi, the supervisor, finally gave in to her wishes, much to Yuria's delight. After all, you're the one in charge of a node now, so just do as you please." She flashed a knowing smile, having gotten exactly the approval she wanted. "Thank you, Mr. Choi." Now that we have his blessing, Yuria made a bold move, completely disregarding the chaos about to unfold. "Feel free to do whatever you want with a Nogur. Tear the place to shreds if you have to." The sudden news left other players completely bewildered. The streaming teams scrambled to explain their true motives for going live. What exactly were they hoping to achieve? "Are you serious, Hekai? You're really going to live stream all of this?" "We aren't taking money from anyone to do this. We're just doing this to share vital information with the players. They have the right to know." "What are they talking about? Is the server getting shut down?" The bomb had been dropped. Sen collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for air in the smoke-filled battlefield. She looked up, her eyes filled with hope as she recognized a familiar figure. "Found him." The king's arrival instantly drew every eye and all attention across the entire battlefield. It was him, the king of Jingqizhu. With a powerful display, he unleashed a brilliant beam of light from his palm. "Come on out." A surge of blue light erupted violently, marking the arrival of reinforcements. The NPC combatants were panicked by the sudden appearance of these strange beings. "What is happening here?" Daikon was stunned to see the powerful summoners emerge all at once. Did someone just summon the war gods? Ruby looked on, lost in thought as she saw her old comrades appear on the screen. "It's been so long since I've seen Daikon and Sarchup." He listened as the rules for the deathmatch bet were explained. "So, these are combat NPCs?" "That's right. Unlike the usual player versus player slaughter, when two parties agree to a duel, anyone can bet whatever they want as the reward." Daddy Dan and Hun Channa, struggling underwater, were outraged by the organizers' greed. "Those bastards are just trying to profit from this. We're on the brink of disaster, and these two are only thinking about money." Daikon smiled craftily, mocking them as he demanded the sides state their wagers. "All right, tell us what you want as the prize for winning." Shigu thought carefully about the compensation he wanted. "I never expected a Nojiro to have something like this. The reward I want?" Shigu's outrageous demand left his opponents completely stunned. "I want that guy's haul and all of the equipment and the golden armor of that redhead, Gyuso, right here." The high-ranking players were shocked by his greed and ambition. The gear of the top-ranked players and had no judge just how greedy can this guy be. A cunning smile played on Shigu's lips as he issued the taunting challenge. "It's mine. All of it is mine, so you better win." "Fine." Shigu, taken aback by the sudden reaction, prepared to make his next proposal. "Wait, seriously? Now, let me tell you what I want." A firm declaration was made that would decide the fate of the entire world. "What I want is to protect the destiny of Nojur. We will replace this entire event with a single match." His sturdy back and confident smile promise a shocking condition for victory. "And if we win, Kanalai must be shut down." Shigu gasped as he realized the scheme hidden behind his comrade's cunning smile. "Wait just a minute." Hako wore a triumphant grin, revealing a devious nature that could no longer be hidden. Absolute shock was written all over Choi's face. "What?" Yuria went pale, realizing the true ambition behind that decision. Panic filled the room as the ultimate objective was officially revealed. He was targeting Kanalai itself. Everyone panicked at the news that the game might be shut down immediately. Shut down. Jing Qizhu, in his minimalist outfit, prepared to enter the decisive battle. "So, this is a battle of fate." A confident, arrogant smile spread across Chigu's face as the stakes were pushed to the maximum. "Sounds like fun." A game is only fun when the stakes are high. The glowing handshake sealed the wager agreement between both sides. The deal was struck, and a brilliant aura exploded, engulfing the entire arena as the agreement was finalized. Dakin watched with a sly expression, furious at the audacity of the participants. To think they'd bet everyone's fate like this. Those arrogant fools. Sarchup watched calmly, confirming the identities of the world owners. The king of Jingqizhu was the owner of Nojur, while Burr was a powerful world lord of Kanalai. Dakin wore a wicked smile, seeing the game proceed exactly according to his plan. These kids have guts, betting so boldly. But the agreement was set. Both factions stood atop the mountain, ready for the final battle to decide the fate of their two worlds. This is a single match that decides the destiny of Nojur and Kanalai. Begin. The three executives behind the screen were horrified that the players had bet on their own terms. Who gave them permission to do that? "Don't just go betting the entire game on this match, you brats." Choi protested, desperately trying to save face by citing his superior's previous promise. "But Mr. Choi, just a moment ago, you told me to do whatever I wanted." Yuria skillfully prodded at her boss's deepest fears. "Are you worried that the Nojur newbies will crush the powerful Kanalai players you're so proud of?" Yuria smiled seductively, taunting him. She had her superior cornered. "Don't tell me you're actually scared." Choi was utterly stunned at being read so accurately. Eun-ha thought about the game's survival and prepared to commit. So if we win, it means Ennojur won't be destroyed, right? But do you really think we can win this battle? Let's go. The portal of light opened suddenly, catching the onlookers by surprise. What? A mysterious smile appeared as the game's true strategy was revealed. This isn't just one fight. Are we just going to sit here and wait for our fate to be decided? She watched in surprise as her teammates suddenly fell into an aerial trap. In this game, everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Luna smiled cunningly as she locked onto her target. Gotcha. A massive beam of energy exploded, tearing through the battlefield. Luna was stunned to see her destructive attack completely blocked. Did she just block that? That's divine power capable of erasing her very existence. Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed something unusual about her opponent's weapon. Wait a minute. Suspicion grew regarding the strange, infinite durability of that magic sword. A magic sword with infinite durability? How could she possibly have a weapon like that? Luna unleashed a warning shot, determined to protect her teammates who were grinding levels. Don't you dare touch the power levelers. Her confident threat crushed the enemy's intention to attack. You can't lay a finger on him. The battle formation readied itself to protect the comrade behind them. I won't let you hurt my friends. A sneering smile showed her contempt for their naive faith in that weapon. Is she really putting all her trust in just one weapon? Whatever. Her disdain was clear as the elite group moved in to overwhelm their opponents. Noobs, she muttered, as the blast shook the area. It exploded violently in the air, accompanied by an intense sound effect. Luna raised her hand, ready to deliver the finishing blow with a confident and arrogant look. Boom! Luna hovered in the air, raining down a barrage of magical explosions onto the ground. Her gaze was full of contempt as she watched her opponents scramble away in terror. What's wrong? You were acting so tough just a moment ago, and now you're running away like a little rat. Her expression turned serious again as Luna reminded them of the brutal reality of the battlefield. Besides, we are in the middle of a war. Shu kept stuffing food into his mouth while running. It was a funny scene as he bloated up like a balloon from eating too much in the middle of the magical crossfire. Can you stop stuffing your face? You're making me hungry too. Chu devoured a loaf of bread and confidently responded about his unique strategy. This is my strategy. Have you never heard that food is fuel? After consuming enough food, his bloated body began to glow and he shot off like a rocket. And now, I'm fully recharged. Luna was stunned, her eyes wide with terror at the unbelievable counterattack. Let's go, Ego! The fiery energy attack rained down from above, absolutely devastating. Luna was sent flying through the brilliant light, completely losing control. The impact made Soa scoff in an incredibly haughty way. She immediately regained her stance, ready for a fierce counterattack. Soha panicked, fearing she had accidentally hurt her opponent. Damn it, I cut her in half. Even if she's an enemy, that was a bit too much. The opponent looked up and gave a sinister smile, leaving the protagonist shocked and terrified. How very kind of you. A violent explosion erupted, swallowing a section of the battlefield. She performed a slick slide to break instantly on the ground, then braced herself and lunged downward like an angry meteor. The massive collision between their two fists created a wave of fire and shock. Both sides lunged into a flurry of strikes, shouting arguments at each other. Listen here, kid. I've got a few questions for you. The girl gritted her teeth, wondering about her opponent's absurd abilities. First of all, isn't your level cap 999? How can you fight this well at such a low level? Haosai raised his hand to block her punch and continued his interrogation. Second, aren't you supposed to be a mage? Why are you using your fists to fight me? Hao Kai smiled nonchalantly, taking the opportunity to explain how the game world really worked. You're fighting, but you're still worried about such trivial things. The level cap isn't 999, it's 999 plus. An illustration showed characters with completely different accumulated experience points, even if their displayed levels look the same. Our units might look like they have a level cap from the outside, but the total accumulated experience of each individual is different. That's why the power gap between players at the level cap is so massive. A close-up of the girl's shocked face as she listened to the explanation. I mean, compared to all of you, we just look like a bunch of weaklings. Hao Kai landed a punch on her face, delivering an overwhelming blow. However, it is said that the feel and timing of Zionlai's attacks are far different from those of an old-timer. The girl clutched her face, stunned by the unexpected hit. If you rely too much on your habits from Zionlai, what is this? Hao Sai reminded her of the difference between the two worlds. You'll end up getting knocked down to the ground by this kid. You're on foreign territory now, Demon King. You should have been ready to adapt a long time ago. The girl angrily swung her leg in a powerful side kick aimed at the kid. You brat, you don't know anything about me. She endured a powerful, explosive impact in midair. The girl was stunned to realize her previous attack had completely missed its target. What is this? I'm sure I hit him. but it felt like I missed. He explained why he chose to fight with martial arts. I have a friend who is just like you. That's why I fight with martial arts. Both of them coordinated perfectly, preparing for a surprise retaliation. Then, the girl fell freely from above after taking a dangerous hit, and a powerful explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. After the smoke cleared, he was still safe and sound thanks to timely support. Are you all right, sir, my lord? It's all thanks to you. The two were surprised, speculating about the nature and attributes of their opponent's power. Perhaps she also has demonic attributes like a spirit guardian. A golden delight erupted as the girl apologized for underestimating her opponent. Sorry for underestimating you. And, as an apology, she transformed into a magnificent, radiant form, preparing to unleash her full power. I'll show you what a magic god can do. The system screen displayed information about her incredibly rare hidden class. The hidden class user was eating a piece of fried chicken happily, while enthusiastically inviting her teammates. This is getting interesting. Should we get going too? Hey kid, you're enjoying yourself, aren't you? A character handed him a soda to quench his thirst. Drink some water. Oh, it's soda. The spirit beast chewed on food while excitedly praising the cleverness of the heart heater. Do innocent NPCs and monsters like us really need to get involved in the player's war? All we need to do is stand on the sidelines and cheer for them. Your silver tongue just keeps getting better, but if peace needs me, I'll be there whenever and wherever it's required. Then why don't you just enjoy yourself until then? A contemplative atmosphere sets in, filled with thoughts about status and titles. You clearly had an agenda coming here, but I can't say I hate this hospitality. A dragon knight, right? That's right. A pleasant, comfortable conversation between the two as they show respect for the dragon. Then why don't you just enjoy yourself until then? I don't want to offend the dragon I deeply respect. You really know how to flatter others, don't you, heart heater? I set down plates of food for the spirit beasts, calculating how to keep them out of the fight. They look so cute and adorable, but these are incredibly powerful monsters that have shattered the balance of Kolole. As long as I can keep them from joining Gaius in the battle, I'm willing to satisfy their every need. He looks toward the night sky, sending wishes for victory to the whole team. So please, win this battle for our sake. I'm rooting for everyone. Boss Xia, the power-leveling expert. Jing Qizhu is gripping her shovel tightly, preparing to rush into battle. A brilliant blue magic technique appears, stretching infinitely across the moon. Moonlight rails, 100 lines, Gaius from me. A rapid sequence of elemental attributes activates, forming a massive area of effect attack. Hellfire, lightning, spectrum, and gale. A super combo is heading straight for them. Hao and Jing Qizhu coordinate excitedly, preparing to boost Gaius's power, firing it and accelerating it 1,000 times over. The super magic train attack launches with earth-shattering intensity. This is the 100-shot magic express. Chu smirks confidently as he watches the rapid, combined strike incoming. A combined attack, he quickly raises his hand to activate a mysterious defensive skill. Activate 8 mirror skill. A 5th layer of defensive mirrors appears instantly, preparing to reflect the strike. 5th mirror, reflection. The defensive layer suddenly cracks, leaving Jing Qizhu stunned and terrified. What? A terrifying wave of power bounces back, sweeping away everything in its path, bypassing equipment effects, reducing the user's defense tenfold, increasing damage. Now, vanish. The counterattack sends all the enemies flying amidst heartbreaking screams. Help me. The teammates behind cheer excitedly at the victory they've just achieved. We did it. The group of players is furious, pointing fingers at the other side and shouting. Wait, correcting flow. The teammates behind cheer excitedly at the victory they've just achieved. We did it. The group of players is furious, pointing fingers at the other side and shouting. Xu Hiang steps up, shouting at the group watching from the sidelines, while they look embarrassed and pass the blame. Hey, are you just going to sit there and watch? It's just a one-on-one fight. It looks like us joining Gaius wouldn't change anything anyway. Bidibo reflects, acknowledging the reality that the battlefield situation has completely shifted. They're right. Now that the players have no reason to fight each other anymore. A panoramic view of Earth from space, with narration about the end of the inner game. The conflict between Anno and Sinowell has completely stopped. Ha is excited while coordinating in combat, while Jing Qizhu struggles a bit wielding the shovel. Teaming up is more fun. I thought it would be a lot, but I'm struggling to keep up with you. A close-up of Ha's confident, triumphant smile as he charges forward. Don't be such a coward. A massive energy explosion erupts right in front of him, leaving him dazed and shocked. So and Hao Ke call out in surprise. The atmosphere turns a threatening, deep red as Chu approaches. Tactical combat? Huh? A close-up of his sneering, contemptuous smile. How pathetic. He radiates a billowing aura of killing intent and disdain. Tactics are only for those who don't have enough strength for real combat. Choi Duckby watches through the screen, panicking as he recognizes the ultimate state. Observers are shocked, assessing the power level reaching the supreme threshold. That is the ultimate threshold of power one can achieve in John Lai. It seems he intends to go all out with his divine power. The attack creates a fierce, brilliant explosion as it crashes down. Xiu watches the explosion with sharp, calm eyes. A battle shovel suddenly appears, flying through the glowing void. Xiu realizes the state of the match and muses over his next move. So that's how it is. Everything will unfold this way, will it? He raises his hand, signaling amidst a brilliant pink magic clock formation. The time manipulation technique is activated on a cosmic scale. Time manipulation? The clock hands spin continuously, putting crushing temporal pressure on his opponent. Jing Qizhu is startled, raising the shovel in a defensive stance as he senses something abnormal. Xiu uses time manipulation to revive Jing Qizhu for an interrogation. What the hell is this? I can swear that just a moment ago, I used my divine power to rewind the game's time to before you were declared dead. His burning red eyes fixate on the protagonist to clarify about the strange weapon. I revive you because I need to ask you one thing about that shovel. Jing Qizhu wonders why the shovel remained intact even after he used a destruction skill with a 100% success rate. I used probability manipulation to create a 100% chance that your shovel would be destroyed. But while you died, the shovel remained intact. That can only mean one of two things. Either that shovel is an extraordinary weapon that even I have never encountered before, or a close-up of the tense confrontation as Chigu suspects Jing Qizhu of cheating. Are you using some kind of illegal hacking software? Choi Duckby shouts in surprise at the sudden accusation. What? The surrounding teammates are confused, not understanding what is happening. What the hell is he talking about? Whispers of surprise from the king of Jing Qizhu, master of Annoeko. The players are shocked at the suspicion. Could he be a cheater? People start whispering and questioning the opponent's abnormal strength. No way. Thinking back, that strength really doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe he's been deceiving us all this time. Yuria smiles cryptically when thinking about the cheating accusation. A cheater, huh? Both sides stand facing each other in the vast expanse, filled with questions. Me? Jing Qizhu holds the shovel confidently, ready to offer an explanation. But you know what? A close-up of the familiar combat shovel in his hand. Jing Qizhu nonchalantly admits the truth, stunning everyone. Maybe that's true. Yu Unha grips his wooden stick tightly, ready for action. So, you admit it, then? He raised his wooden staff with a look of intense, serious fury. How disappointing. If you've been caught red-handed doing something bad, there's only one option left. You're going to get a beating. He swung the staff decisively, striking straight at Jing Qizhu. He didn't hold back. A flurry of relentless, merciless blows rained down. Whack, whack, whack. Jing Qizhu's face was battered, blood splattering from the sheer force of the strikes. Damn it, Jing Qizhu's face was bruised and swollen, but he was unexpectedly feeling nostalgic. That actually hurts like hell. This reminds me of the early days. Memories flooded back of the days when he was constantly tortured by monsters. Back when he first started. Even with nothing but a shovel in his hand, he had to face countless giant beasts. Everything he did back then, the fiery, hellish landscape where Jing Qizhu had to struggle to survive for such a long time, he had been beaten to a pulp just like this for months on end. Back in reality, the young man was still enduring the non-stop beating in front of his little teammates. So, have you been hiding this the whole time, boss? A rare moment of peace from the past when he and the small creature sat on the moon, looking down at Earth. A close-up of a twisted, sinister, triumphant smile. A grand ribbon-cutting ceremony with a bunch of skeleton minions cheering. Mr. Kim looked up with a gaze full of surprise and worry. The giant monster sprayed cool blue water into the lake, leaving the workers stunned. From behind, a character with animal ears watched the situation. Suang and Bobby watched with expressions of utter shock and panic. A grand celebration party for the inauguration of the new railway, complete with brilliant fireworks. Cheers to the new railway. The determined face of Kot Quen, gritting his teeth in anger, as he cried bitterly alongside the mermaids. Everyone raised their glasses happily, enjoying the lively festive atmosphere. A young girl, her family, and a one-horned sheep hugged each other, sobbing with emotion. A nostalgic scene filled with emotion as Jing Qizhu fell freely amidst countless creatures and familiar faces. His dazed expression suddenly broke into a bright, radiant smile. The little skull mascot barked frantically in alarm. It curled up tightly in the worried, desperate embrace of Yu Unha. She was tearing up, her eyes sparkling with heart-shaped glints, choked up as she called his name. Jing Qizhu. It turned out that the entire battle and Jing Qizhu's memories were being broadcast live. Her tear-filled eyes were brimming with affection. She closed her eyes, trying to wipe away the tears that were about to fall. Yuria stretched and yawned, looking exhausted at her desk. She rested her chin on her hand, acting cold, blurting out insults to hide her true feelings. How boring. Looking at Jing Chi-ju's bruised, battered face after the beating, she thought, at least my little lab rat had a proper farewell. Chiu, confused, raised his wooden staff when he saw the opponent's strange reaction. Surprised by the weird statement, he couldn't help but ask, "You're actually a pretty decent guy, aren't you? What the hell?" Jing Chi-ju collapsed from exhaustion but managed to force out an explanation. "That beating must have really messed with your head. You're right. It was stupid of me to let myself get punished like this. But what the hell are you even angry about?" His swollen face revealed the truth behind his actions. "A guy like me made a bet that could put all of Kolai in danger. I bet that really pisses you off, right?" Chigu's eyes widened as he listened to the other man. He shouted in embarrassment when the other guy suddenly poured his heart out. "You really love Kurjanai, don't you? Why are you being so sappy all of a sudden?" "Me too." Jing Shizu stood still, listening to the deep reflections on this world. Who cares if we're being sappy? We might be nothing compared to Kolai. A high-angle shot showed Jing Chi-zu lying exhausted on the ground, but every adventure in Anoa feels like a dream. All the hideouts, all the friends I have here. The golden gauntlet emitted a brilliant green energy. Standing under the starry night sky with the earth glowing brightly in the distance, Jing Chi-zu, despite being bruised with one eye swollen shut, gripped his shovel tightly and flashed a resilient smile, ready to fight. "These are all things incredibly precious to me." On the moon, the sound of applause rang out incessantly. Choi Duk-bi stared fixedly at the screen in front of him. What hit his eyes was the bruised face of Jing Chi-zu. "Boss, it seems the outcome has been decided. After the match ends, as planned, we will transfer the players from Anoa to Kurzonalai and then shut down the servers." Choi Duk-bi immediately agreed. "Good. Even if the environment and controls are different from Colleen, with this level of disparity, the match was never balanced to begin with. Apply the elements learned from Anoa to Kurzonalai effectively." He suddenly looked up and said to the main developer of the other world, "But if it's now, you still have one last chance to change your mind." Nie, the girl, didn't want things to end halfway, so she quickly refused. "Why is that? Just proceed according to the plan, uncle. When I first presented the plan for Anoa to you, do you remember what I said back then? Because the servers are merged under the name of a faction war. Even the players who oppose it will soon forget Anoa and enjoy Curzon. Everything we worked hard to prepare for the future. The gift I painstakingly prepared for the future. Please accept it, boss." Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes. But the very next second, she opened them wide at Duke B's words. "I acknowledge your dedication, but it's still such a shame. It seems many players have grown attached to the worldview and the NPCs in this place." The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Oh, you're so thoughtful. Don't worry, uncle. I will recreate the NPCs with the exact same appearance and personality in Kurzonalai." Choi Duk-bi seemed a bit surprised to hear those assurances. "Recreate them? I see. OK is a world created and managed by you, Nie. I've given you full operational control, so just do whatever you want. Die, you really are just like your father." He said that because he saw those icy, arrogant eyes of hers, they were just like her father's. She was busy monitoring the situation of those skeletons in the simulation through the small screen in front of her. What was that? Chi's wild, manic laughter echoed in Zonai's ears. "Do you like it that much?" Chiu chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "Gio, you're being so cringy." Ha, who was lounging on the ground, shot back. "I know. But what's wrong with a little acting? Neo brought us this dreamlike adventure. Every location and every bond in Satisfy." Hako's spirit suddenly blazed, and he spoke from the heart. "I cherish every bit of it." Jing Chi-zu gripped his shovel and struck a combat stance against Chio. "What's the matter? Not attacking anymore? Or should I go first?" At this moment, in Chio's eyes, Jing Chi-zu looked like a total lunatic. What's wrong with this brat? He has no chance of winning, yet he's still. Anyone else would have known their place after taking such a beating. But for Jing Chi-zu, losing one eye was nothing compared to the humiliation of losing face in front of a sworn enemy. Meanwhile, Chio, still sticking to his stance of mind your own business, rolled his eyes and shouted, "Just stop fighting already, you lunatic." Just then, Iwon Ha and the others appeared, unleashing their skills. She flew in front of Chio and maintained a steady distance from him. Gaius signaled with his eyes to Duke B, who was waiting to see how miserable Jing Chi-zu would end up, but he suddenly flinched at the sight. Even Yuria was startled. Players of Satisfy are intervening, but their ultimate attacks are completely useless against Chio. Is that a status-altering skill? A chaos god like me being hit by a skill like this. He hadn't even finished his sneer before he immediately fell into a charmed state. Joachim saw this and grinned ear to ear. He's been hit. Luna is giving that wicked smile. Why is he charmed like that? Lob stood by and immediately joined in. He didn't just let himself get hit, did he? Even if Joachim heard, he wouldn't have been able to take it in right now. While everything descended into chaos, a deafening explosion rang out. It was followed by Chocobi teleporting in, while Bobby used his magic to heal Jing Qizhu, leaving him stunned. Over threshold healing, Jing Qizhu looked around in a panic and shouted, "Why is everyone here? Don't you know how absurdly strong these opponents are? If we hadn't come, you wouldn't have been dragged into this battle," Mitch Howe said, his tone full of worry. "But do you have to suffer alone? You're just a normal player. Why do you keep trying to carry everything by yourself?" Pixel quickly followed up. "Even if we might not be of much help, if this involves the fate of everyone, we want to stand by your side." Joachim opened his trap. "Let's fight, my opponent." The skeleton couldn't help but add his 2 cents. "Thanks to you, all the NPCs and monsters can live peacefully like this." Daiset's resolve was second to none. "Now it's our turn to repay that kindness." Suwong quickly added that if they could overcome this crisis, it would be a chance to restore the guild's reputation. Sir Goodman was boiling with rage. "We can't just keep taking the hits." Seeing their reaction, Jing Qizhu's eyes began to well up. Everyone Dodo suddenly appeared from nowhere and called out to Jing Qizhu, "Master." Jing Qizhu gasped. "Dodo," he was determined to speak his mind. "Perhaps today will be our last day, so I have to say this. King Jing Qizhu, thank you for being my master. I am truly grateful." Late finally waited for Dodo to finish before daring to speak. "Serving you is my honor, King Jing Qizhu." They rushed toward Jing Qizhu in emotion. Before he could react, Iwan Ha dove in and hugged him tightly. She whispered into Jing Qizhu's ear, "Jing Qizhu, I've always thought that one day borrowing this form and satisfy something I could never do in reality to tell you one thing, that is." Iwan Ha was about to say it when Bone Mutt jumped out from nowhere and yelled. And at that very moment, a storm of light appeared, charging straight forward, never stopping for a long time, until it faded into a hazy mist. The silhouettes of Chiyu and his 2 friends slowly appeared. Luna spoke slowly. "It's over. Trying to be all sentimental, isn't that what that rookie of yours hates the most?" Chiyo immediately protested. "I'm not that bad. Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Lobs happily chimed in. "That's right. I have my warm side too. I suppose." Luna finally compromised with them. Fine, let's go back. Back to satisfy." But what happened next blew Chiyo's plans away. He looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. "What is this?" A beautiful aurora appeared in the sky. "That light is." Lobs pointed in one direction and called to Chiyo. "Look over there." The bodyguards working for Choi Duck yelled in panic. "That field effect, isn't that a divine power effect? Are there players in Satisfy who have reached the realm of gods?" Choi Duck B's eyes brightened. "So that's it. In Satisfy, there's someone like that, just like that beer guy. Someone who has attained godhood and ascended to the constellation rank." "Nia, did you predict this would happen from the very beginning?" Yuria let out a sweet laugh. "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about." Luna couldn't hide her sarcastic tone. "Hey, is this your power effect? It looks pretty, but it doesn't seem that impressive. I heard your class is a gambler, probably just some mediocre gambling god, right?" Hako chuckled. "Are you stupid? If I were such an overpowered god, I would have used my power recklessly from the start. Using it normally just creates extra trouble, although it's a difficult ability to use. For some reason, I have a feeling that Jing Qizhu will make the best use of it." Hako acted arrogant. Was it because he had become a 2-star warrior? The original is the god of dreams. Chiyo had a habit of putting others down. God of dreams? What is that? Putting people to sleep so they can have a nice nap? Hako didn't feel angry at all. "No way. My source of power is imagination. The current situation, self-confidence, objectivity, sense of responsibility, this power grows stronger in proportion to reflecting all those factors. It can even manifest the imaginations of others." While Chiyo's group was busy listening to Hako talk big, Jing Qizhu appeared with his shovel and lunged at him. His eyes looked incredibly cold. Chiyo spotted his movement, but he couldn't dodge in time and had to take the full force of the pain. Jing Qizhu knocked Chiyo away with just a shovel, but the shovel itself possessed a terrifying power. The shovel in Jing Qizhu's hand looked like a treasure worth protecting. A barrage of time-delayed bombs flew toward Chiyo. They hit their targets, causing deafening, ear-piercing explosions. Back then, when she was with Luna, she had to struggle just to stay standing against the insane winds from that explosion. It felt like its impact had even reached planets outside the universe. Yet, she was somehow blessed by the heavens, living a bit too long. "What the?" he calmly says. "The chaos power manipulates probability, turning success rates into percentages. It's still working fine with no issues, though. Aren't you the trump card of this very power?" "Looks like your imagination is poorer than I thought," he says, calling out his opponent's name clearly. Being singled out makes Jing Qizhu feel a bit embarrassed. "Well, It's just that no matter how hard I try, I can't imagine a scenario where I beat you. Now I see why the upgraded warrior said this ability is hard to use. Regardless, he is the one who caused all the chaos here. But that last attack, those standing near Ha, unable to hide their admiration for Jing Qizhu. He flies over to them and says confidently, I've imagined it. I can protect them. In reality, Jing Qizhu's imagination structure is about protecting the world of Enora using the power of his mind. Luna's jaw drops in shock. He blocked the knock-up attack from that amateur. That should have been a 100% guaranteed hit. Chu sneers, 100%, you say. Am I the one hesitating this time? Do you guys always use that Gaia's power so shamelessly? Jing Qizhu retorts brazenly. Show some sympathy. We're only using it here in Enora. Ha speaks up on Jing Qizhu's behalf. Well then, from now on, your opponents aren't me, but those people over there overflowing with a will to win. Go ahead, have some fun with them. So feels the intensity erupting like a volcano. For some reason, this posture looks very familiar. Wang Gaius says with determination, fulfill what has been promised. It must be done. The power of the future is foreseen, so his imagination structure is only for protecting the upgraded warrior and eating. Meanwhile, imagination structure is related to everyone's recognition and the Gaius court. As a result, the six of them, with their completely abnormal brain structures, start clashing regardless of gender. Their magic shakes a whole corner of the sky. Jing Qizhu's group can do nothing but stand still and grumble. What is that? Those guys are insane. They're going head-to-head with Bitch's squad. Jing Qizhu shouts, calling for Ha as if he were part of it. Upgraded warrior. Ha replies with a smile. Well done, Jing Qizhu. It turns out his imagination structure has switched to must win from this moment on. I will do what I can. He shows no fear facing Qizhu head-on. Lucky coin, do your part. As soon as he flips the coin, the system warns that all weapon attributes are activated. Qizhu laughs uncontrollably. Kid, you want to beat me with those attributes? Imagining you can defeat me despite the level gap, isn't that a bit lacking in self-respect? Ha immediately fires back. What kind of nonsense is that? Finding the process of probability is the formula that leads an upgraded warrior like me to victory. He instantly activates his instant death skill to steal Qizhu's weapon. Panic is evident in Luna's eyes. That she stammers. The weapon that killed Brother Bitch in the past? Qizhu wears a cold smile. Interesting. I will overcome this obsession. He activates his Chaos Power technique along with the card gods. All in technique. The two streams of power are about to collide, and everyone is eagerly waiting for a miracle to happen. Opening the non-Gaius gate, Jing Qizhu, stuck below, can only look up and observe. They merge, emitting a massive source of energy. That power even affects the real world. She suddenly speaks up. Sitting comfortably watching you players slaughter each other, that must be fun, right? But at the end of the day, a game is only fun when you play it yourself. Ria still doesn't understand what's happening to her. But just then, Ha and Qizhu's magic becomes the center of attention for everyone. Rugia seems drowned in the chaos caused by Hako and Qizhu. She glances into the distance and whispers Jing Qizhu's name. Jing Qizhu. Now Jing Qizhu's group looks over in panic. Did you just attack? Ria suddenly smirks. The person you love is the world that Jing Qizhu is trying to protect, creating Anake. He spins like a top looking for something, and a person as mediocre as him turns into the best partner. Me? It turns out he was looking for a bookshelf. Before the techniques of the strongest, Kojo and Enozak, how could any item resist? It's not an item, it's the system. That must be the thing mentioned yesterday. Status window collection. His eyes suddenly widen. The events of one day ago flashed through Jing Qizhu's mind. At that time, the six kings of the another world seemed hypnotized, unanimously swearing to him. We, the six kings, offer ourselves to King Jing Qizhu, the master of Enoch, a vow of eternal loyalty. The scene terrifies Ha. Jing Qizhu has been recognized by all the six kings. The system notification appears. Lem Hanabi respects you. Another door has been unlocked after that event. It is the proof of the Emperor, unlocking the collection of 66. That sly laugh has become Lakhai's trademark. How is it, Master? Do you feel any new power? Jing Qizhu is still stunned by everything. Let's see, I'm not sure yet. His eyes roll back, looking extremely terrifying. This is all because of the giant monster that exploded and rose from the ground. Gene Trace, the thing he received after defeating it. Jing Qizhu touches the monster's body with his shovel. Immediately, the system displays a new notification that the master of Enoch has been changed to him. Furthermore, he gains the authority to edit the status window. Jing Qizhu tries the new skill immediately to test it. He activates the authority. He suddenly shouts, Editor. The bookshelf Jing Qizhu was looking for earlier immediately appears before his eyes. Jing Qizhu takes a deep breath. Then, the books in the shelf light up. Jing Qiyu opens his mouth wide to scream, but then he quickly falls into a state of disappointment. Why isn't this working? Chigu's voice echoes from somewhere. What did King Jing Qiyu do? Did he block our attack? Ha helps answer his question. He didn't block it. He moved it elsewhere. I told you, we need an attack strong enough to confuse the administrator. To create an opening to access the system. Qihu doesn't have much knowledge on this subject. Access the system. Ha says haughtily, King Jing Qiyu intends to use the status window editing authority he just received to delete the clause that states defeated worlds will be erased. To do that, our battle have to look serious in the eyes of the higher-ups. That's why he started the livestream, bet the Jono flag, and intentionally baited for views to deceive everyone. A flash of shock crossed Chiyu's face. Wasn't it a deathmatch? Your side was clearly in danger of being wiped out multiple times, wasn't it? Jing Qiyu said nonchalantly. Well, nobody died, right? Let's settle the score after King Jing Qiyu returned successfully. Gaius joined Gaius in the conversation. To avoid being exposed, we logged out and held a strategy meeting outside. So laugh happily, we've even become friends with Kathok now. Sir Goodman, on the other side, was utterly confused. Why are they chatting while fighting? Chocobi couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is this? Are they making friends mid-fight? Yu Un-ha stared at them, not even blinking. Will things go smoothly? Laki laughed heartily and replied, who knows? While they were busy chatting, Jing Qiyu suddenly appeared behind them. You guys should lend a hand too. So, they were forced to teleport to a new location. Viewers outside the big screen started to clamor. What's going on? Is the match over? So, who won? Min flashed a mocking smile. What is this? It's just going to end like this? Glossed over? I intentionally didn't interfere because I had to watch out for Bai's mood. The red-haired guy behind him complained indignantly. I haven't even had a chance to show what I can do yet. I'm itching for some action. The physical therapist burst out laughing. Maybe we should head over there now? Robbie appeared from nowhere and spoke softly. For now, it seems infiltrating the administrator's territory has been a success. The problem is whether he can find the status window that records the promotion match details in there. Banu Sibo chimed in. He's a person with many similarities to His Majesty, from valuing NPCs to his defiant attitude against the transcendental beings. Robbie was amused by his words. Does he really look like that? That type of person is quite rare. Usually, others would just laugh and say he's too immersed. But I actually like that kind of crazy vibe. Yu Un-ha urged Jing Qiyu. Show them. King Jing Qiyu. You are not a pawn of the administrators, but the true master of this place. You discovered this yourself? Dodo said, mouth agape. Why does the structure here force us to find status windows one by one like this? Jing Qiyu was also affected by him. How would I know? Maybe Dudia usually works in this style. Yu Un-ha frowned and said in a worried tone, but is it safe here? Lakke interrupted with his signature smile. I think it's safer here than being next to that guy, Bio. While they were trying to figure out a solution, Jing Qiyu saw something. A system notification appeared. Monster ego and memories will be forcibly what? According to the cycle, Jing Qiyu exclaimed in a panic. What is this? What kind of trash clause is this? Delete these things. Yu Un-ha turned around, startled. What is it? Can you do that? Jing Qiyu quickly reassured her. It's fine, it's fine. If I have this authority, why shouldn't I use it like this? Dodo grimaced and called to him. Master. I still haven't found any clause related to the promotion match. Jing Qiyu tried to suggest, maybe we missed it somewhere. Just dump everything out and search carefully. Lakai, instead of stopping them, joined in. Yeah, just flip this whole place upside down. Hearing that, Choi Duckby's bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat. No way. What are those guys doing? Attacking the administrator wasn't enough. Now they dare to touch the system rules too. Lock the account and wipe them all out. Choi Duckby raised his hand to stop him. Wait, grant the player editing rights. Who created that rule? He stuttered in response. That was the developer. Choi Duckby voiced his thoughts. If the administration is the one who created the path to gain that authority, then what they are doing isn't breaking the rules. A player in the game is granted editing rights based on the rules. Even though he isn't an employee on our payroll, in his current state, he has equivalent status. He hasn't done anything to Pixel, so why call for disciplinary action? The bodyguard spoke up in confusion. But what if it affects the flag? Choi Duckby scolded him. You fool. This is the rule of Anne. No. What does it have to do with the flag? Besides, if he edits too much, you can just change it back, right? But then, he suddenly fell silent. However, when that authority was granted to the player, Jing Qiyu and his friends inside the virtual world screamed at the sight before them. What is that? Choi Duckby remained skeptical of Uria. What is she planning? She's carrying out an idea of her own. Yuria opened her eyes wide and laughed. You finally did it, didn't you? Jing Qizhu exclaimed in surprise. Yuria suddenly yelled, leaving Jing Qizhu stunned. What are you doing? If you mess with the rules like that, it'll cause a serious error. Her hands emitted a dazzling, magical light. The monitoring system would be disconnected. Outside, Choi Dukbi was trying to keep up with the events inside the screen, and suddenly, a pile of characters resembling Egyptian hieroglyphs jumped out before his eyes. What is this? Yuria's voice echoed. It will cause damage to the game. That phenomenon is going to happen. The way she stood at that moment was simply stunning. That's a buff. Jing Qizhu thought she was joking. A buff? Yu Unha frowned, asking worriedly. Jing Qizhu, what is this? Jing Qizhu gritted his teeth, thinking of a strategy to solve everything. What is it? What is she plotting? Should I retreat for now? Should I call both the power-leveling experts and the fighters here to join forces? But he had no more time because he had already touched the attribute board and muttered, the gate is not Gaiason. Everyone stood still, looking at him. I said it before, didn't I? The process happening from now on isn't a skill, it's a system error. Even Shigu and Hao gaped in surprise. And this phenomenon, both the old and No and Kole, player and NPC, monster and human, not a single one of them can stop it. Chiyu saw the bizarre scene and couldn't help but cry out, what is this? Hun Shena tilted her head back to the sky and sighed, Daddy, what are those things? Daddy Khan quickly answered, are you okay? Even Dad doesn't know. That divine power clung tightly to the weapon in his hand. Khan, his body trembled as if electrocuted. Kun Shena turned around and yelled, Daddy. In the eyes of Daddy Khan appeared a pile of emergency command lines in red, but fortunately, he had awakened from the nightmare on his own. Daddy Khan sat up abruptly and turned to look at his daughter, Hun Che-na, who was sound asleep nearby. What's going on? Did I just get disconnected? Why can't I reconnect? Choi Duk-bae's bodyguards were frantically typing away. How did this happen out of nowhere? Is anyone here responsible for the connection to Yuria? Except for BDIA, everyone, including the international team, has been forcibly disconnected. The bodyguards around Choi Duk-bae looked visibly shaken. Even the players affected by the glitch were being forced to log out, and the forums are blowing up with reports about connection failures. The bodyguards in front of the monitors were frowning deeply. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Choi Duk-bae shouted at his bodyguard. Is the connection to the Chrono Life server still stable? He replied quickly. Yes, sir. Choi Duk-bae immediately ordered the AI, MER, to block everything coming from Yuria, whether it was players or data, and to track down where Director Rouge was connecting from. Find her location. Now. The bodyguard took off running. Yes, sir. Choi Duk-bae was trembling with rage. He tried to keep his hands steady as he used his lighter. He silently whispered the name of the person who caused all of this. Yuria, was this place never meant for you? The energy that Yuria brought in hit the virtual world hard, attacking Daodan and even hurting E. Choi Duk-bae's face was twisted, veins bulging as he struggled to fight back. Yuria's image began to flicker like a television with bad reception. Her smile kept appearing and disappearing, but the power she possessed remained completely unaffected. It forced Choi Duk-bae to rewrite his own brain structure. Yuria laughed and asked, Did you really think you would win? A system alert flashed. The timeline reversed to 20 years ago, and Jin Chu's affectionate voice echoed. Duk-bae, look at this. It's called a smartphone. Choi Duk-bae exclaimed in amazement. This is incredible. Is it a touchscreen? Jin Chu sighed, feeling helpless. Good grief, you're so outdated. That's not the point. Each of these is a program. You have to look at this part. The world is evolving this fast, Duk-bae. Just wait and see. Soon, we'll be playing games on these, and after that, we'll be playing games in virtual reality. That world is coming soon, and we have to be the ones to create those kinds of games. Choi Duk-bae didn't dare to argue. If he said so, it must be true. He really trusted Jin Chu. But even if the times change, the joy of gaming doesn't, right? We just need to focus on what we're doing and make the most fun game possible. Jin Chu raised his voice to insist on his point. That's why I'm telling you, the boss has to be a dinosaur. If it's just a dragon, it's the same as everything else, isn't it? Choi Duk-bae immediately leaned in to argue back. There you go with that tone again. What dinosaur? You're definitely smart, but your aesthetic taste is absolutely terrible. Just then, the doorbell rang. I'm home. Choi Duk-bae poked his head out and waved. Yuria, you're here? Did you just get back from tutoring? Jin Chu chimed in quickly. Our girl is home. You worked hard today. Yuria nodded obediently at Choi Duk-bae. Yes, hello, uncle. She greeted Jin Chu before heading straight to her room. I'll be in my room. Choi Duk-bae sighed quietly. She used to be so happy to see me when she was little. Jinchu teased him in a bored tone. She's going through puberty, man. But that little comment couldn't stop Choi Duk-bae's rambling. I heard Yuria got first place in the whole school again. You must be so proud. Jinchu laughed. Proud of what? You're the one who already married off your son. You're the one who should be saying that. Choi Duk-bae immediately put him in a headlock. This is the best time, kid. So, Yuria, what do you want to be when you grow up? A doctor. Jinchu hesitated. Actually, Yuria said she wants to be a developer, like me. Choi Duk-bae frowned, looking annoyed. What? I'm against that. Jinchu replied to him. I told her to go for it. Her personality is exactly like mine. Once she wants to do something, she has to see it through. I told her she took first place in the whole school. I let her wear contact lenses. Seeing her look like that, Jinchu's words made Choi Duk-bae burst into laughter. That makes sense. Whose daughter is she, anyway? Yuria will do great. Have her join our company. Yuria was sitting in her room, but her ears were perked up to listen to the two of them. Forget it, you old man, just let her do what she wants. And the story from 15 years ago was one of sorrow and separation. I heard it was pancreatic cancer. The visitors whispered to each other incessantly. Those who leave are gone, but it's a pity for those left behind. I heard Director Duk-bae lost both his wife and son recently, leaving only his niece, right? Now even his best friend is gone. Choi Duk-bae had withered away, and when he came to pay his respects, he couldn't help but scold Jinchu. You crazy fool, you told me to keep living no matter what, to live even for your son's share. Yet you just leave so easily? He had to bury his grief deep down to take care of Yuria in Jinchu's place. He put food into her bowl and urged her, eat slowly, chew it well, don't worry about anything. Hearing that, she tilted her head unconsciously. Yes, Choi Duk-bae promised Yuria, I will take care of all your study abroad expenses. After you graduate, if you want to work at my company, just say the word. He held Yuria's small hand tenderly. I promise. Your father's dream, this uncle will definitely fulfill it in his place. It seemed like Yuria hadn't quite adapted to everything happening around her. She called out softly. Choi Duk-bae answered hurriedly. That's right, Yuria. Her eyes suddenly darkened and her voice turned cold. Why is my father's dream being fulfilled by you? Why? Her reaction was completely outside Choi Duk-bae's expectations, and he was startled. 5 years ago, that was when Chronolife was founded, and Yuria was the one who gave birth to that world free, romantic, and adventurous. Please remember our slogan, the most amazing virtual reality game ever, that is Chronolife. The flashes from the reporters' cameras went off repeatedly. Director, look over here. Director, over here. Director. After the launch ceremony is finished, Yuria returned to the familiar car to chat with Choi Duk-bae. I don't know if that was a product launch or a red carpet event. The top search results are all about you, Yuria, not the game at all. Yuria saw it as something obvious. Isn't that a good thing? People spend so much money on advertising with celebrities to promote things. But since I'm so pretty, we got it for free, didn't we? Choi Duk-bae laughed when he heard that. Oh my god, you don't hold back even in front of me, saying whatever you want. You've really changed, Yuria. The shy little girl from back then has become so witty now. Yuria burned with intensity, not a hint of hesitation. You aren't using that local dialect in front of others anymore, are you? Choi Duk-bae turned, looked her straight in the eye, and asked, Yuria, do you finally see this place as your own company now? I just wanted you to clear your head a bit. Yuria suddenly broke into a smile. Of course, I feel so at ease that I felt like this was mine from the very beginning. And what happened 10 months ago was etched into Choi Duk-bae's memory. Is Department Head Rouge at her workstation? He asked, as the company bodyguard stammered in response. No, sir. She's logged into UNO, but I'm not sure where she is. The man clicked his tongue in regret. Damn it, and the boss is away on a business trip, too. If you run into the department head, pass this on to her. Tell her that the glitch that kept appearing and vanishing has resurfaced again today. The bodyguard quickly replied. Ah, yes, I understand. In truth, she was healing by logging into the world she had created herself. She patiently watched all the fun the others were having with the monsters. Oh, for heaven's sake, that bear again? No. As it turned out, she was searching for a trump card among a pile of characters participating in Gaius Noke. Is Specimen 204 ready to give up too? Once the secret testing ended and the rewards were handed out, everyone was desperate to keep playing. And yet, if not told beforehand, they were incredibly impatient. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Jing Chiju rang in her ears. No, you bastards, I worked so hard to craft this gem. Please, just let me go this one time. I'm begging you. The kind-hearted Dudu spoke up. Just letting him go like that is fine too, isn't it? But the monster controlled by the pixel user, Tiu Deech, wouldn't let him off. Destroy it. Kill him. So, Dudu quickly jumped into the fray to side with them. Just like that, they ganged up to steal all of Jing Qiju's hard work. Dudu even nearly stomped him into the ground. Tears and blood flowed from Jing Qiju like a waterfall. Finally, the system announced the character's death. Immediately after, Jing Qiju was teleported by the system to another location within a safe zone. Jing Qiju was so frustrated he could barely breathe. He angrily slammed his shovel into the ground and muttered, "Let's do it again." When he originally requested support, the person in charge said that if he wanted, they could transfer his account so he could start over at Zonai, but he preferred this place more. And from now on, he didn't want to live a cowardly, runaway life. If he just gave it his all, one day he would have comrades just like everyone else and make more friends in Gyuso. A life that started later than others, just to live like a normal person. This was his life. How could he just give up so easily? Every action and word of his was captured in Yuri's gaze. Keep going, keep going. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Found you, partner. But at that very moment, Yuria slaughtered Ua with just a pen. She made Yu Unha cough up blood. She turned her head, calling out sadly, "Jing Qiju." Hearing her scream, Jing Qiju lost control and charged toward Yuria with his shovel in hand. Run. Yuria brushed Yu Unha aside, then turned and stuck out her tongue to taunt Jing Qiju, but he was so furious he could have eaten her alive. Jing Qiju wanted nothing more than to throw Yuria into hell for the Pixel King, but she had already slipped out of his reach. Jing Qiju collapsed, as if he didn't have a shred of energy left. Yuria saw him slamming his head repeatedly into the ground and mocked him. "A bit dramatic, aren't we? It's definitely going to hurt if you get attacked by me, because I set the pain level to be equivalent to real-life wounds." But, she thought, she could just log out and meet him in the real world to comfort him, right? She suddenly mentioned Dudu. The truly pathetic ones are those kids over there. They were forced to log out of this world simply because Yuria showed up. Even Bone Mutt suffered the same fate. Because they were destroyed by system glitches, there was no way to restore them. But don't be too regretful. In the new game I'm creating, there will be kids just like them, too. Jing Shiju's tears and snot were a mess. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be the world you created? Why are you doing this? Yuria admitted it indifferently. That's right, this is the world I created. The monsters, the setting, the weather, the civilization, not a single detail is without my heart and soul. You know, is that right? It was meant to be a nest for nurturing game glitches to ruin Zonai. And the #1 contributor was you, Jing Qizu, and that shovel. Jing Qizu's eyes widened in horror. What? Yuria said in an emotionless tone. You used that shovel to build houses. She continued, describing how he laid tracks and built an island in the middle of the ocean just to create a place for Gyuso to live, right? All those actions flooded Uno with game glitches, leaving this entire world filled with system errors. That truly was a disastrous act. You even interfered with administrator privileges, didn't you? It seems the top legal team at Zonai will have plenty of legal liabilities to pursue you for. Jing Qizu. This glitch will eventually spread to all of Kololai, too. I wonder if your AI buddy, Du Bei, can even control this. She lunged at Jing Qizu and pinned him to the ground. Jing Qizu, you've really done it now. You've personally destroyed the Uno you loved and indirectly caused all your precious comrades to die, haven't you? As expected, you're my best partner. You've worked hard all this time. Yuria's voice suddenly turned cold. Now, get lost. Within her warm embrace, the equipment on Jing Qiju's body rapidly vanished. Yuria couldn't wait to make him suffer even more. Look at this, Jing Qiju. Now it's just a regular shovel. It doesn't have any features left. Feels empty, right? Just like a human life. While I'm out handling business, don't you dare go anywhere. You stay here and wait for me like a good boy. You hear? I still have a few things to prepare to pin all the blame on you. Jing Qizu. As soon as she finished, she ran off, leaving Jing Qizu kneeling there, stunned. He stared blankly into the void before him, and the more he looked, the more his eyes lost focus. Jing Qizu slowly lifted the shovel in his hand. Let's see, he muttered to it like a madman. We've always been together all this time. You're the one who created everything for me. What the hell is a game glitch? Quickly, create something so we can get out of here. Help me contact the leveling expert, or even Bay anyone. Tell them to save me from this place. Tears streamed down his face. Please, save my comrades. Jing Qizu has been digging non-stop, but he hasn't found a single thing. Even just breathing feels exhausting for him. Is all he can do just whine and cry? Everything I've enjoyed in this game up until now is all thanks to her. Yet, I've never once truly thought to thank her. From the very beginning of the game until this final moment, she has always been by my side. Isn't she my partner? Jing Qizu tightened his grip on the shovel and whispered softly, I'm sorry. I've been treating you too roughly all this time, haven't I? So what if you're a game glitch? To me, you've always been the best. Thank you, partner. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification about new owner privileges. A cube suddenly appeared before Jing Qi's. He gasped in utter shock. It turned out his shovel had dug it up from beneath the dirt. Jing Qi's closed his mouth and slowly turned his head. The feeling of seeing something so strange in this deadly virtual world was absolutely surreal. He couldn't even believe it was real. Jing Qi's looked at the shovel with new eyes. The world suddenly went dark, but then, Dodo finally managed to open his eyes. As soon as he drifted back to consciousness, he saw the silhouette of Jing Qi's. He immediately sat up and asked anxiously, "Master, you're still safe and sound. What about Rhea? And wait, why are your clothes so tattered? It's pitch black around here, too. This is terrifying. It's not good. We need to scram fast." Oh. He and Bone Mutt were carefully held in Jing Qi's arms. He asked a question, choked up with emotion. It made no sense. Sleep well? Yu Un-ha had been forcibly ejected from the game by Yuria. Now, she was sobbing with frustration. "I'm so annoyed. Seriously. Why can't I log back in? It seems like Jing Qi's is still inside the game. What the hell even is she? Dying hurt like I was actually stabbed. Just you wait. I'm reporting this for sure." She choked out the names of her teammates. Dodo, Bone Mutt, and Laddie were deleted right in front of us. They were the ones Jing Qi's cherished so much. At a time like this, I at least want to be by his side. She almost smashed her VR headset. Then, it suddenly lit up. Why won't it work? Yu Un-ha hurriedly put the device on her head, scrambling in a panic. What? What is this? Okay, what now? A string of binary code flickered wildly before her eyes. Then the system showed a notification that it was connecting to the game. As soon as she entered, the inhumane laughter of Yuria rang in her ears. "You're too late." Dodo cheered in excitement. "Un-ha." Bone Mutt was dancing around happily. Yu Un-ha's eyes gradually welled up. "You guys are revived? How?" Dodo hugged her tightly and said, "Of course, it's all thanks to Master." Laddie asked her kindly, "The pain when we died must have been intense, right? I didn't expect you to come back." Yu Un-ha suddenly threw her head back and wailed, "What is this? You guys scared me to death. I'm so glad you're okay." Dodo and Bone Mutt almost died a second time. It's hard to breathe." Laddie teased her affectionately. "Were you worried about us too? I thought you only cared about Jing Qi's." Yu Un-ha, hit right where it hurts, stammered defensively. "What are you talking about? You're making me feel sad." She hadn't seen the person she was looking for yet, so she asked, "Where is Jing Qi's?" Immediately after, a warm embrace wrapped around her from behind. She turned around in a panic, just in time to see Jing Qi's lovesick gaze. "You made it in?" Yu Un-ha started tearing up again. "Jing Qi's, we're so lucky we could meet again." He laughed happily. "Well, since everyone is gathered here now, let's get out of here." He raised his shovel and shouted, "Let's go. Let's show Yuria what real disruption looks like." Jing Qi's group situation was resolved. Now it was Chigu's turn to take the heat. Yuria's lightning power clung to both Chigu and Hao. The two of them teamed up to launch an attack to kill Yuria. She stood alone in the face of the storm, her cold eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. With just a pen, she blocked the attacks of the other two. My, how scary. As expected of attacks worthy of the strongest players in each sector. But you can't deal any damage to me. I am a phenomenon not bound by the rules of this game, because I am a glitch. Chigu heard that and gave a cold laugh. "You're the admin who came with a bearded boss before, right? You even changed your hair color. If you knew the boss would let you get away with interfering in the game like this, do you think he'd just let it slide?" Rhea wasn't the type to let herself suffer. Who knows, maybe she was stomping her feet in frustration. I'm not really sure. I'm just a glitched character wearing the appearance of an admin named Yuria. Chigu mocked her. What kind of setting is that? Yuria kept flickering in and out, playing mind games with the players. Even if you insist it's a setting, what can you do? Once this game is wiped clean, the next target will be the zones, so enjoy the final moments of the game while you can. Hao suddenly laughed out loud. What a crazy admin. Glitch or not, nobody cares what you want to do. I'll show you the final showdown, a fight to decide the victor. Yuria maintained a stiff smile. Still asking for a showdown at this point? Fine, let's bet on it. If you two fail, everything ends here. Yuria's eyes gleamed, and her smile became dangerous. Yet, the smile on her lips suddenly vanished because of a massive explosion ringing out right behind her. From beneath the ground, a strange object emerged. Yuria turned around, her eyes flashing with confusion. What is that? It turned out Jing Qi's had returned, stronger than ever. Let's go. He arrived with the intent to play around. Yuria, look. A desperate cry rang out. Your danger level is off the charts. Show me what you're really made of. The system notified Jing Qi-Zhu that his pet was ranked #1 among all monsters, and that sound from the pet continued to echo. The reason you are the strongest monster in this game is because it is an inevitable destiny. The pet's appearance created a terrifying shockwave. Both Hao and the others present gasped in astonishment. Is that really the pet? Why is it so huge? Yuria lowered her head and gritted her teeth. You dare to oppose your own creator? The treasure in Jing Qi-Zhu's hand suddenly moved, pulling him forward. They heard Yuria's cold voice ring out. The pet's blessing effect is only limited to monsters. She opened her mouth wide and shouted at him like a torrential rain. What can you do against a game glitch like me, you insolent lizard? Jing Qi-Zhu, standing nearby, took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Pet, smash her. His eyes glowed like headlights, and he bared his jagged teeth. Understood. The others just sat back, watching as he got beaten to a pulp by her own child. She took a tail swipe from Genentio Riche straight to the face. Since her body had turned to stone, it shattered instantly. She could do nothing but watch in horror as her world fell apart. How could she not have expected Gargantua to be able to hurt her? Did that attack actually work? Just then, Jing Qi-Zhu spoke up. Go look in a mirror, because right now, you're a full-blown monster. He leaped off Gargantua's back and charged at her like a rocket, shovel in hand. Rugia, that shovel really did the trick, because the moment it touched her, she was sent flying. Yuria lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide, muttering, no way. She scrambled up and lunged at Jing Qi-Zhu in a rage. How are you still using that? This was all you're doing, wasn't it? What the hell did you? Jing Qi-Zhu shouted right in her face. Don't you get it yet? You're underestimating the very Enoch you created. The system notification displayed the administrator's privileges, and Jing Qi-Zhu was the one in charge. This world has accepted it, even recognizing game bugs as part of itself. From now on, as the administrator, I'll be managing you too. Under the rules of this game, your existence is just that of a slightly special player. He used his shovel to prove the power of the Fire King. Jing Qi-Zhu screamed, burn it all. But before he could do anything else, Ria pounced on him and grabbed his throat. Her breathing became rapid. It seems you're mistaken about something. Jing Qi-Zhu, all of my stats are maxed out. As a player, I'm still much stronger than you, not as flashy as a grinder, and definitely not as generous as the others. A clumsy playstyle that only challenges for the sake of romance, that's exactly who Jing Qi-Zhu is. Yuria really used the pen in her hand to send Jing Qi-Zhu packing. She returned to her usual cold demeanor. What a waste of time. Let's see how the others are doing. Shall we? They should be done cleaning up by now, right? But then, her hands suddenly froze. Ria was forced to take a thunderous punch from Joachim. He smirked. I, the hero Joachim, am here to save this world. Fokker couldn't help but gawk at him. That's insane. Lucy is incredibly strong. Rose spoke up from the side. But isn't it game-breaking to get this strong so easily? Ha fought alongside everyone, laughing with delight. Now do you understand why I don't usually use my powers? Because the effects apply to everyone nearby, regardless of whether they're an ally or an enemy. Today is a special service. Enjoy it, you kids. As long as you have the thought in your head that you want to be the protagonist of this game, then today, you are the strongest. Jing Qi-Zhu was furious. Are these jerks discriminating against a newbie player? Why can't you let me transform too? The others laughed deviously. Because a cocky brat like you is already arrogant enough. Jing Qi-Zhu yelled again. Fine, forget it. I'll do it my way. He opened his mouth wide and shouted his special move. Gluttony. Yuria jumped, shocked by Qi-Gu's distorted, demonic face. No way. Are my clones being destroyed? She suddenly remembered something important. Wait, if that's the case, then in other areas of Enoch, could it be that Heart Heater has the habit of baring his sharp teeth in the middle of battle? Even the 6 kings of the otherworld have appeared in full force. I can't believe it. Yuria saw that Jing Qi-Zhu and his friends were still safe and sound. That's impossible. She felt heartbroken for the clones they had destroyed. Those weren't just simple clones. Each one had power equal to mine. How could losers like you, just ordinary players and monsters, defeat my clones? Ria turned around, startled by Jing Qi-Zhu's voice. You're wavering after hearing what I said, aren't you? Someone's thinking they're going to fail. That's a weaker spirit than a corpse. Yuria was trembling. Jing Qi-Zhu crossed his arms and struck a cocky pose. I'll just keep respawning and coming back. If you got the guts, try killing me again. Yuria sneered. What have you even done to be so smug? This is all thanks to the power of the grinder carrying you. She pointed an angry finger in his face and screamed. Just because you're called the administrator, you think you play a crucial role in Enoch? Keep dreaming. Your role is something anyone could do. You only caught my eye because you're the type to mindlessly work your ass off without a single complaint. You were lucky to be chosen as a test subject. That's what King Jing Qi-Zhu is. Do you understand? I created you. Jing Qi-Zhu wasn't angry, and he didn't rush to attack her. So that's how it is? I guess I am just lucky. But thank you, Yuria, for choosing me. Yuria was stunned by the sudden gratitude. Jing Shizu continued, honestly, at first, when I kept dying, it was annoying. But in the end, thanks to you, I've had so many interesting experiences. If you hadn't given me this shovel, I probably wouldn't love Enoch as much as I do now. Do you know what my goal in Enoch is? Yuria's eyes widened in surprise. Your goal? Jing Shizu quickly said it wasn't about being the strongest or the richest. It's for this game to keep running and maintain its popularity so I can enjoy this world of Enoch that I love with my friends and the people I hold dear for a long, long time. That is my goal. No matter what your intentions were, I am no longer just something you created. I am someone who truly loves this place. Yuria's body began to shift into her real-world appearance as Jing Shizu called out the name of the virtual world, Enoch. He expressed his feelings, frankly. That's right, my best partner. Jing Shizu gently placed his hand on Yuria's blushing cheek. Wait, why is the transformation wearing off? Since that was the case, he got excited and poked Yuria with his shovel while she was caught off guard. Everything up until now was just the setup, become my experience points. But before his joy could bloom, his bald head was grabbed tightly by her. Yuria gave a devilish smile. This is truly the most pathetic and annoying tactic I've ever seen. Did you know that? Jing Shizu panicked and shouted, damn it, it failed. Yuria's lips curled. The best partner, you say? Don't be ridiculous. You can't even remember the very first time we met. Yuria suddenly burst into laughter and bluntly mocked Jing Shizu. Jing Shizu, you and I are not in the same league. Don't you dare think you're my equal. However, the indomitable King Jing Shizu wouldn't let himself be put down like that. What if I just don't want to? Do you still think you can just do whatever you want? And who said I didn't remember? You're just pretending. Well then, let's see if we're in the same league or not. He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Yuria's lips. As for you, he teased her about what they did when they first met. He wouldn't let go, clinging to her like an octopus. By this point, she was starting to feel dizzy from lack of oxygen, falling into a trance. Jing Shizu immediately seized the perfect opportunity. Just as he thought about letting the girl go, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. He was startled by Ria's sudden kiss. Just then, a long string of fireworks burst into the sky. The system announced that Yuria had died, and the system error, the top virtual reality game, triggered a war, sparking a rebellion in the new server. 3 months after that shocking event, the Nox section of Lucy Venture was completely reorganized into an independent server. The figure of King Jing Shizu transformed into a silly, short avatar. Logging into Nox for the first time, you are welcomed by the promise of peaceful coexistence, regardless of your background, whether you are a player, an NPC, or a monster. Meet the most amazing teammates. Let's conquer dungeons and defeat bosses together. The monster pixel, under Gargantua's command, was stunned to see the beautiful flower that Jing Shizu gifted him. Sometimes, giving kindness and love is also a way to gain experience points and badges. The greatest adventure awaits you. Clear blue skies, majestic mountains that is the familiar sight when seeking out Naora, unless the player chooses the wrong coordinates, because then they would see a tree with a gaping hole right in the middle of its trunk. That was a masterpiece created by a bored lion bear. It would search for houses with smoke rising from them. That brick house was always tiny, yet it constantly puffed out plumes of white smoke. The lion bear found it fascinating. It charged toward the house like an arrow. This highly dangerous creature suddenly jumped inside without even bothering to knock. L-King was kneading dough with Hain when he looked up, startled. Oh my, Too Long immediately opened his mouth and bared his teeth upon seeing it. What are you supposed to be? Hain added a jab of his own. What an ugly bear. Lackey wore a terrifying smile. How convenient, we're just running low on meat. The lion bear immediately raised its hands in surrender upon seeing the murderous intent from the three of them. Why did you come in here? It didn't dare linger for another second, scrambling away in a panic. The lion bear sobbed as it ran, but after only a few steps, its path was blocked by feet as large as mountains in the distance. The fierce, gangster-like face of Genti appeared. You pathetic lot, daring to turn tail and run from the enemy. Just then, a sweet voice rang out, leaving the lion bear dumbfounded. What's going on? Genti, wait. It turned out to be the voice of Yu Un-ha. Huh. Why is there a bear here? And why did it come out of our house? Mitch Hao laughed. Could it be that guy? The one who intentionally bullied Jing Shizu back when he was a newbie. I mean, the bear that wrecked our house. Yu Un-ha's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did you really do that? The lion bear wailed and waved its hands frantically. In the end, it was forced back to the house to help them chop firewood. Voices from inside reached its ears. Oh, it's a different one. I misunderstood. Should we stop making it chop wood? Someone spoke up to Object. Why would we stop? L-King joined the fun with a question. Next week, right? The inter-server battle with Coralie. Mitch, how could? Is it already time? Time flies so fast. Yu Un-ha sipped her coffee while discussing it with them. The leveling master and Bick will definitely participate, but Jingqi Zhu is sitting this one out. Lackey quickly added, the master has been so busy lately. Du was always in a state of dissatisfaction with the whole world. How much longer do we have to fight anyway? It's not like it's a sports tournament. Mitch Hao frowned upon hearing that. Who knows? That old boss said that the items in Ennogwa are being distorted by a game bug, so we shouldn't let them leak to other servers. That's why he changed the rewards to uncontaminated, freshly harvested crops. So they said, even so, we have to win them at all costs. And that's how it became a battle event held in Ennogwa on the 11th of every month. Too Long chuckled. It's just taking your anger out on others. Now it was Lackey's turn to laugh along. If it weren't for that so-called game bug, Ennogwa would have been destroyed by now. Indeed, it is the master's blessing to protect Ennogwa. Du suddenly exclaimed, is that so? Anyway, why do those guys hate us enough to keep picking fights? Hein took off his chef's hat and sighed. It won't be like that. Bone Mutt let out a soft cry. Hein continued, I have witnessed a monster friend I once cherished, though I lost her to a villain's hands. But because she longed so much to see her again, she sought out Jingqi Zhu. That woman, remembering the place where Jingqi Zhu once stayed, which looked like a medieval castle with just a shovel. He had accomplished so many things. The power that the shovel emitted was so healing. It helped resurrect Senli's rabbit. Upon seeing the creature she had always missed, she rushed forward. Senli burst into tears like she never had before. She hugged it tightly and couldn't stop crying. Hein and everyone else present were extremely surprised. As the girl's friend was revived, she remembered Jingqi Zhu's satisfied smile and that man named Bick as well. She also remembered the toothy grin of Ha and the leveling master too. They were all smiling. Although I don't understand humans very well, I am confident that I can see through their eyes. That's right, those are the eyes I want to gaze upon forever. Eyes that make me want to lean on them. Those people's eyes don't look half bad either. L-King quickly asked, is that so? Du was also curious. Then why fight? Is fighting really that fun? Mitch Hao explained to him. Well, people usually play games for that reason. Yu Un-ha noticed Bone Mutt fiddling with something nearby and asked, what's wrong? Is Bone Mutt bored? You're hurt? She smiled gently and sipped the tea in her hand again. She suddenly remembered the marvelous skill she possessed. Gaius eye contact. That is the skill that weakens the opponent corresponding to the intensity of their emotional fluctuations, right? She suddenly remembered the incredible skill she possessed, and Gaiuso met her gaze. That's the skill that weakens the opponent based on how much their emotions are fluctuating, right? Even though he'd leveled up to the Lucy rank, he was still so frustrated he felt like he had to punch Ji-wook a few times. Why aren't your skills working yet? Ji-wook pleaded hastily. I'll talk. Just stop hitting me. She suddenly stopped when she heard Ji-wook say, that's obvious. Whether I use my skills or shapeshift, whether in-game or in real life, I've always thought you were beautiful. She was still floating on cloud 9 when the voice of her friend snapped her back to reality. Miss Yu Un-ha, Miss Ha, Miss Ha, do you know when our master will be back? She jolted and hurried to answer. He said he'd be back tonight. Why? Do you want me to tell him to come home early? Mook Hyang laughed happily. Where is he now? My darling. Yu Un-ha muttered, frustrated. Damn, she's been calling him darling for a while now. Mook Hyang and the others jumped at that shocking outburst. Why are you suddenly getting angry? Meanwhile, Jae-in didn't care about them at all, lost in her own little world. I miss it so much. Back in the modern real world, Rhea was bored and chatting with her friend. After logging out and opening her eyes, I saw Uncle Deok Bay sitting right in front of me. Whether it was an endless, hellish lawsuit or a ruthless personal vendetta, no matter which one it was, I thought my life was over. But surprisingly, not only was I not fired, I wasn't even punished. My independence within Uno seemed even more solidified. What? My uncle isn't the type to be so lenient. Was it really because I'm pretty that I was forgiven? Ji-wook lifted her teacup and said, You're really confident, aren't you? Living your life, hiding your true feelings like that, you've probably never tried to understand what the people around you are feeling, right? Yuria immediately asked, Does Ji-wook understand at all? He quickly replied, No, I have no clue. Let's see. If I were the boss, the reason he forgave you is because he developed feelings. His words stunned Yuria. Feelings? Ji-wook suddenly brought up Jinju and Choi Daeok Bae. I heard your dad and that uncle were best friends, right? Then he must have known you for a very long time. He must have watched you from the time you were a child until you grew up. From when you joined the company to build yourself up all the way to when you betrayed him. A child he raised like his own daughter stabbed him in the back. Feeling betrayed and cutting ties would be the normal reaction. Trusting someone again after that is a bit foolish. I'm that kind of person, too. Since you've been given a second chance, treat him well. Don't cause that old man any more trouble, or at least don't get caught. The expression in Ria's eyes softened. Memories of the day she returned home and heard a sweet conversation between her father and Choi Dokbae flooded back. Jinju? He asked softly. What? Choi Dokbae asked, very curious. Why is the boss monster a dinosaur? At that time, Jinju had replied that she liked them since she was a little girl. Our Ria. That was also the reason why the shovel and Dodo appeared in Uno. Ria suddenly called his name. Jiwook. He quickly replied, but because of Uria's half-joking, half-serious question, the tea in Jiwook's mouth sprayed everywhere. When are we going to start dating? Jiwook coughed violently. What? Why are you suddenly talking crazy? Yuria burst out laughing. Why are you so surprised? We've already kissed twice, haven't we? Jiwook shouted shyly. That was in the game. Only in the game. Yuria put on a seductive pose and winked at him. I know better than anyone how immersed you are in Oh No. Jiwook couldn't stand Yuria's rebellious personality anymore. Cut it out. She quickly switched subjects. Then, can I have your autograph this time? Jiwook shouted in a panic. That again? You're trying to sneak it in again, aren't you? Yuria replied calmly. That's right, it's this again. Can you stop playing hard to get? Both the contract terms and the salary are great. Jiwook didn't even need to think. He refused immediately. I won't do it. No matter how much I like it, I don't want to make it a career. Yuria pressed. Why are you refusing? Do you hate working with me that much? Jiwook quickly tried to change the subject. Is it this late already? I have to go study now, because I have to log back into UNO tonight. Ria leaned in and stopped him. Hey, wait. At least give me a reason for the refusal. Jiwook smiled. The reason, you say? All right. He began to reflect on his time in the virtual world. And you know, while living under the name of King Jiwook, I felt incredibly satisfied, to the point where I wished that my image in that world was my real self. But I realized something. Whether it's King Jiwook or just Kim Jiwook, both are me, just like what King Jiwook has achieved. If this Kim Jiwook also lives life to the fullest, wouldn't I be able to achieve my dreams, too? Yuria was unusually quiet after Jiwook finished bearing his heart. She was left alone in the cafe, but Jiwook's words lingered in her heart. Jiwook had returned home at twilight, the familiar house submerged in the golden glow of the sunset. He sat quietly at his desk, his old but still functional headphones covering his ears. Jiwook was doodling something on paper with a pen. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jiwook hurriedly grabbed it and answered the call. Master. It turned out to be Dodo and the others. They missed Jiwook so much they called him. When are you coming back? You said you'd be back tonight. Come back quickly. We miss you so much. Jiwook smiled happily. Sorry. Have you been waiting long? I'm logging in right now. He quickly put on his gear and started logging into the game. All right. The system displayed that he was connecting to Oh No. Jiwook's familiar interface immediately appeared in the game. He held the shovel in his hand and asked himself, so, what should I craft today? He ran to find his dear friends, because in Uno, everything can become a reality. As soon as they saw him, the others cheered excitedly, Master, Jiwook.